is no queue at the moment, so if you fancy the early morning ice cream, then pop over to the St James Street car park. You're allowed 2 ice creams today. And we also have the pancake port in the St James Street car park in row 3.
Funny enough, I actually that luckily it didn't. Good morning. Morning, footy. You get home all right, though? Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, so yeah, no, it's not long, yeah. It might take you 3 hours. Anyway, funny enough, I think it's never right. But yeah, no, so yeah, that's it. You know, like I say, the end of the well, life's great places. Yeah, I know. Once I realised you pointed the camera, it's all jokes. Should we tell him we're a mate? We're all getting there, aren't we? I'm sorry. Yeah, what did you think? He spotted the peregrine falcon, so he's on TikTok right now. They were on the front line. Yeah, there were 2, weren't they? Apparently they've got chicks in.
Just a reminder, tickets for all of our home games are available on our website, or in the section of the video. In addition to Somerset games, we do have a couple of other big games here. There's South England Lions versus South Africa, and most notably, very honoured to be staging the women's test match between England and South South Africa. We are honoured to display from the stage. As you know, these test matches don't come around too often, and it's taking place here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. England versus South Africa. Tickets are still available for that. They're available on our website or at reception.
Welcome to Taunton for day 3 of this county championship match between Somerset and Surrey. I'm Charlie Taylor alongside Sam Dalling. Harry Everett will be joining us throughout the day as well. Surrey are in a commanding position if you haven't seen the scores from the last couple of days. Somerset were bowled out, having chosen to bat in the first innings for 180. Top score there, 29 from Craig Overton. And the wickets shared pretty evenly. Worrell, Jamie Overton and Atkinson all picking up 3 each. Then Surrey currently batting. Burns made 113 beautiful runs over most of yesterday. Will Jacks made 88 as well. And currently Jordan Clark 63 not out. The score 382 for 7, a lead of 202. Hashim Amla retired not out. He wasn't feeling well yesterday morning. We don't know yet whether he will be batting today, whether he'll come in, was part of those last 3 wickets. At the moment, it's Atkinson at the crease. He's on 2, and Clark, as I mentioned, on 63. So a day which Surrey dominated yesterday. Just 6 wickets fell. Plenty of runs as well. Sam Dalling was watching from the commentary box here. It was a day that Surrey will have found quite familiar for their season so far.
Yeah, the juggernaut rolls on. As you said, Rory Burns, I love the word beauty. I mean, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, they say. It's not textbook, but it is brilliantly effective. It's that little duck of the head over the shoulder before the bowler comes in. But he looked in complete control. And it was because Hashim Amla wasn't able to bat yesterday. Actually, it's still a very strong Surrey side. But no team is not going to be weakened by the loss of Folkes, Pope, Curran and Topley even. So actually, if Somerset would have been thinking, right, Amla's not here, if we get Burns early, then some of the lads in the middle are a bit younger, at this relatively new in their career, though Cam Steele's a bit older, but hasn't played as much cricket. So it was really important for Burns to stick around and score heavily, and he did. He batted beautifully, virtually chanceless. There was one nick off Casey Aldridge that went between Abel and Lammonby. He was so good straight down the ground. I do really enjoy watching him bat. He loves batting against Somerset. He's reached 50 in each of his red ball innings here since 2018. And the only real surprise was when he got out. I mean, what a bowling change. Tom Abel brought Roelof van der Merwe on, and we saw the van der Merwe celebration first ball.
Well, he played inside the ball, really, got an edge, didn't he? So I think, given the left arm finger spin that Roelof sends down, he was playing probably too much for the spin, which was a rare error of judgment. And yeah, first ball of a spell for Roelof van der Merwe, picking up Rory Burns, who did bat really well, as you say. Perhaps not the most textbook technique, but beautifully made runs.
And at that point, by the time he trudged off, and he was disappointed, you could see his disappointment, as you say, yeah, expected van der Merwe to turn it square, but they were already, it just nudged them into the lead. I think it was 182 at that point, so they've already surpassed the Somerset score. And then credit to Will Jacks, who made 88, and also to Cameron Steele, because at that point, you don't want to undo all the work that Rory Burns, the skipper, has just done. Suddenly you lose 3 or 4 quick wickets and you only have a lead of 50, 60. Then it becomes a bit more, the game is in the balance. But actually I thought Jacks batted beautifully. We all know how good he is in white ball cricket. He is destructive, but just showed, as all the Surrey players did actually, the ability to leave the ball alone and to know where your off stump is. And I suspect there would have been a fair few Somerset members saying something along the lines, well, our boys could learn a thing or two from this. I thought they were excellent, Surrey, and they're in a really commanding position, aren't they?
Surrey, yeah, absolutely. They're top of the league, unbeaten in both formats that have been played in the top division so far, in the county championship and in the South Group of the T20s. The only team that hasn't lost a game in any format this year.
September 2016, they lost a game by, I think, 2 wickets to Northants and Wantage Road early September, so something like 15, 16 games all in. I mean, they're just a quality side, really. Wow. Really, you could see them doing the double this year quite comfortably.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But Somerset have got a job to do this morning, because at the moment that 202-run lead is worryingly big, and you've still got potentially Hashim Amla to come. But Jordan Clark was looking good for his 63. No reason he couldn't stretch that lead a lot. So Somerset do have to make early inroads if they're going to keep themselves in the game here.
It was interesting. Naturally, they'll be going out there to try and take these free. I don't know if Hashim Amla's here. If he is here, then it's potentially 3 wickets. If it's not, it's only 2 wickets. But they're kind of in this odd position where, yes, they want to take the wickets quickly, but they'll be well aware they're probably staring down 3, 4, 5 sessions to save the game. So it's a bit of a balance. But I think the game plan has got to be take the wickets. And I need them to be a bit more aggressive. Some of those field placements at the end of yesterday were just giving Surrey easy runs.
Well, we'll start with Lewis Gregory from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 382 for 7, a lead of 202, and Gregory's in. And just quite a full ball from Gregory, pushed towards mid-on. We should say as well, if you weren't with us over the last couple of days, if you've just now finding time to keep up with the cricket, we've had a couple of substitutions in this game because of concussion. Both of them hit on the head by the bowling of Jamie Overton, his twin Craig, and Josh Davey in the first innings. Craig did come back out to bat. Josh Davey didn't. Both of them had to go onto all fours and onto the ground. They've had concussion tests. Josh Davey unable to continue straight away. This one is edged and gone. Wicket, second ball of the morning. Atkinson goes, feeling outside the off stump. And good enough nick through to Steve Davies. And that is exactly what Somerset needed to do this morning if they want to have any chance of winning, which is what Martin de Lange was talking about yesterday. As we get another look at it, dangling the bat there, and well taken, Steve Davies. Straight away, an impact from Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, he's that kind of bowler. You have to be aware because he shapes the ball away, but he's got that nip backer on tap, which means that even though it's outside the line of the stumps, in the batter's mind, they're thinking, yeah, but maybe I do still have to play it. And you could see Atkinson was frustrated. I mean, not the start to the morning he would have wanted, but perfect from Lewis Gregory, who is straight into his work.
It's funny, isn't it? Somerset toiled and toiled for 6 wickets yesterday. It's taken 2 balls to pick up the first one this morning. But as I say, Josh Davey unable to continue. He was replaced by Casey Aldridge. Craig Overton did come back out to bat, and it was then overnight deemed that he wasn't fit enough. Concussion test not good enough to continue. And so he was replaced by Martin de Lange. Now, just looking at who the batter is coming out, it is not Hashim Amla. It will be Dan Worrell who comes to the crease. So still no sign of Amla. It might be that Somerset only need 1 more wicket here. But as Sam was saying, that does mean that if they get this wicket in this over, they're going to have best part of 6 sessions to save the game.
Yeah, well, 6 sessions to what? Put on 500-600, give yourself a 300 lead to try and bowl Surrey out on the final day?
Yeah. What could be simpler?
Martin de Lange, that was what was in his mind. And if Martin de Lange believes it, I'm with him. Who am I to argue with Martin de Lange? I think that would be dangerous.
He was talking about double hat-tricks in the 4th innings. I mean, that's one way of winning a game. You can maybe set a target of 10 and bowl them out for less than 10. But realistically, Somerset here are backs against the wall. Gregory in again to Worrell, who is driving but not timing it. And it goes to Roelof van der Merwe. No run. So a much changed side from the one that was named. So the 3rd Somerset player in 11 days it was to get subbed off for concussion, including Jack Leach in the Test match at Lords. So a bit of bad luck. Jack Leach in a very different circumstance. Very pleased to see him back with England. That's set up nicely today. We'll keep you up to date, of course, with the Test match scores on the 5th day there. Worrell here might be the last man. We're not sure. In comes Gregory, and it's that full ball again. Bat coming in, squirting off an outside edge towards Tom Banton at cover.
I think he might be, because if Amla's not come out immediately, because if you've got a batter, you may as well send him out while Jordan Clark is still in there. And he's, oh, I'm no doctor, but you're not going to get any better in half an hour. He's either feeling okay this morning, and hopefully he's feeling okay soon, but maybe it's a case of, right, well, we'll save him for the 4th innings if we need, but actually stay in bed, get yourself a holiday and breakfast and have another kip.
Gregory over the wicket. It's a big swipe at this one. In fact, Steve Davies must have been moving a bit because he couldn't take it cleanly. Comes off, I think, his thumb. And it's dropped, although it wasn't a catching chance as such. So a bit of movement out there then from Gregory. Let's have a look at that. When it goes past the batter, just watch, see if there's... Yeah, maybe his vision slightly blocked by the batter, perhaps.
I think it might have just wobbled off the pitch. Because I tell you what, if Stephen Davies is putting it out, because he rarely, I mean, that catch, it wasn't an easy, it was relatively regulation, but he just makes things look so easy. So if he's not getting the ball in his hands cleanly, then you know something's happened.
Well, no buys in this innings, which doesn't always tell you the story of how wicketkeepers do, but it's certainly a good sign as Gregory is in again, slightly wider, and he's got him! 2 in the over, and that is that, because they're walking off here, Surrey. Well, how quick was that for Somerset? Within 1 over, no runs have been added, and 2 wickets taken. The score 382 for 9. That is all out as far as Surrey are concerned. And the lead 202, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have gone any better, really. All done in the first over. Lewis Gregory right on the money straight away. We know what a good bowler he is. Sometimes it takes him an over to get into a spell. Certainly not today. There he is. Fist bump to the crowd, the happy man. All that time out there yesterday. I mean, credit to Somerset yesterday, actually. I thought they bowled quite well. I mean, that's only a par score, really. It's 200 ahead of Somerset, but their batting is another story. But that's about right on this pitch, I would say. And they bowled all right. Casey Aldridge bowled well. Lewis Gregory bowled well. Peter Siddle always bowls well. Martin DeLanger, if you look at his figures now, 251 of 17, looks a little bit expensive. I think 10 overs into his work, he'd gone for maybe 12, 14 runs. Jack's got on the front foot hooking him away a little bit yesterday. But a really good bowling performance from what? 8 bowlers used from Somerset, including Craig Overton. And they've got bowling options. No Goldsworthy, no Ben Green bowling, but the hard work comes now.
Let's have a look at that wicket again. This is the first wicket. Bigger edge taken, as you say there, regulation, but well taken from Davies. And Gregory making the impact straight away. And we've spoken a bit about Gregory on this commentary before, saying that he hasn't had the luck this season, perhaps getting the ball to do a good bit. He's looking quite fit, which is great, bowling well, but maybe not having the luck that he's had in other seasons where maybe catches would have been taken or edges would have been caught. Look at this one, yeah, nice edge, well bowled, good length, well taken. Yeah,
you see Atkinson just gets caught in 2 minds. The ball's coming down, he's thinking, yeah, can I leave that alone? But he knows Gregory can nip that one back. So, yeah, Gregory moves on to 298 first-class wickets for Somerset. There's the scorecard. So that Surrey innings dominated by Rory Burns, the skipper, 113, top of the order. 88 for Will Jacks too. He batted beautifully. Jordan Clark remains unbeaten on 63. They'll be a bit frustrated that Jordan Clark didn't get to face a ball this morning, because I suspect if Worrell had survived that over, we'd have seen Clark, the shackles come off a little bit, because he's a destructive cricketer. So they'd have gone, right, well, let's try and put 230, 240 lead. 200 lead. It's big, but it's not unassailable. You would hope that Somerset will at least make Surrey bat again. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, actually. If 2 players can get in, and this pitch, although what we've seen today is Lewis Gregory bowling very well in 1 over, it's hard to judge what we've seen. Yesterday, I was having a chat with Tom Banton yesterday, and he said first day, ball was doing a bit, ball was coming off the seam a bit, ball was doing a little bit in the air. Yesterday, not so much. It was a batting day yesterday, and he said, can't see any reason why the pitch wouldn't continue like that today. So there's chances here for a Somerset side who have struggled a bit with runs this year, who have collapsed several times. There's chance here to make up for those, as we see the last moments of Lewis Gregory celebrating. There's a slow-mo celebration there. He's pointing at someone in the crowd. Is this the wicket? Here it is.
Doesn't look like much of an edge. Yeah, no, that was the drop. That was the one which Steve Davis dropped.
I was just thinking, there was not much bat on that one.
No, he would have been unlucky to be given out, especially as Steve Davies then dropped it. That would have been an unusual wicket. But no one. Sam looked at me and said, almost with his eyes, said, "Oh, I can't believe he's been given on that one." But no, it just shows Lewis Gregory getting a bit of movement in the air on that one. So 202-run lead. So just take someone. Let's make hypothetical situations here. We've got 6 sessions of this game to go, less 1 over, or less 3 overs now, I guess, with the changeover.
Oh, you're quick, Charlie. You're good, aren't you? Don't miss a trick. I like that.
Minus the other 2 for the other changeover, of course, as well, assuming it doesn't happen at a break. But the hypothetical situation is we need one of Somerset's top order, really. Let's be honest. It's going to be one of Somerset's to really nail a spot there and hang around, make long runs, big runs from there, and then at some point one other batter to really get hold of it. A couple of centuries here, quick ones, if you can get one other quick one. I'm just being hypothetical here, Sam. about how Somerset can manufacture a win, because 6 sessions is enough to make a win, but they're going to have to bowl Surrey out for less than 382 in the next innings.
Well, yeah,
and score quickly.
And they're going to have to, as you say, with 6 sessions, Surrey are going to have to. With Somerset, I'm not going to bat 6 sessions. I'd be very surprised if that happens. So they need to get into lead. I think to start with, it's just you can get caught in two minds, because what you don't want there is that final wicket. That one, it looked like Dan Worrell did get a tickle on it, and he marched straight off knowing he's got some work to do. But Somerset, there's the other angle. Gregory pointing away to the crowd. Must be someone in there that he's raised a smile towards, maybe a member of his family. But yeah, Somerset are going to have to. You can't just go out there thinking about survival, because that is a very difficult mindset. And actually, maybe because the lead's only 200, they're going to think, actually, well, we need to get ahead of it at some point. But they've just got to bat properly. I want to see a bit more application. I thought Lachlan Stevens, the batting coach, was very honest in his assessment of it after day one. He said, when you change from T20 to first-class cricket, the obvious question, everyone goes, are they playing T20 shots? And he said, absolutely not. It wasn't that at all. In fact, we were too tentative. We didn't have a method. You look at someone like Rory Burns, he had a method, as did Will Jacks. And there's got to be a bit more application. He said, very honestly, that only once this season, when Somerset have been put under pressure by the bowling side, have they come out of any credit. That was Surrey in the first innings, where Tom Abel get 150. You know, we've seen them get big runs here against Warwickshire, and he said, well, yeah, but Warwickshire didn't bowl that well. And you'd imagine that Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton naturally are going to come out there firing. They're top of the table. Somerset are going to be under pressure, and it's about how they react to that.
Well, the only way Somerset are going to win this game is by getting Surrey out cheaply, and that's not something that's happened in the entire championship so far this season. Surrey have not been bowled out cheaply. They've had games which have been lower scorers than some of the 600s that they've put on, but this team does not give away wickets. This team does not, find themselves losing 3 top-order wickets in the space of 3 overs or something, which is something we've seen far too often with Somerset so far this season. So to talk about saving a game with 6 sessions to go, it's going to be slow, hard cricket. This is going to be tough cricket, isn't it? For batters to hang around against this excellent bowling side, Somerset have got some real work cut out here. And interestingly, and slightly ominously for Somerset, the first Surrey player back out on this field after they'd just gone in was Jordan Clark, who was fully padded up, waiting to face a ball, didn't actually face one, ran off with real intent, and then got changed the quickest and came back out the quickest. So it just shows he has got his tail up. He'll be absolutely ready for this.
Yeah, and he is their standout bowler in the county championship so far this season. He wasn't at his best in the first innings. He struggled. The very first ball he tried to bowl, he took the new ball and he pulled out of his run-up because he didn't quite get it right. And there was just a sense it wasn't quite right all that morning, and he was rotating, as you were here, he was kind of rotating his shoulder quite a bit, so maybe a little bit of stiffness. But so he is a man who, bit of confidence as well, buoyed by a few runs. Dan Worrell was just absolutely unbelievable. We know, but I think he is going to be, if Surrey win the county championship, he is going to be key to them, because he's actually a bit quicker than you think. He can get it up towards 85, 86, 87 miles an hour, nips it both ways, has got that really wide-angled run-up, which I love. And then Jamie Overton, who I just thought showed a new level of maturity. He said himself after the game that, you were talking about it a little bit earlier on, it was swinging around in the first 50 overs, and he went, well, I don't need to bowl flat out here. I just need to pull it back and just try and let the ball do the work, pitch it up, which I think is a sign of new maturity for Jamie Overton. And then he said, well, 50 overs in, it stopped swinging, and so I thought, I'm going to bowl quite quickly now.
Quick and short and nasty bowling. Proper bowling. Proper first-class bowling. And it was almost impossible to play. You saw a few players sort of fending it off their heads, obviously getting hit on the head a couple of times as well, as the Somerset openers make their way out. Slip cordon already packed, waiting for them. 4 slips in place. As the roller makes his way off. It's quite a late departure for the roller. The players are pretty much on the cut strip already. The roller barely leaving the square. That does look quite fun, the roller. I'd quite like to have a go on it. Do you think we can sort that out?
Would be quite fun. I think I'd be dangerous on the roll.
Yeah.
I don't think it would end well.
It's a dangerous bit of kit. Look, he's chasing down fine leg here. There he goes. Look at him. That looks so much fun.
They always start them up whenever we're doing our pre-match videos. The
Yeah.
roller always comes
Well, they know
back.
they're doing that deliberately. They know they've got loud engines on those things. So.
Right, well, it's going to be Dan Worrell. No surprises there. Fantastic. 3 for 28 in the first innings off 16 overs. At one point, he bowled 10 overs for about 6 runs, I think it was. He's got 4 slips in. Jamie Overton at first. Thinks about a run. Ben Green turns it down. Jamie Overton's got his jumper on at first slip. Will Jacks at second. Ryan Patel at third. I think it's Cameron Steele in it. I think I'd say it's a 4th slip rather than a gully. Ben, there they are. Yeah, I think it's definitely a 4th slip. Yeah. Ben Geddes at backward point. The skipper, Rory Burns, at mid-off. Who's that at mid-on? It'd be potentially the sub-fielder who, in spirit of Hashim Amla, has got his wide-brimmed hat on. Ooh, bit wayward from Worrell. So Somerset are up and running. Unfortunately for the wicketkeeper, that'll go down as 4 byes.
Yeah, that's tough, isn't it? No, I don't think Jamie Smith could have done too much more about that. That was coming quickly and pretty wayward. Swinging away, it felt like. It's moving away more. Yeah, yeah, you can see it moving away. Tough life being a wicketkeeper.
It is. In 4-day cricket,
Yeah.
the bowlers get away with those. In 1-day cricket, that's 5 wides.
Yeah.
Leg side again. Good bit of work from Jamie Smith. So just a little bit of work to find his radar early on. Dan Worrell, that wide run up of his. So he had a tree in his back garden. That's why the wide run up when he was a kid. That's
I
why
love
it came.
those stories of how actions or techniques are defined by your back garden or your local park. Just, yeah, it's just such a. You just don't get that in other sports, do you?
No,
See
here we
the
go.
very starts.
It's like a strip away. It's very Pete Trigo-esque. Darren Stevens does the same. You see the swing there. He got his radar right. Swang late. Jamie Smith took that in front of Will Jacks at second slip. I saw him and Peter Siddle, Dan Worrell this is, catching up. Teammates over in Australia at the Adelaide Strikers. Skipper, in fact. Maybe Sid was trying to give him some, say, come on, Dan. That's a bit unfair, isn't it? But yeah, both sides very unlucky. Worrell's now on a UK passport, qualifies through his parents. Got quite close to the Oz. Well, played 1-day stuff. Got quite close to the 19 Ashes series, I think. And then, as happens with fast bowlers, stress fracture.
Classic. Very frustrating. Sam put up a lovely tweet earlier. Didn't you, Sam?
Did I?
Yeah, lovely tweet. You said, "Isn't that a fine view?" And you put a picture of the county ground. There's just one small problem with that fine view.
Oh, go on.
You've got your finger over the top of the
Yeah,
lens.
it's called art, Charlie. You just don't understand these kind of things. You're
So
not an artist like myself.
It is a fine view, except for the big finger smudge in the top right-hand corner.
There you go. So you think Charlie Taylor's going to come on and be nice to you? Lovely shot from Ben Green. He'll pick up 4. Tucked off the hips. Worrell not quite getting his radar right first up. Somerset, 8 without loss.
Yeah, no, it is a nice view. It's a lovely view.
Still going on
I'd
that
love
one,
to
are we? Still going on there?
I'd love to see the full view.
Well, you weren't here early enough to take it, Charlie, so.
Well, the thing is, Sam, you arrived here about 5 o'clock in the morning, so...
I'm not quite Mark Church.
No.
He is admirable, however.
Mark Church from BBC Radio London, who follows Surrey around. He's here in about that time in the morning, just lapping up the sun. Loves it.
It's the best part of the day, though, because you
Yeah.
feel like you're cheating the rest of the world because no one else is around.
Yeah.
So you've got this ground, that wonderful view, my finger just over the
Yeah.
lens. It's all art. If people would pay thousands for the smudged county ground view.
You should sell it as an NFT and see if you can get some
Yeah.
money for it.
Not something I particularly understand.
No, me neither.
But I guess it is a photo, so it's not real. Well, it's on my camera still. If I printed it off, it becomes tangible.
Yeah.
So that it's not an NFT. Is that
No.
right?
Yes, correct.
Right.
Correct. At the moment, it only exists in our minds. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it's certainly in your mind right now.
It certainly is. I want to get it off my screen. So it'll be, unsurprisingly, Jordan Clark, who will start from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. And the score 8 for no loss after that. Nice shot for 4 from Ben Green, plus the byes as well. 4 of them. can Clark do? Just the 3 slips into to Clark as Lammonby readies himself and just turns this one into the leg side. No run there. Quantocks looking wonderful today. I was very tempted last night to go for a walk on the Quantocks because when you're here in the ground, you sort of look at them for a long time and they're sort of calling my name in the nice weather like this, especially the long evenings. But by the time I got home, there they are, look at that. By the time I got home, I just didn't quite have time to then go back out to the Quantocks. So instead, went for a walk up Brent Knoll, not too far away from where I live, which was beautiful. The sunset over the sea was absolutely beautiful. As this one goes down the leg side and there is no run there. It was a wonderful evening last night. Are you in a hotel? What are you with you? You're staying. You live here, don't you? In the area.
My parents.
Family do.
Parents are very local, so I'm over by Taunton School, which is perfect because we're on a main road, but you just cross the road and you're straight in up by Taunton Vale Sports Club. So I tend to go out for a run early morning in the lanes. It's beautiful. Very different to where I live in the centre of London. Very, very different setting.
Yeah. And Clark in around the wicket. Lammonby leaves this one alone outside the off stump. No run, 8 for no loss. Well, it's all been Somerset's way so far today. 2 wickets in the first over. A couple of boundaries as well. And since they've started batting. Saw some peregrine falcons yesterday. Not spotted them. The seagulls got a bit worried at one point. I saw that one seagull was sort of diving after a dog in the ground. Constantly going back and forth, diving, and he's like scared of the dog, trying to attack it. Lammonby waits for this one from Clark. Then defending is a bit closer to the stumps this time. Lammonby forced to do something with it. And there is no run there.
They've got their own Twitter account, haven't they, those peregrine falcons?
Yeah, I don't know who's got more followers, the peregrine falcons or Ben Green's moustache.
They've probably got more followers than I have, I know that for a fact.
Well, if you're going to post photos like that, not surprised. we're gonna find that out.
You get rid of Peter Trigo and you think you're going in for a pleasant day without someone constantly jibing at you, and then Charlie Taylor rocks out.
Clark around the wicket, down the leg side, good diving stop from Jamie Smith. See, the thing is, I got briefed this morning to make sure that the essence of Trigo was still very much in the commentary box.
The essence of Trigo. It smells about the aftershave's still here, definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. God, he's wearing those trainers. Did you talk about it on the stream yesterday?
I actually quite like them. I want a pair of them. I want a pair of them.
But I took a picture because he came down to see us in the other commentary box, and I took a picture and did a guess who, and I said, guess who's wearing these at the county ground today? Most people thought it was me. Most people said, oh, I love these. Nice choice. It's not me wearing them, as Clark's in again. Pulled, and that will be 4. Lovely shot. Tom Lammonby, well timed, got on top of it. And another boundary for Somerset, going well so far.
Yeah, nice steady start. Both Lammonby and Green have boundaries to their name, which they'll be delighted with. No, I wasn't guessing it was you.
No, well,
I'd see.
I saw them.
I've been sat with him, but I hadn't noticed. You become immune to what he wears.
Yeah, you just get blind to it, don't you? If you get offended by it every time, you know, becomes harder to sort of talk to him.
But they were lovely. I really liked them.
They were nice. I tell you what they were. They were Hello Kitty. They had like the kitten's face on it, but the shade of blue they were, the light blue, was actually very pleasant.
They were lovely. Right, Worrell to Green.
He's playing golf today, isn't he?
Yeah, I suspect he is. Up at a tournament, presumably. Is it?
Yeah,
he's on the Euro.
In Bath, I think, today.
The Euro. I don't know what they're called.
I don't really do golf.
No, so. I know. Well, I can confirm, Charlie Taylor, that the Taunton Peregrines have 2,370 followers.
How many?
2,370 followers on Twitter. How many? So we'll play a game of higher or lower after this ball. Without you Googling. I know what you were like.
No.
Soft hands from Ben Green. Is there a person down at third? I can't see from here. No, there's not. So he'll get 4. Lovely looking shot there. Green just opened the face. Doubles his tally on to 8. Right, so Harry Everett's at the back of the box too. So higher or lower, Ben Green's moustache versus the Taunton Peregrine Falcons. Everett at the back has gone for Green's moustache, so he said higher.
No, it can't have more than 2. How many? 2,300?
Yeah.
No, it's got to be lower.
Yeah, Taylor wins. nothing gets past him. 94 followers
Yeah,
for Ben Green's
94.
moustache. Edged and taken. What a catch that is. What a grab from Ryan Patel. He will take the plaudits of his teammates, and rightly so. That flew away to his right, and he took the catch. We'll see on the replay. Behind him almost. It was a thick outside edge. Patel there at third slip, just takes it almost half a yard behind him. Somerset have lost their first wicket. Ben Green, he'd started with a couple of nice shots, but unfortunately, it's a bit of a familiar tale. Somerset 16 for 1. Tom Abel will be coming out inside the third over.
It's a very good ball, and it's a very good catch. Surrey, there's a reason they're top of the league, and they're taking chances like that. Good stuff. 16 for 1 here. Somerset still behind by 186.
Sometimes though you do have to, and that is a fine bit of bowling.
Yeah.
Ben Green had to play it there. He's genuinely found the outside edge, and that's an absolutely terrific catch. So here comes the skipper, Tom Abel, with his short sleeve jumper on, just winding up the big shots. I'm not sure there'll be too many of those early doors.
We spoke about him just now. He's coming on a bit like Pete Trigo used to do, which was sort of gearing up the cannon.
He's
loosening it.
Just kind of the essence of Trigo is
It's
just
still here.
It's just going all the way through the Cooper Associates county round. Remember, Tom Abel, 150 and 53 in the reverse fixture, made just 1 in the first innings, and he slashed. He was really reaching at a wide one from Jamie Overton. It was probably the worst ball Jamie Overton bowled in the game so far. It was caught at point. Bit of revenge for Tom Abel last night, though. Here we see that catch on the replay. No, we don't. We see Ben Green opening the face and running it down to third. Poor old Todd's having a torrid time this morning. It's a lovely shot, that,
Nice
from
shot.
Ben Green.
Nice shot. Same, he's not there anymore.
Solid from Abel. Yeah, he had a bit of revenge last night. Jamie Overton late in the day just tickled 1 behind, and there was the celebration suggested it meant that just a little bit more.
Big punch of the bat from Overton, wasn't there? He was not happy to get out.
Yeah, that's the signal for the Surrey dressing room to go, right, we're just going to move out onto the balcony and
Everyone
let
out.
Jamie.
Yeah. God, and the thing is with this Surrey side is they don't open with him, so you know he's going to be fresh and waiting for you when you 12 overs in or something.
Worrell, his radar is firmly back on. Struggled a little bit in his first over, but this second over has been another fine display. Picked up the wicket of Ben Green a couple of balls ago. Showed a bit of fancy footwork there, just flicking the ball up, kicking it to Rory Burns. I'm still trying to work out. We'll see we'll try and get a camera on him when he turns around. Who's on the field for Hashim Amla? As I said, he's got that sun hat. That's where Amla fields at mid-on. He's always in the sun hat. I dare say it's probably a bowler. Oh, that's an absolute beauty from Dan Worrell. Tom Abel pushed at it. He did well not to get a bat on it too. He danced down the track. Just gets away with it. 16 for 1, Somerset after 3.
Well, that ball is unlucky not to have brought a wicket as we have another look at it. Oh, coming off the pitch quickly. Forced to play at it just outside the off stump. Moving away ever so slightly, maybe off the pitch. Tom Abel is, well, he's lucky not to have got anything on that because it surely would have been gobbled up in the slips or behind.
The USF, where the USF yesterday, Finn Hill, we identified him. Not with
Just about.
Well, there's a story there.
And be turning this around the corner. There's a bit of a chance. Call of catch it. They'll come through for a single. He moves on to 5, bringing Abel on to strike, yet to score. Only managed 1 in the first innings. And
There's that catch from Ryan Patel. What a grab. Absolutely motoring up around his shoulder. And that was the end. Edged and gone. Super catch. Really was. I mean, that's the kind of... When things are going your way, when you're top of the league, that's a sign of real quality. Tom Laws, I reckon that is. Honours 12ers for Hashim Amla.
left alone. No run.
And it says on his profile he's only 6 foot.
Only?
He looks a little bit taller than that down at fine leg.
You can tell Sam Dalling's a tall guy when he says someone's only 6 foot.
You do. It's interesting. I said I'm about 6'2", and my barometer. People say, "Oh, the tall person over there." Unless they're significantly taller than me, I just don't notice it.
Clark over the wicket to Abel. I'm going to say I'm 6'5", and so I am dreadful judge of height. Because everyone, there's only 1 or 2 people.
You're
who I
6'5".
Yeah.
You're going to say you're 6'5", or you are?
No, I'm 6'5".
Are you?
Yeah, yeah. My my parents are both quite tall. My uncle's 6'4". It's in our family. But I only if someone asks me, well, how tall do you reckon they are? And if they're smaller than me, could be anything between 4 and 6 foot. Left alone, Abel there. Shouldering arms.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
It's
I've got no judge. They're just short, unless they're at least 6'2".
There's no benchmark for me. Pretty much everyone's shorter than me. Pretty much. I mean, I know you're tall, because when we talk, we can look pretty much eye to eye when we're standing up. We're into the 4th over of this innings, the 5th of the day. It took just 1 over. If you're late joining us today, 1 over to mop up the last 2 wickets of Surrey's innings. So that's a Yorker. Well played by Abel. And there's no run there. Abel's struggling to get off the mark here. Good bowling, keeping him on 0.
Was it 6 wickets in the entirety of yesterday, and we had 3 in the first 4 overs? Today. Oh, the spell. I'm glad I'm coming off now, really, because my spell, I could end up on the honours board here.
In comes Clark again, another full ball just outside off stump. Yeah, I don't know if it's been updated with the
Hampshire
spell of the Hampshire game, which was 10 for. Let's take a look at that Lammonby pull shot from early on in the innings. Yeah, nicely timed, just spotting it. Not a lot of width, really, just quite straight on him, and he's using it nicely.
It didn't look like a proper bouncer. It just looked like one he just dragged a little bit short, and there's that difference. Right, I'm going to disappear. Harry Everett is going to come in for the first time today.
Thank you very much. Sam Dalling, commentator, photographer. 17 for 1 the score, 4 overs in. So Somerset's going at a good rate here. Picked up a few boundaries here and there, but 4 slips in place. Jamie Overton at first slip right next to wicketkeeper Smith. And you've got Jacks, Patel and Steele making up the rest of the cordon, as it will be Worrell to continue. To the left-handed Lammonby, who's pulling again. It's in the air. It's going to drop just short of the fielder at square leg. Just backward square leg. It's Harry Everett's alongside me now. Morning, Harry.
Morning, everyone. Sorry if I'm a bit blocked up, but the old hay fever's got to all this.
Oh no!
All this silaging going around in the West Country.
Yeah.
Bit of pollen in the air, but I wonder if that affects cricketers. I was thinking the other day, how many county cricketers are popping hay fever tablets?
Well, I tell you what happened yesterday that I thought about afterwards, because I went on a nice walk yesterday evening through a field which had just been cut, and I thought to myself, oh, this reminds me, Lewis Gregory was sneezing like no man's business in the slip cordon yesterday. He was echoing around the ground.
Did you offer him some hay fever tablets?
Well, I mean, I wasn't in the slip cordon, Harry. Worrell's in. This one just nicely opened the face there. Did Lammonby, rolling it through a vacant 3rd area for 4. 21 for 1, and Lammonby picks up his 2nd boundary. No, I was in the commentary box, so I couldn't run on. You know, I haven't got that sort of clearance.
Chuck him to the 12th man, and
yeah. Well, the thing is that I've never had hay fever, luckily, so I've never even taken a hay fever tablet in my life. So
I'm not convinced they work that much, to be honest with you.
Do you think it's placebo?
I think it is. That's the exact word. Yeah. They send you to sleep. Some people say. Some people take them before bedtime, but
really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what the recommended medical advice is. Not that.
But it must affect. You know, cricketers aren't immune to it. So that was left nicely. They might. You know, some cricketers will have hay fever, won't they? And they play in very grassy areas, which get mown a lot.
Yeah, you'd be worried if you weren't playing on grassy areas if you're playing cricket.
Yeah, they don't do clay.
No, that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine,
like
you know,
tennis.
when the umpire gets down from his chair and checks where the ball's landed.
Yeah.
It'd be quite good
See
for
it. You
yeah,
can actually see the dents.
you wouldn't need TMS. You wouldn't need a third umpire. In club cricket, you could just see where the ball's landed. Oh, that's pitched outside off stump.
Yeah.
See on the clay. There you go. What an idea that is.
3 in the cordon now for Lammonby, who again is just on his toes, opening the face of the bat and running it down for another boundary at the third area.
Deliberate shots. You give them both of them.
Yeah, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt there. I reckon.
I like that.
I think well, I'm sure there'll be. Here we go. I reckon this is a deliberate ploy. He knows the gaps there. Yeah, I reckon. Yep, definitely. He looks in the area. He knows what he's doing.
We're in a very positive frame of mind this morning. I like that.
Yeah, I am. I think Lammonby's come out with real intent here. Looking good, spotting the gaps, using the pace.
So DeLange fancies a double hat trick, and
Yeah.
Lammonby fancies, well,
Well, DeLange, he was talking yesterday after the game, and the question was, come up with a, please tell me how Somerset going to win from here. And this one is played into the onside. And he was talking about double hat tricks, which, you know, I never mind hearing that, but you can't plan for it, can you, as a team? You can't say, well, we'll get them out because we'll get 6 in and over. Yeah, you can't, but just shows there is positive intent. I mean, DeLange is a very positive person anyway. He's a very optimistic person. But maybe that's what echoed around the rest of the dressing room. They trail now by 177.
he had a nice moment with DeLange, actually. I'll let Worrell finish his ball first.
Hit on the pad, but very high up, and there's no run. More of the leg, the thigh pad than anything else there. Go on.
Yeah, I thought it was just a lovely touch. It sums up DeLange's character. You might have heard how myself, Todd, Harry Trump and Ben Warren were struggling to get out of the Gloucester, what do they call it these days? The Seat Unique Stadium we were talking about earlier. It's not the Seat Unique Stadium, the Seat Unique Stadium on Neville Road, the former county ground of Gloucestershire. And I just thought it was lovely how all these players were walking past the kit and just taking their own kit onto the bus, and Martin DeLange stopped and picked up 4 bags that were, you know, team kit, club kit that the other physio staff or the coaching staff would normally carry, and managed to shove his bag on one shoulder and these other 4 bags in his left hand, and ridiculous how much he was carrying. And
Yeah.
what a man he is, not just strong but generous too. As Jordan Clark, quite a wide delivery outside the off stump, Tom Abel leaves. I mean, you could call that negative lines, and obviously a wide in white ball cricket, but easily through to Jamie Smith behind the sticks. And yeah, Jordan Clark, so he's one of those interesting cricketers who wouldn't get in the Surrey team when everyone's fit. When all 11 are available, you got your Currans, you got your, obviously folks, the wicketkeeper wouldn't really affect the bowling stakes, but top please, there's so many bowlers they've got, it's ridiculous, the Arsenal, isn't it? But he's a very mightily effective county championship seaman. That's just got playing and missing outside off stump, Tom Abel. I love watching him for Lancashire. Surprised actually when he came down. I think it was the same year when Mark Stoneman came down.
Oh, yeah.
Stoneman, Borthwick and Jordan Clark, I believe, all came down from the north down to London with an exodus, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was that was the year, wasn't it? Durham had that point penalty, moved down a division.
Yeah, I still feel that's a bit harsh.
Still, yeah, it was feeling harsh still. Yeah.
If I was from Durham, I'd still be bitter about that. Jordan Clark, lovely actually, the last couple of balls. Tom Abel not getting anything easy at the start of his innings, still not to score.
Yeah, they're not giving him one half volley outside the stump yet, have they? Just to get him going.
Got some interesting comments on the YouTube. I do love the little chuckles we get from the YouTube comments.
Oh yeah.
Sydrabad rules is off to get his ice cream at 11:30. I mean, it's pretty hot, but why not have a morning ice cream? You've had what did you have this morning? A tuna?
I started the day with a tuna baguette, and it seemed to offend everyone in this room.
Oh, talk about legs on par volley. That nearly was it.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark, but Abel hits mid on. It went down nicely though, didn't it?
This is what I think, because it's tuna salad. I get it from the local sandwich shop. Tuna salad, you've got your tuna, healthy, omega-3, other great stuff, protein, whatever else. Then you've got your salad, tomatoes, lettuce, onion, all in there. You're starting off the day on the front foot there.
Why not?
You can then relax about some of the other stuff during the day, because you think, oh, I had a good, strong, hearty breakfast.
Great stuff. I must say I did not have one of them this morning.
What did you have?
I had my usual cornflakes and brown flakes cereal mix. every
Cornflakes
day.
and bran flakes.
Yeah, always brown flakes on the bottom, cornflakes on the top.
Good.
Has to be.
Crowned with cornflakes.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've had the same cereal since I was about 6 years old, I think.
Well, it's done you no
Creature
harm.
of habit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it will be a creature of habit if you eat that every morning. That would definitely get you into a habit.
So Jordan Clark with, what, 4 slips in place outside the off stump. We should update with scores around the grounds. Warwickshire-Lancashire is a game I've been following particularly closely because there's a lad who's been playing his club cricket in Somerset, playing for Lancashire. I'm
So
sure
I
you've
saw.
heard.
Yeah.
You haven't seen me being rinsed on Twitter about it. Yeah, I hope you haven't been involved with that.
I saw that you struggled against him.
Thanks for the polite way of putting it. But it makes you feel so much better now, Charlie.
Yeah, he's county championship level.
If I can get 2 off 28 balls off him, and they were both off the man himself, Will Williams, then he's got 6 not out in the...
How did you score those 2?
One was a straight drive, in fairness,
Was
which
it?
I thought was 4. I got so excited.
Stop
well,
running.
Well, yeah, I thought it was 4. They stopped in the middle of the crease, you know, halfway down. I think, oh, that's 4 runs. Then matey from mid-off dived across. Hell of a stop.
Matey from mid-off.
Yeah, and then he got run out.
Worrell comes into Lammonby.
The other one was a back foot punch to cover. So, yeah,
Oh, I love a
decent
back
shots.
foot punch.
In front of square, I was well happy with that, to be honest with you.
Nice one, mate.
If he's good enough for Sam Hain and Will Rhodes or wherever else he got out.
So did you get out to him?
Boys. No, I didn't actually. I
Oh,
got
okay.
the other end. So there you go. I saw him off for 6 overs.
So you got out to the player who isn't a county championship level one?
I think Alfie Ogborn, very useful Bridgewater
fair
bowler
enough.
still, but
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah,
God, Bridgewater got a good side, haven't they?
very good side. They got about 7 pros on their books apparently.
Oh, this one takes an inside edge, flashes past the stumps to Atkinson, who picks it up at long leg. No run, just a single, sorry, to that one. So 26 for 1.
You'll be glad to know I did not bowl at Will Smead. Will Smead and George Bartlett did not play in that game, fortunately for my...
I'd love to see you bowl to Will Smead. Well, I'd love to see the 6s that came
Yes.
off your bowling to Will Smead.
Oh, if that happened, my teammates already decided they were going to field in the field, literally.
Yeah, literally next door's
Literally,
field.
yeah.
Yeah, not sure what the farmer would make of it.
No, so no. Well,
Next to where I play, Axbridge, which is at Allerton, there's a field of maize. It's in the late summer, it's so
yes.
high up, like it's taller than all the players. This one takes an edge, but along the ground to Steele. So ball goes in there. You could be looking for ages.
I'm a local town. Do you know Bickley near Tiverton? You ever been to Bickley Mill?
No, don't
No, I'll have to
Bickley.
advertise Bickley Mill. They have a maze of maize. Well, they always used to when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, I love those.
As in
things.
a M-A-Z-E of M-A-I-Z-E.
Yeah.
My spelling test here.
Yeah.
Yeah, great fun as a kid. Really high maze, and you're wandering around. There's a big bridge, is the only thing you can see, and you've got to get to the bridge, and then you've got
Oh, in the middle, yeah, kind of like a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they have one at Longley as well.
Yeah, they do. Over the wicket is Worrell this time, and just pushing forwards.
Reminds actually, my family have this thing about going to Longley over Christmas. And last Christmas we all went. My brother and sister from Edinburgh came down, and me and my mum, and we were all in different pairs trying to get around the maze. And then we suddenly realised the last entry for the safari was at 2 o'clock. And we were all stuck in the maze. So our family WhatsApp kicks off. We're all not meant to be looking at our phones and not using Strava or Google Maps to get out of this maze. I
Yeah.
did try that. It didn't work, by the way. Little tip.
What, Strava?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No,
in the
it wouldn't
maze.
work. I couldn't see why.
No.
Do you think they map out the maze on Strava? The farmer sends off the blueprints. Defended.
I thought I might get away with it. But anyway, no, suddenly we all realised we had to leg it out of this maze to get to the last entrance to the safari, and we couldn't get out the flipping maze.
So did you miss the whole thing?
So we got to the safari last, and they were very generous to us. We got there and profusely apologised.
You can say, well, it was the fact your maze was so good.
Yeah.
That we couldn't be here on time.
We got there at 2:15 and they still left, unfortunately. It was the maze's quality's fault.
Love that. A few people up on the balcony, right at the top balcony of the flats today. This one's left. A bit shorter from Worrell, who's been pushing that length forwards quite a lot over the last few overs and in the first innings as well. Yeah, a couple of people at the top. No, 4 people I can see enjoying the flats. Maybe 5, actually. 5, if I count them all up.
Hashtag flat watch.
Yeah.
I reckon
Who else
you've
we got quite a few on the balconies today.
Yeah.
It's a good...
Nice weather, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good day for it. It's a lovely day, lovely warm air. It's just getting warmer, isn't it? 28, 29 on Friday, I think it's...
I thought you meant today. I
No.
don't think it's quite that warm today.
No, 20... I think
Yeah, Friday's going to be a scorcher.
28, 29 on a Friday. It's really warm. T20 here on Friday night.
Yes. Isn't it weird when we're flitting between formats as Jordan Clark?
Yeah.
Jordan Clark's won a nice little tidy spell outside off stump here.
Yep, very good.
Not much bad on ball. Yes, T20 Friday night. Oh, can't quite
Gloucestershire.
get my head around. Yes. So we had Gloucestershire, then we had Kent, then we had Surrey in the County Championship, then we're back to Gloucestershire in the T20. It's all rather confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's it must be. I know the players always play it down, but it must be a bit tricky to go because all the skills in a lot of places are different. You know, not just the batting. The bowling's really different.
Oh,
The field, even
absolutely.
the fielding's different. You know, same principles but different.
That's a bit of a wild swing from Tom Lammonby. He's cursing himself. Full outside off stump. I just had a message from Graham White, who's ex-CC. He wants me to give a shout out to 3 ex-CC men on the field. Tom Lammonby, Ben Green, and of course young Finn Hill. I've got a fair amount of information from Finn. I actually played against Exeter on Saturday, so a few of their players were talking to me about Finn Hill. He's a 15-year-old 12th man for this game. He's pretty young to be playing men's cricket.
Is he 15, is he?
Yeah,
Right.
he should be at school, really. But King's College chap. That's Clark round the wicket to Tom Lammonby. Yeah, Tom Lammonby played a lot of cricket with Finn Hill.
If
Yeah,
he's-
went to St Leonard's Primary in Exeter and St Peter's Secondary.
If he's 15, though, it might be that he's on study leave.
Absolutely,
Because
yeah.
if he turned 16 before September the 1st.
Well, his 16th birthday is the 26th of June.
Yeah, so he's
So,
doing
yeah,
his
there you go.
GCSEs then.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, his brother Ty Hill's a quick bowler and his sister's Jess is very good at tennis. So a very sporty family.
Yeah. See, families do that, don't you? Doing really well. Yeah, sports just got that mentality or physical.
Yeah. Well, 12th man or GCSE revision, I mean.
Yeah, true.
That's a good shot from Tom Lammonby, though. Interesting, there is a deep square leg for early in the innings. I don't think Jordan Clark's going to bowl many bumpers. Jamie Overton maybe, but I thought to Jordan Clark they probably didn't need a deep square leg, but that leg stump half volley is only 1 run.
249 for 9 in the Test match now, New Zealand. So they lead by 263. That's warming up nicely there. We'll keep you posted. We'll
I've
keep
got
you
it
posted
got it on my second screen. Interesting to see Jack Leach open the bowling actually this morning, which is nice to.
Good stuff.
Of course,
Wicket of Devon Conway.
Yes, the Taunton Dean versus Taunton Dean. Former player, of course, Devon Conway. Jack Leach still plays her occasionally. Ooh, now there could have been a run there. Tom Abel is sent back by Tom Lammonby. He defends at the backward point.
Love that there was Taunton Dean v Taunton Dean in a Test match.
That's cool,
That
isn't it?
is very cool.
Well, also another Taunton club cricket today. We had Jack Brooks against Eddie Byram. Great to see Eddie Byram get 100 for Glamorgan yesterday. Of course, Jack Brooks is on loan at Sussex for a couple of games. I liked Eddie Byram. The way he wore his shiny, bright green or bright orange spikes and scored a few runs the other day for Glamorgan the T20.
He did well, didn't he, actually?
Didn't he?
Yeah, he batted well.
So great to see his first class 100 for Glamorgan yesterday.
How many has he got now? First class hundreds.
Well,
He got a
wasn't that? I thought that was his first one.
for Glamorgan, but did
Yes.
he not get one for? Did he get
No, I
the
don't think-
90s for something? He said,
No, he got runs in the Bob Willis Trophy final, didn't he?
shot.
That's a lovely shot from Tom Abel. Back foot punch to cover for 4.
Off the
That's got
mark.
him going. Yeah, off the mark after a little while he was out there. Yeah, Colin Ingram and Ed Byram have the highest second wicket partnership in Glamorgan's history. How about that?
No way. Wow.
297 for 1 at Glamorgan. And they've broken the record. It was only set in 2019. Labuschagne himself and Nick Selman, they put on 291. But, yeah.
This is his
122 not out, is Eddie Byram?
is Eddie Byram's 4th first class.
Sorry, yes, I got a bit excited.
century.
His first
Yeah.
for Glamorgan.
First for Glamorgan, yeah. I'm sure he definitely had some.
Yeah, wasn't there
I think he
Bob-
got one in. Did he get one in South Africa? Or
Wasn't it the
Zimbabwe
Bob
or
Willis? Wasn't it the Bob Willis
something? Yeah,
Trophy final?
he did. Yeah, he did get one in the final, didn't he? Yeah, yeah.
But didn't he back down the order? I think they put him down to maybe even he'd opened
Yeah.
most of the year with Lammonby, then didn't Green and Lammonby open for
Yeah.
a bit?
Yeah.
Because I remember, I think I was at Exeter Cricket Club that day actually, and watching with Mr. Lammonby and Mr. Green were watching their sons on the YouTube stream. It was quite cool.
So these players' dads, no.
Yeah,
As Worrell is in, that was left outside the off stump. Oh, sorry, the way when you said Mr. Lambie, Mr. Green, I was thinking of
a senior.
Tom
I should say.
and
Yes.
Ben, and then you said with their sons. I thought, right,
No,
I didn't know they had children. Bit of work continuing on the Gimblets Hill area, looking good now. Just
Yes.
saw. I was wondering how they, because what we've been told it's to make it more accessible, and I've seen now the ramp that leads up to it, which is great news.
Yep, going to be open at the end of the month.
Yeah, really good stuff. Glad to see that. Such an important part of the ground. So much character in there. Tractor, who's been in the last few days. Don't know if he's in yet. He normally starts chirping up around sort of 1 o'clock-ish
Yeah.
lunchtime. Ball, lovely shot for 4, Tom Lammonby. On the front foot, taking it to the bowler. And another one. So Somerset are attacking here, they're looking good. And this pitch, Tom Banton telling me yesterday, should be a pretty good one today for batting.
Looking good, isn't he, Tom Lammonby? We're not going to get the mockers here, but yeah, he's just playing positive cricket, isn't he?
Yeah.
Latching onto length pretty quickly.
Yeah. Mentioned he was on the front foot. He actually rocked back on that one, actually.
Yeah, I didn't like to correct you. I liked your on the front foot, but on the back foot. I like that.
No, he did rock backwards to play it. No, it's a good-looking shot, though, for 4. Big gap through mid-wicket as a fielder within what would be within the circle in a T20 game. But other than that, if you can just find the big gap to the right as we look at it, as he's playing this one finer.
Should also mention the England learning disabilities side in the Ashes in Brisbane. They're captained by another West Country lad, George Greenway from Exmouth CC. He's pretty cool to see, you know, guy from club cricket I've played against many times is out there captaining England, learning disability side. Another chap, Dan Bowser from North Devon, he's out there too.
Good stuff.
Playing cricket in Brisbane in, what are we, so we're June, which is effectively the middle of their winter.
Yeah.
Shows how good the weather is out there.
Yeah. We're all in and left alone. Yeah, I saw when the press release came out for that, I had to double check where it was taking place. It's June. I thought, they've said it's in Australia, but they've put June, so something can't quite work there. But it just shows, doesn't it, actually, the weather probably is good enough even in June.
It just seems slightly criminal to waste the best month of not waste, but, you know, to go out there in the best month of English weather, the English summer. But yeah, no. Brisbane is nice all year round. Too hot in the summer,
what sort of temperature would it be today? We need to look that up. See what it is actually like in an Australian winter. I've never really considered the winter in Australia, as this is left alone.
14 degrees. That's not bad, is it?
14. Yeah, you can play in 14. I mean, it's not super warm, is it? But it's usable. I think you take 14 degrees here in April, wouldn't you?
Oh,
in
it's
the
a lot warmer.
championship,
Yeah,
you'd take that for sure.
I think
so,
Durham would take 14 degrees all year round. 14 degrees and no more than 4% chance of rain for the entire next week. I guess it's just dry. It doesn't matter how many jumpers you wear. If it's dry, you can play cricket.
If it's dry, you can play cricket.
Well, I remember the last few Marches and Aprils we've had here. It's been so dry, but however cold it is, just crack on, yeah.
Get on with it. Stop complaining. That's what Harry Everett's saying. Yes. Dug out here by Tom Abel.
That's talking of T20 bowling you were a minute ago, that's a proper Yorker, that from Dan Worrell. Yeah. Well played by Tom Abel. And talking of Tom Abel and well played, look at this shot here. He was on naught for a good long while, but he kept cool, kept calm. Little trigger. And this isn't slow-mo, we should explain. They're not bowling quite slowly. Head into the ball. Front foot off the back foot, wasn't it, Charlie?
Yeah.
I like that.
Off the back foot.
Beautiful.
Cutting away, lovely shot.
No stopping that. So we'll see Jordan Clark continue. 9 overs in, no bowling change yet. Clark and Worrell, the two bowlers. We're going to see Jamie Overton at some point, of course. Not always a new ball. There was talk when he left Somerset that he wanted to go to Surrey to take the new ball. That was seen as a big reason for him going to the capital. But he's not always taking the new ball, but hostile.
Useful. That was what Somerset do with March and Delanga, isn't it?
Yes.
Sort of keep him a bit fresh when the ball stops doing quite so much, because he can still cause so many problems with it.
So around the wicket comes Clark, and that's a good run from Tom Lammonby. Great cricket there. It's annoying that matting on the wicket just this side is a bit irritating to field on, but I think that was going to be one all day long. And we'd better give Tom Lammonby a bit of slow-mo action as well, haven't we? Nice little wobble in his back left, and that's not massively short, is it? But he's picked up length so well to rock back and punch it.
Swivel pull, nice. Nice shot. It was really well placed, actually, when going forwards of square, so knowing where he was sending it, deliberately picking out that gap.
Yeah.
Nice shot, Tom Lammonby, who's on 20. Well, we know, this is the thing with all these Somerset batters, we know how much talent they've got, all that skill in there.
Back over the wicket to Tom Abel is Clark.
And that is why, we speak to fans, it's why it's so frustrating when you see them make a rash decision, because you think, oh, you've got time in this game, you've got all the skill, just take it. You can take a leaf out of Surrey's book, and Surrey have got a good side here, in particular Rory Burns, playing a lot, you know, test cricketer really. He's been up there. You just see he's not trying to force anything. He waits for that ball off his hip. He waits for it. If it's there for a cover drive, he'll play it.
He knows his game, doesn't he, inside
Yeah,
out.
really well.
Marshalling the troops here. Talking of Test cricket, I'm loving the battle between Trent Boult and Jimmy Anderson to be the highest scoring number 11 in Test cricket. I think it's very amusing. Trent Boult's in now and he's just got off the mark. They're 250 for 9 in New Zealand, and Boult's just got a 2, so he's now ahead of Muralitharan. But of course, Muralitharan's not playing anymore, so it's down to Boult and Anderson to keep fighting. It's funny seeing them bowl to each other.
So what, I haven't kept up. So are they pretty much on the same amount of runs out there?
Most runs at number 11 in Test cricket, 625 runs. So Boult's pretty much batted 11 most of his career. Well, so is Jimmy Anderson, really. Yeah. Stuart Broad, I believe, has the most runs at Test cricket at 9 and 10.
Is Anderson coming in at 11 for this one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't, was he? It was. Oh, there we go.
Matt Potts is bat number 8 or 9, but I don't think he's really.
It was Parkinson, wasn't it, who
yes.
came in at 11 in the previous game?
I don't think Matt Potts is much of a batter.
So
it's a bit of a tail, really. But
Anderson's 7 runs behind Boult.
Yeah, I just think it's hilarious the way they're going to keep. Well, this Test series is going to be great for those two. It's like a battle within the battle, isn't it?
Well, if Anderson's batting today, then something's gone wrong for England, or it's going to be a tensest finishes.
It could be a hell of a finish, couldn't it?
Well, it's a sellout. Well, sort of a
yeah,
sellout.
do you call it a sellout?
They haven't really sold it.
Is it a free out? I don't know.
A free out.
We had to sign up before 10 o'clock last night on the website, and then the website kept crashing.
Not surprised. Well, I mean, it's a great situation, isn't it? It wasn't going to be a dead day's cricket. Whatever happens, all results are still possible.
And I mean, I'd be back in England now, lead by 266. Unless Mitchell and Boult do something magic here, you'd be back in England to chase anything under 300 on a flare. Yes, it's the 4th innings. Yes, it's Test match and a bit of pressure. But I mean, the way Joe Root was batting the other day just made it look easy. Ollie Pope too.
Yeah, really pleased for Ollie Pope among his teammates here at Taunton, but I'm sure they were delighted to check the score when they got back in at lunch and tea breaks and things.
Yeah, they'll be watching the 40-minute interval, won't they?
Yeah.
Jordan Clark is full and straight and defend the Wable.
Only problem with their 40-minute interval, it'd be exactly the same 40-minute interval as the
yeah, that's the problem with lunch, isn't it? Tea
Yeah.
time, they often have a 20-minute slightly
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
because the Test match is stuck at 3:40 till 4, and it can be a bit different in the County Championship. But you're right, it's poorly planned, isn't it, for County Championship cricketers to be able to watch the Test match? When I've been double screening the last couple of days, I've got 2 screens most of the day, and you got 40 minutes for nothing.
Yep.
Fortunately, you can rewind on the YouTube live stream and watch as much as you like of the Somerset action.
Over and over again.
Whenever you want.
I hope we've got a time-lapse camera on the crane in front of us today. That is exciting when you see the crane actually work, because whenever you look up at a crane momentarily, it's never doing anything. There's a big building site in front of us here behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, just over the river, not far from the station.
Slightly ruining my view of the Quantox, actually.
It does sort of just, it's a big, there we are. Look,
eyesore.
Eyesore in front of the Quantox. But I'm hoping that the very creative and clever people here at Somerset have decided to put a little time-lapse camera on today. We can actually see it doing some work.
Don't worry, you're not missing any cricket to watch a crane. We should clarify.
No, don't worry.
It's
Just a
between
change in
neighbours.
the over. And changing the bowling as Atkinson's come in, top edge. This is going to be a wicket. Lammonby's giving it away. Taken by Dan Worrell, and Lammonby not waiting just to have a look at Atkinson. He's got a wicket first ball, top edge from Tom Lammonby. And that is a real, we talked about it, so frustrating when you see someone with so much skill. We've seen some great shots from Tom Lammonby today, and he's gifted his wicket.
Now, there's taking the positive option, and there's being slightly reckless, really. First ball, I mean, you like to put pressure on it. And yes, we've just been playing T20. And Tom Lammonby in the T20 blast would be thinking, first ball, let's put the pressure on. And then you got 5 balls. If you get boundary first ball, the over, then it makes the last 5 balls the over so much easier. But in a county championship game, let Gus Atkinson have a ball, see what pace he's bowling, see what bounce is going to be. He's gone for that pull shot that he played so well a couple of overs ago. But it's different facing Worrell to Atkinson, a new bowler, and that's very frustrating. He looks so good.
Well, we talked about it, frustration, because actually, if you'd seen Surrey, what we watched them over the last day and a half, and they were very happy to leave outside off, just keep on leaving it, and then punish the bad balls. Tom Lammonby there, I understand what he'll say he's been doing, but with the fact that Somerset are still 165 runs behind and Surrey can bat again is very frustrating. I'm sure that's how the fans are feeling. But good round of applause for Tom Banton, who is someone who can really make a mark on this game. Now, this is the thing. Everyone's got an opportunity. Tom Abel is on 4 at the other end. If he has a good day, then he can be there for a long, long time. Just needs someone to hang around with him.
Yeah, so Banton's still batting at 4, ahead of Lewis Goldsworthy at 5, and James Hildreth, I mean, mental, isn't it? Missing, was it first game since Notts 2009, I think it is.
Yeah.
First home game in the county championship.
That is an incredible
weird,
record, isn't it?
Yeah.
Incredible record.
To not have anything come up in that time, injury, illness, whatever, is
Well,
truly
he
phenomenal.
got that injury, but only on the last game of the season, and he was already playing, so he had to he had the
When he scored
his
the
ankle
broken
or something.
foot, yeah.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. Just carried on batting and scored 100.
Dear.
That's probably the best
scored
100.
100. That, yeah.
I think that's the best 100 I've ever seen in the
Yeah.
county championship.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Phenomenal.
given the circumstances, yeah, absolutely. I tell you what mine one is after this ball from Atkinson. This one is punched again. Banton not having a look either, just punching away into the offside. One of my favourites is Darren Stevens.
Yes. Miguel Cummins at the other end. Is that the one you're going to say?
No, no.
Okay.
Sam Billings at the other end.
Oh,
At
okay.
Headingley. And he scored 237. This should have been 2019, I think. Then comes Atkinson. Oh, big drive from Banton, missing it.
Doesn't that show how good Darren Stevens is, that we're thinking of completely different knocks, and they're both up there in the best county championship hundreds ever?
Yeah.
I think we're talking in art.
Well, this one was just, I could not believe what I was watching. He was hitting everything out of the middle.
Yes, I remember watching this.
Billings scored 100 at the other end. The partnership was something like 340 or something. And they were something like 5 down for 20 or something when he came in.
Yes.
It was absolutely unbelievable as that was left. I'd made it because I was commentating on that game. And I'd said to the other commentators, "Well, we're gonna have a spare day in Leeds here, everyone," because they were 5 down before lunch on the first day, and these two came in. Well, they 39 for 5, it says there, and then took them. They ended on 482
for 8.
For 8. That was that's got to be up there for me. I must admit, I was actually on holiday during the Hildreth broken foot one. I was keeping up with it, but I wasn't here, so I can't include it in one that I saw in the flesh, sadly. As Atkinson comes in again and pushing forwards here on his toes, Banton. No run.
Yeah, 346 Billings, and the man himself, the GOAT, Darren Stevens, put on.
And that was his highest ever first-class score as well.
See, when you said Darren Stevens, I thought of the 100 he got with Miguel Cummins at the other end, they had something like 150 partnership, and Miguel Cummins had one of them.
Wow, oh yes, that wasn't that long ago, was it?
That was ridiculous.
I mean, that is just... That is also just incredible. It's a bit like
it comes
Stokes and Leach, isn't it, in that test match? There's Atkinson's in again.
Post-match interview, Stevens just kept saying how proud he was of Miguel Cummins.
Just staying in.
Yeah. They put on 166 for the 9th wicket, a Kent record against Glamorgan, and he scored 1 run from 55 balls. Stevens got 96% of the runs.
Let's just take a look at this wicket then, Lammonby. Trying to be positive. Yeah, not reading the bounce. Sorry, to get a bit more bounce perhaps than he was expecting. Atkinson, Lammonby was expecting from Atkinson there. But disappointing from a Somerset perspective. No run there. Banton yet to get off the mark. Abel on 4, 39 for 2. And if you are just joining us, Lammonby was out for 20. We've just seen the replay of that. 4 fours, and he was looking pretty good on those 4s as well.
He was.
Green got a good ball. Really good ball, and edged through to slip after he'd scored 8 from 2 boundaries.
Back at Trent Bridge on highest number 11 scoring in Test match watch. We got Josh Davey watch, we got flat watch, and we got number 11 scoring runs watch. Trent Bolt's on 12 off 10 balls, and he's swatting Ben Stokes to the boundary now. He's on the charge.
I do like watching Bolt bat.
Yeah, he is very entertaining. I love the periscope shot. We just sort of pokes it over the slips nonchalantly. Jordan Clark's going to keep on bowling at Taunton, but the thing is now New Zealand lead by 288. It would be a record Test match chase at Trent Bridge if England were to do this. It's going to be an exciting day, as it should be here. We've got multiple cricket games on the watch. Clark's got 3 slips now. He did have 4 previously, but he's got a deep long leg and a deep square leg.
I'm going to let Harry describe this Jordan Clark over, and once that's done, then Sam Dowling will come in and replace me.
Jordan Clark with a big old follow through, not a massive run up, not a particularly quick bowler really by by professional standards, but bowls it in a good area and just follows all the way down to almost where a silly point would be stood. Right next to Tom Abel. You can hear tractor driver in the effects of the mic now, down by, well, at the edge of the Somerset stand, the new scoreboard where the groundsman's shed is. Sun shining over Taunton here. I'm Harry Everett, and I'm going to be joined shortly by Sam Dowling, but Tom Abel's got a little bit lucky there, very similar to Tom Lambie, pulling it up in the air, but this time he gets into a gap. Not placed, not deliberate from Tom Abel, bit of a top edge. Lots of short balls in this match. We talked about the concussions, of course, 2 concussions in that one match, which did happen for Bangladesh and Kolkata in 2019 we were talking about earlier, but no Craig Overton, no Josh Davey, but a few short balls from Jordan Clark have been played slightly nervously by Tom Abel there. Tom Lammerby just recently got out for 20. He was looking very good. Caught by Worrell. First ball of Gus Atkinson's over from the River End. If you're just joining us, do join in on the YouTube comments. Do tweet us or Facebook comments. Loads of ways to get in touch. Now there are 4 slips. Tom Banton's going to have 4 slips. He's new to the crease.
Oh,
Welcome back, Sam. Big sigh.
first ball of Gus
I
Atkinson.
know.
Have a look, Tom Lammonby. Have a look. That Stevens innings you were talking about, I remember listening to Charlie describe it. Remember, he'd just been released. Kent had basically just put him into retirement and said, sorry, Steve-O, no deal for you next year. Oh, right.
He got one year in
Have a look at the scorecard. Didn't he get 6 or 7 wickets in the game as well?
Yes.
And then he went and got 9 for in the next game, and they went, yeah, probably give you a new deal, Steve-O.
It just keeps getting new 1-year deals now. Lovely straight punch from Tom Banton. I could just say Tom, really. It's not Lammerby, it's going to be Banton or Abel. If in doubt, the trio of Toms in the top 4. There's no Matt Renshaw, of course. Ben Green, the other man in the top 4. But yes, lovely straight punch from Tom Banton down the ground to get off the mark. Yeah, it was the other little stat I enjoyed from that innings we're talking about is Matt Revis, who I've got on my fantasy team. He's got a few wickets for Yorkshire this year. He was only 17 at the time, and he was bowling to the 43-year-old Darren Stevens. Tom Abel, lovely on drive. This time it's going to be at least 2. Rory Burns is going to run over from mid-off and keep it to just 2. So full and straight from Jordan Clark, the last couple of balls of that over. He's bowled 6 straight through the start of the innings. I reckon he might be due a rest now. He's having a little look to Rory Burns. Might make sense to give Jamie Overton the ball.
Yes, he'll be raring to go. You've got to get that balance right. And you just get him wound up. Just keep the tiger in the cage.
And it's a Tom Abel battle, isn't it? It's the skipper. The skipper who he'd say didn't bowl him enough or didn't give him the new ball. There's a bit of, you know, the Jamie Overton Tom Abel battle's been interesting because they both got each other out, didn't they, in the first innings? So
there's a little bit extra in it. Overton just going through his motions there. At first slip, just a couple of seconds earlier, he was starting to stretch, but he's still at slip. Gus Atkinson. Flashed at it, Banton. A little bit of outside edge, but it flew along the ground, and he picks up 4. Interesting to see how he goes about this, Banton. I really feel for him because he's stuck. He really wants to play red ball cricket, and it would be very easy. We just see the replay of that one racing away to that short third boundary. It would be very easy for someone like him to go, no, actually, I'll just play 6 months of the year, go around the franchise, makes plenty of money. But actually, he really wants to play red ball cricket, and he's trying to find a method that works for him. And he just feels like he's caught in 2 minds sometimes as to whether he's should play the shot or shouldn't. So actually, it's quite nice to see him. All right, a little bit streaky there, but actually playing a shot and going through, because otherwise he's just going to get stuck.
yeah, he dug in a bit, didn't he, in the first innings? He's dug in a lot actually this season in the red ball games, really making an effort. Oh, sorry, have we got another look at the ball here? Such an issue this season, isn't it?
Well, they had a couple
of birds having a chat.
They changed it in the Somerset innings, and in the Surrey innings, it started hooping around for Lammonby and Delango. Then Somerset weren't happy with the second new ball yesterday, but it stayed as was.
Lammonby does get a lot of swing. I think he's underrated how much swing he does get with the ball. His action, the left arm in swing.
Rory Burns was about halfway down the track by the time he was playing him, because he was just shuffling towards him to try and negate that swing. No ball. Banton left it alone. Good to see. I heard Charlie saying it was a bit earlier on. It was so impressive how Surrey left the ball alone. Those are the kind of balls, with all the time left in the game, there is no need to go after. Somerset trailing by 155. Here, Hampshire at the Aegeus Bowl, trailing by 160 with 4 wickets remaining. And Ryan Donald is 12, unbeaten. Keith Barker is unbeaten on 0. He's just gone to the crease. Lancs against Warwickshire. Warwickshire have snuck their noses ahead.
My mate Will Williams not quite as economical in the second innings.
Is he your mate?
Oh, you missed the story, Sam. Oh, we can't say it all over again. He's the
catch
guy.
Up afterwards. Is he someone? Because you spent some time in New Zealand.
No, he's the guy who I played a missed at a few times against Bridgewater the other week. The Bridgewater CC lad. He's just been called up to Lancashire.
Oh, did he play for? I didn't realise that. He's in New
Yes,
Zealand.
open the bowling. Yeah, Canterbury.
Ah, I had no idea that. I didn't know if he'd been in. I saw his name.
Yes.
So he plays for Bridgewater, does he?
Yes. Pretty good bowler, to be fair, but
Well, you
good enough
so.
for
You
good enough
so.
for county cricket. Yeah.
Good enough for you, which is.
Well, I went for 2 runs. We had this with Charlie.
Okay, to be fair, I was taking the Michael out of your 2 off 20.
Yeah.
But actually, if you got Will Williams bowling you, 50 up for Somerset. Unfortunately, from their perspective, it's 2 down. Still trail by 152 runs in their second innings, so a lot of work to do. Yeah, there you go.
I got enough stick for it on Twitter. All the Bridgie fans at him. He's saying, "Oh, how was your batting on Sunday?" But yeah, it's on a short-term deal for Lancashire. Bit odd that he's gone that far up north, but he was the 4th highest wicket taker in last season's Plunket Shield with 25 wickets at 21.5.
Still going to play for Bridgie on a Saturday.
Well, not this Saturday, I wouldn't have thought, but unless he comes up and down, it's
Gets in behind it. Well, he won't be in their T20 side, will
no,
he?
exactly. So I
he
guess
might play this Saturday.
depends how
Wouldn't
knackered he
have
is.
played Saturday just gone, I wouldn't have thought, the day before his Lancashire debut.
No, probably not.
So no, if here's Harry Everett is lining up against him, Bridgie might be winning.
You didn't get me out in the end, though. Just. I was going to say it was easy to face than the left arm the other end, but the left arm the other end wasn't a county cricketer, so. Yeah, first pro contract with Canterbury in 2017.
Yours or his? Gets in behind that one. This is good from Tom Abel. New Zealand still going. Daryl Mitchell, 55 unbeaten. He's a man in good form, isn't he?
Well, Mitchell and Blunder, it's been ridiculous. The runs they've scored, those two have scored way more than the other top 6 all combined. The rest of the New Zealand team combined. It's amazing how Mitchell wasn't even in the side. It wasn't for Nicholls' injury and then Williamson missing the second test. Well, you couldn't drop Mitchell after the first test. Amazing stuff from Daryl Mitchell.
Picks up a single to end the over. Abel just calls one through to Jordan Clark's left. Interesting hit, Gus Atkins. It's quite a short run up. I don't know if I can't remember watching him last year. I have seen him. I know Jamie Overton's worked with Azam Mahmood, the Surrey bowling coach, on shortening his run up. I don't know if it's a similar thing with Atkinson or not.
Yeah, you missed my line just as Jamie Overton's getting the balls back to say about a short run up with Azam Mahmood, but he's got 80 on his back.
I read it earlier, just wanted to jump in ahead of you.
Yeah, that's right, mate. I'm surprised you can read my handwriting. That's good effort.
I definitely can't read your handwriting. I don't know, you could write anything down there.
My pencil notes I could write, yeah.
Is that what it said? You ticked it off, have you? You ticked
Yeah, I
it off.
ticked it off,
I like
yeah.
that. Efficient. I see an insight into how Harry Everett works.
Yeah, well, I don't want to keep reading the same story unless it keeps coming up again.
Got any stories about Will Williams?
I won't tick that one off yet. Jamie Overton then, he's going to bowl the North Devon lad. Well, I could tell you a story about when I was 14 and played against Craig and Jamie, but...
We're probably going to have to now, aren't you? Now you've
Well, it's not much.
mentioned it.
There's not much to it, really. They were...
Is that the story?
They were my old chairman of the club's got the scorecard, actually. And he starts an on drive from Tom Abel. That's a big old cheer. The Somerset faithful are right up for this battle. Tom Abel has 2 off Jamie Overton's first ball, and as you can tell, there's not just a bit of needle between these two, but the whole ground is excited for this battle within the war. The Jamie Overton versus Tom Abel face-off. Only 3 slips. But there is deep third man, which is interesting. It shows he's going to bowl short and quick. There's a deep fine leg, a deep square leg. Tom Abel probably quite surprised to have a pitched up full ball straight up. Yeah, no, Jamie O didn't bowl anything like this quick when he was 13, in fairness. So batted back then, the 2 of them. Well, they're still back now, let's be honest. Another full delivery on leg stump from Tom, and this time is going to be 4 runs. Better timing, and Jamie Overton has his hands on his head. He's going to bring the 3rd slip to short mid wicket. Dan Worrell's actually saying, why lose the 3rd slip? Why not lose the deep 3rd? Rory Burns is actually going to overrule anyone on the field and say, I'm skipper. Bowl better, Jamie Overton.
Well,
You've bowled 2 leg stump half volleys. Why change the field?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So in a dominant position, why go for the negative option? The bowler immediately wants to protect that area of the ground. But the point Burns says, well, exactly as you said, bowl leg stump half volleys, mate, and that's where you'll go. But stick it outside off stump.
Good captaincy. Don't set fields for bad bowling. I dare say this one is going to be, that's a better ball from Jamie Overton. And he follows right through. Tom Abel, I like that from Tom Abel. Doesn't engage in looking at Jamie Overton, no chat, he just walks straight away after square leg, head down. Captain's example. Doesn't need to get into a war of words, he'll let his bat do the talking. I have to turn the effects mic up for this little passenger player. It'll be interesting to hear what Tractor's chat is for Jamie O bowling. That's another gorgeous shot by Tom Abel. Jamie Overton instantly picks it up and goes for the big old throw at the non-striker's end, but Banton never left his crease.
Yeah, Tom Abel played Jamie Overton beautifully in the first game up at the Oval. I remember speaking to him afterwards, and he said, look, in typical Tom Abel fashion, he's saying, well, yeah, I'm not scoring runs, thinking about dropping myself. But actually, it was quite nice to have that bit of extra pace. There was a speed gun in that game, and Overton was up in the mid to high 80s. Like, actually, on a true surface, a bit more pace. That's a bit nicer. That's what I want.
Well, we're getting similar here today. That's a lovely shot again from Tom Abel. Tom Abel is winning this over already by quite a long way. Jamie Overton frustrated. Could it be 3? No. Rory Burns as well to keep it to 2. That cover drive from Tom Abel has got Jamie Overton with his hand above his head. They'll be watching in North Devon, the Bideford area. West Buckland School will have a particular interest in the Overton face-off in this match.
Just needs to perhaps someone to have a quiet word with him and say, just stop trying so hard. It just feels like he's putting too much into it. And he's such a fine bowler.
Yeah.
He's in good rhythm in the first innings.
Though, isn't it? Yeah.
Just rein it back a bit.
You want to expect, you know, that after leaving here, after so many years, he's so desperate to impress and show that, you know, he's better. Well, that's a full toss. Tom Abel just donks that on the head, 3 mid-wicket for 4, and that's really poor from Jamie Overton. That first over, having bowled, as you said, bowled so well yesterday and the day before, and bowled pretty well at the Oval too. He's 4, 4, 2, 2, 12 off the over. And let's be honest, they were good shots by Tom Abel, but pretty poor balls.
The leg side ones just tucked away, weren't they?
Oh, and he's so frustrated, Jamie Overton. He's just launched the bowling marker. He's not reached the boundary there. And that'll be interesting. Would that be penalty runs?
Well, if it hits the marker there.
Because normally it's behind the stump, so it's very unlikely to be hit. He's just launched it down to the fine leg area, and it's sort of wide.
I don't think it would be.
Well, it's an object that shouldn't be on the field if it gets hit.
But it was on the field. Let's have a look at that. Tom Abel.
Not quite a half volley, that one.
Up-ish. That was the one that just went for 2, I think. Didn't quite time it. Right, they're going to have another look at the ball by the looks of things. These Duke's balls, they did, well, they were the first 6-7 games of the season.
There's my bowling mark.
There's that bowling mark. Harry is insisting if it hits it, it'll be 5 penalty
Yeah, I think
runs.
it will, because that's why you put it in line with the stumps. So, because, you know, the chances it's not going to be hit straight over the stumps unless it's chipped up, I guess. I've never actually seen one hit, to be honest. They're all out at Trent Bridge. England have got New Zealand. So Darryl Mitchell and Trent Bolt had a bit of fun at the end.
What a day of Test cricket that is.
Yes.
Test cricket's dead though, Harry. No one wants to watch it. It's boring. No one likes red ball.
And guess
cricket
what?
anymore.
Jimmy Anderson was the man who got Trent Bolt out. The battle of the number 11s. 17 off 15 for Bolt. Darryl Mitchell 62 not out to finish.
So
284 all out.
So Bolt is now the outright.
Yes,
I
and
knew
Jimmy Anderson's
level.
required today.
Oh, so they're in terms of runs, is Anderson up there too?
Number 11. Oh yeah, it's those two battling for it.
But I thought didn't he go level with
Muralitharan?
Yeah. Anderson's up there too, is he?
Yeah, so, well, Jimmy Anderson, back in today if he's required to bat. He loves his reverse sweeps off Bracewell particularly. Anderson got 2 wickets today. Anderson and Bolt, fine wicket takers, fine run scorers at number 11 with the interesting way they like to do it. So it looks like we're going to have Atkinson continue to 3rd over from the River End.
Left alone by Banton.
So 299 runs from a minimum of 72 overs. I don't think light's going to be an issue in Nottingham unless it's vastly different to the weather.
They got a bit of criticism.
Brendan
at
McCullum's in
Lord's.
charge.
Well, exactly. There's no danger. There'll be Brendan McCullum will say, knock these off in 50 overs, lads, will you?
I just want to see him I just want to see him bat at some point. I'm not saying
What, McCullum?
Yeah, I just want to see him at a coaching session to say, lads, this is how to do it. Watch me.
I'm sure he does. One of those, it's like Kevin Keegan in football. They'd always join
Yeah.
in and still be the best player. 3 slips in for Banton here in a glorious looking Taunton, sun shining. Cooper Associates County Ground looking fine, whether it's with or without a smudge over the top of the photo. Fine.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not saying I'm backing you up here, but
Please be honest.
I didn't notice it.
No, I didn't.
Charlie's got an eagle eye for it. I didn't notice the smudging finger on the picture.
He's a pedant, Taylor, isn't he? In the back there.
Maybe that's poor.
We
from my
welcome him
eyesight.
up here. Open arms. Banton gets in behind that. BBC upgrade by getting Sophie
Well,
Luff
yeah.
instead. Congratulations to Sophie
Yeah, we
Luff,
should
by
say.
the way. Wow. Sophie Luff, brilliant commentator,
Casual,
brilliant
yeah.
cricketer. She was like, oh, yeah, I've got to leave early. And we said, oh, part-timer, Soph? She said, well, I'm playing for England A. I've got to go up to Loughborough. So congratulations to Sophie Luff. Well deserved.
Didn't know there was a game for England Day tomorrow, and then suddenly, day before, oh yeah, she's off. But no Rocky Road from her today. We'll forgive her. I thought Charlie was going to bring it when he come in with his tuna bap. I thought he was going to have a bit of cake in his bag as well. But
Banton again, driving it one, but there is a fielder down at third. It's Cameron Steele. They'll pick up a single. Well, yeah, I think we should mention that from Taylor, because I think it's bad etiquette to come into the commentary box eating in close proximity. Not only did he come in eating, as Harry's just mentioned, he had a tuna bap in here for his breakfast. Jeez.
I know.
There's Sophie down commentating.
Somewhere
Mark
there.
Church is waving. Is he waving at us?
That's not Sophie's left arm. That's definitely Mark Church's left arm. I even made him a notes.
Single down to fine leg.
Notes yesterday. Trigo's desperate to get these TMS cakes coming in, isn't he? Desperate to try and get, trying to get fans to bring us up some cakes. Oh, we wouldn't say no to that, would we?
Absolutely not. Well, I've heard 2 different versions of the cake story from Trigo. He was saying, he came up here on one of the early championship days. Oh yeah, they're trying to push cake on me downstairs. I'm trying to look after myself. I've got to stay fit for golf. I kept turning it down. Go downstairs to get some coffee. And Zara, who's lovely down there, said, will you tell Trigo to stop trying to nick cake from the trolley? I said, right, okay. Banton gets in behind that one to end the over. Yeah, there's 2 sides to every story. Don't believe every word that comes out of that man's mouth. Apparently he was being fussy. He was trying to nick it, then he realised it was lemon drizzle or something, and he said, there's too much lemon on it.
Thing is, I've done that before. You're desperate for cake, and I'm another one, I don't like lemon. So you get lemon drizzle and you're devastated. You're just so excited for the cake. Yes, that was another thing I was thinking about. Is Colin the Caterpillar, and then, was it Aldi they did? It was a different name. Cuthbert, that was it.
Not anymore, though. They don't do it anymore.
It's a rip-off. We're going to have every name beginning with C. He's going to have a Caterpillar cake. I mean, I loved it as a kid. Caterpillar cake, Tenpin bowling birthday treat, Taunton Hollywood bowl, and then Colin the Caterpillar cake.
At work, people's birthdays, everyone brings in Colin the cake. My dad was ahead of the game on that a little bit. We used to have a not homemade, but home put together birthday cake. So we go over to the old
Homemade
market.
or home put together?
Home put together.
What's the difference? That's not got the same ring to it,
if
Sam.
if you let me finish the story.
I'm not going to let you finish the story because JBO's coming into Tom Abel. This could be exciting. That's a better ball from Jamie Overton.
The market over there used to be thriving, the cattle market. Used to be an amazing Saturday morning out. And there was this kind of big old cake stall. So he'd buy this huge chocolate log and then he'd buy loads of little cakes around it and turn it into a train. I thought so it was home put together.
Okay. Is that going to be like when you go to a wedding, say, oh, is this homemade or is this home put together?
Well, to be honest, if you did that from the market, you'd save a lot of money. The price of some of those wedding cakes, my cousin's about to get married. Jeez, eye-watering. I have to work for years to pay for the cake.
There's a short ball from Jamie Overton, and that has leapt off a length. Tom Abel's got bat on it. The shoulder, yes, he has. Shoulder of the bat. I thought it was 4 runs. It is 4 runs to the bat, Tom Abel. There's a little hand from Jamie Smith. Well, I say hand, probably more fingertips would be more accurate. And it's gone straight for 4. I mean, he's got a deep third man, he's got a deep fine leg. He may as well just have a backstop. If he's going to bowl short, there's no disrespect to Jamie Smith. If you want literally going to keep bowling short, why not have a catching position like a fly slip or a weird backstop? Not for ramping or scooping.
Is that the official term for it?
Well, people seem so offended if someone put a backstop in, but I think in this day and age, if you're bowling short and quick, there's going to be shoulders of the bat hit, and it's going to leap up over the keeper. Good cricket from Tom Abel, back foot punch into the vacant cover area.
It was a vicious ball. It was a very good delivery, Overton. He meant that one. That's exactly where he's at his best.
The best player in the world would struggle to play that ball and might well edge it to a weird backstop, whatever you want to call it. So I don't think the ball's going to go to deep third and deep fine leg because they're too square. They've either got to be very fine or just have one man right behind the keeper. Anyway, I'm not a county championship skipper, but Rory Burns is welcome to take on my advice if he ever wants it, free of charge. Well, Tom Banton is yet to face Jamie Overton. He's just rearranging his gloves, checking they're in the right place. Is he protecting? Is that an alarm I hear down below? Jamie O's not worried. He's bowling Tom Banton. There probably could have been a single there, but doesn't choose to take it.
Which button's the effects mic? Turn it down. Okay, cool.
Ah, the alarm has gone, and Jamie Overton is not worried. He's not perturbed. He's going to keep bowling. He's just... I want to know, his bowler marker still down below us? Can we have another hashtag, bowler marker watch?
Maybe he'll walk all the way down here and start his run up. Maybe that's his longer run up. He's thinking, right,
When he gets angry.
Longer run up. Sherbaktar basically bowled off that run up when he played.
Yeah,
for
what's really
Somerset all
annoying
those
me,
years ago.
it's upside down as well, which is really annoying me. So the black side is facing up, and it just looks wrong upside down. That's well played by Tom Banton, nudging it into the leg side for one. It's not in the right place. It's upside down, and it's well inside the boundary rope.
You need to let that go.
I'm not going to, Sam. There it is, back on camera.
You're going to become angry about that, aren't you? You can go when you go off comms, you can wander down and turn it over.
Well, yeah, put it in the right place. Surely, the balls, if he hits a straight drive, Tom Abel, it could feasibly hit the bowling marker and not go for four.
I would love to see that on the live stream, Harry Everett just marching down there and wandering out to the middle and just placing Jamie Overton's marker back.
Jamie, bowl from there, son. Why are you bowling from there? That's a decent enough ball from Jamie Overton, but it's fairly outside the off stump coming left. Now, interestingly, he's not going to Rory Burns here for advice or field placement. Who is he chatting to? Dan Worrell. Yes, Dan Worrell, experienced Aussie seamer, I suppose. Maybe just like Jimmy Hansen and Stuart Broad often like to chat to each other and help each other out. Maybe it's a bit of advice from a fellow seamer. There is going to be a short leg. Well, there's going to be pads put on and a helmet. So there's going to be a bit of spin.
Yeah, well, Jack's coming into the attack, bit of off spin, couple of spinners. They didn't play a front line spinner, Surrey. Surprised me slightly that Amar Verdi didn't get a game, but they have got Will Jacks to bowl some off spin and Cameron Steele to bowl leg spin. Gone to Jacks first, so trying something a little bit different. Tom Abel is trotting over to the umpire, I think basically to say something is not quite right with his bat. I don't know why he needs to tell the umpire got some tape in there. Is that what we're doing? Can we get that on the stream?
I'm sure we can.
Here. There we go.
Sure, Henry's on the camera and going to be zooming in.
Henry now
There you
down
go.
there. So it looks like he's just having a few running repairs on the bat by the umps. Thanks very much. Nice.
That was a club game the other day, actually, and one of our batters was desperate for a pair of scissors to cut the tape, and no one in the pavilion could be finding scissors. Of course the umpire has scissors. Organised umpires, aren't they? They've got everything you need.
So there is a bat pad in. I think it's Cam Steele that's got all the protective equipment on. Jamie Smith, helmet on, stood up to the stumps. Rory Burns at first slip. For Sophia Gardens, Edward Byram is 145 not out.
Yeah, I gave him the big build-up early. Him and Colin Ingram, what a partnership that is.
328. You've got to get them two down early. You think, here we go, lads. Jacks.
Very underrated cricketer, Colin Ingram, as well.
Flicked to mid-wicket, where Ryan Patel does the fielding. Not in Cardiff, he's not. Kingram.
Well, I'd have him in their T20 blaster ahead of Labuschagne, to be honest with you. Controversial as it is.
Well, he'll be in there again now. Fit work from Banton. That's a nice looking shot. That is his natural game, Tom Banton. A couple of steps, swung through the line, made that look very easy down the ground.
Elegant, wasn't it? It wasn't destructive, brutal T20 batting. It was just a nice shimmy down and loft, which is all we need to do. 4 runs to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and can we have our ball back, please? They say to the members who are struggling to pick it up from underneath the seats.
Well, it's good from Banton that, because there's a 4-day innings to be played, so he needs to show some patience, but it's also quite right to put Surrey back under pressure. So Jacks has come on and immediately is making him think about it. Harry Everett's calling for his binoculars. He's making Charlie Taylor earn his money. I think there's a spectator that might have been struck by that ball, so hopefully they're okay on the bounce. Took them
unawares.
Interesting to see Jamie Overton at long off when he's bowling, or long on now.
Yeah, but
He's
it's
down
the
to it
height,
mid-on.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It gives you have a little bit of extra height. Right, Jacks to Banton. Cut away. Pick up at least one. And down Worrell will keep it to one, throws it in to Jamie Smith.
Is it odd that I keep looking around the Surrey field trying to find Ricky Clark? Just seems weird watching Surrey side without Ricky Clark after all these years. Was in Warwickshire for a bit, I know, but just for me, just screams Surrey.
Abel happy to leave that one alone.
Oh, Charlie's got better binoculars than me. He's got big dog bird watching ones.
Shall I go and get mine? Then we can have all three of us.
A binocular
stood here
off.
with binoculars. I've got ICC World Test Championship ones. Tickled round the corner. Yeah, lovely freebies. I turned up last year, one to Abel at the Aegeus Bowl. Was given a magnificent goodie bag. It was well worth the entry fee, given it was free.
I got pocket ones. Just sell out those free. Short leg and a slip. Fairly attacking field, I guess. Gotta be to spinner's first over.
This time, Banton uses his feet again, but drives it straight at Clark at mid-off. End of the over. 17 gone. Lovely bit of audio there. Harry Everett just taking a sip of water.
Yeah, I was
Keeping
just.
hydrated, H.
I've got to be always drinking lots of water up in the commentary box. Sometimes I press the on-air button, but obviously
I liked
got
it.
that,
It's
so-
lovely. It's that lovely.
Effect.
Almost sent me to sleep. It's the kind of thing I put on late at night just to
What?
go to sleep, like the water sounds.
Oh, good. I thought you meant me slurping.
Slurping.
Oh gosh. God, I'll tell you what, ice cream or a slush puppy could have nicely today, wouldn't it?
Weird that you jumped from ice cream to slush puppy. I haven't had one of those.
I love a slush puppy. Now might actually be as good a time as anything to do a little swap. I'm going to switch out as Tom Banton has a little drink. He's not been out there that long, but thirsty work, isn't it, Sam? You've got to keep drinking whether you're batting or commentating, whatever you're doing. Right, I'll be back on after lunch. Enjoy, chaps.
I look forward to it. Yeah, Charlie Taylor's going to come back in. He and I have come to blows about his criticism of my photography. There's going to be a change of ends for Gus Atkinson. Jamie Overton taken out of the attack. Atkinson comes back in. 3 slips, wait, as does Tom Abel, who was moved very serenely on to 27. Tom Abel, no runs, well, 1 run in the first innings for him, but nothing has upset. Well, there was an Overton short ball that he just fended off, went away for 4, but 27 off 48. This partnership is worth 40 already, of 43 balls, so it's they're just bumbling along quite nicely here, Somerset, cutting that deficit. Gets in behind that one. As Charlie Taylor comes back to me, he's leaning intently with those binoculars.
Yeah, just seeing, I think it was a woman who was hit by the ball from Banton's one. She's there was a medic with her, but it looks like they've moved her into the pavilion. I think she didn't look. She was talking to them quite happily, I think, but probably quite sore, I would imagine. It was a bit of power on that shot from Banton, wasn't there? Never nice.
It was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah,
as well.
it does, especially bouncing over the advertising board right in front of it.
Abel happy to leave alone. Plenty of time in the game. He'll be keen to lead from the front, as Rory Burns did yesterday. Love Tom Banton. I'd love to see, was it due to be about 30 degrees on Friday or something? He always bats in a long sleeve shirt and jumper.
Spoke to him about it yesterday.
you?
Well, not about batting, but he was fielding in two cable knit jumpers.
Nice shot from Abel. Going to pick up 4 more. Went for the Yorker, didn't quite get it right. Gus Atkinson clipped beautifully.
See what Abel's doing nice. He's just seeing the bad balls and dealing with them really well, finding those boundaries. Really good stuff from Abel, who's up to 31. And I said to him, he was fielding it third area, and he was right in front of our commentary box. And I said, "Are you hot, Ty? There's 2 jumpers. I was there in t-shirt and shorts, really hot. I'm not even playing sport at that point." And he said, "I am absolutely boiling, but problem is, I get told to go short leg, and you want as much padding as you can get if you're called in at short notice to do short leg."
Left alone, Abel.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He does always have those couple of jumpers. Doesn't make as much sense batting,
No.
but
Well, I mean, you still get hit, don't you, batting, but he's not wearing 2 jumpers today. What's he got? He's just got the long-sleeved shirt and then the sleeveless jumper on today.
going along nicely, Tom Banton. This is a big inning. Had some starts so far this season, and I like the way he's going about this. I really am willing him to do well.
Oh, yeah.
Solid from Abel.
That would be a real takeaway if this does do that, goes well. It would be a real positive, even if, you know, Somerset are massively on the back foot here still, and Surrey won't lose this game. But it would be a real good thing if Tom Banton could make a score. Sam's got some news from the test match.
Shake of the head from me. England 1 down. Zach Crawley has made 0. I'm just end of that over here. Somerset 18 gone, 81 for 2. Zach Crawley averaging 28 now. You take that 267 out of it, and in 21 tests, in 38 innings, he's made about 800 runs. It's not good enough for me.
So Will Jacks will come on, continue his spell. 31 to Abel, 13 for Banton. The score 81 for 2. They've got the deficit down to 1-2-1. The problem is that deficit is not a winning target. That is just to make Surrey bat again. And there is the problem for Somerset, is that the first innings deficit of 202 was mammoth, really, isn't it? Just to get level, they've got to get to 202. Already lost 2 of those wickets. But Banton deals with that one pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. It's psychologically, you go past, wherever you say you're 2 down, you're basically 0 for 2 if you get there. And so that's what Somerset will desperately want to be just be 2 down.
Jack just sort of curves his hands around his head before he then unloads, sending the ball down, and there is no run from that one either. Crane doing a bit of work now. The angle that I'm looking at it has definitely changed. This one is pushed forwards by Banton.
Wait a minute, Mason Crane. Suddenly went, hang on.
No, not
Change
Mason
the
Crane.
I know we've changed the
old
lineups
Mason.
a little bit here in the old Mason.
No.
Get
No,
out the
just
Mason.
refer to that crane as Mason. Do you reckon the builders do that? The construction workers, you can see in the actually in the build. Oh look, it's lifting something up now. As get back to the cricket as Jax is bowling, and this one evades Rory Burns' slip, but no run. Oh, look at it moving. Big bit of metal being put in to the Digital Innovation Centre or something they're calling it. I saw as I cycled. There it is. Look at that. Exciting stuff.
That's going to be a digital innovation centre.
That's something, I think, along those lines. This one's onto the leg side. There will be a run here for Banton. Moves on to 14.
Tell me more. For what? For whom?
I think it's the modern way of describing office space.
I see.
But hoping to drive the digital
Sounds like management speak to me,
industry.
David.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's basically offices, but they're trying to encourage new businesses, digital businesses, as that one is just left. Should have a look, see if I can find out what it is.
Charlie Taylor, a man all over. He knows Somerset inside out.
Well, I cycle past that quite a lot because it's right by the station. Here we go. This is from the County Gazette, the local rag. I'm sure they won't mind me calling it that. A groundbreaking ceremony. Oh no, I see, a groundbreaking ceremony.
Right.
Not a groundbreaking ceremony. They've broken the ground.
You went straight into news
Wow,
voice, though,
yeah.
didn't you? You
I saw the word
word.
groundbreaking. I thought, here we go. They've gone all flowery on this one, but no. They've just what it means is they've just literally started building it. A groundbreaking ceremony has heralded the start of construction. Good use of the word heralded as well. The start of construction of the £11 million Digital Innovation Centre at Firepool. It's built by the County Council, key to plans to recover and transformation of the local economy, of course.
Atkinson to Banton. Picks up a single on the leg side. Couple of slips in. First slip's a little bit wider.
Here we go. Here's what we want.
Yeah, come on, let's say
The
that.
2,613 square metre 4-storey building will feature office, workshop, collaboration and meeting space, as well as innovation support services targeted at digital economy businesses.
It's an office then.
It's an office. It's a typical office, but they're aiming at
But it's going to be great to see Fireport when it's done.
Yeah.
Because Taunton is, as a lot of towns are, is not in the great nick. You walk down the high street at the moment, it's a bit sad to see so many empty streets. So hopefully, empty streets, empty shops. Fingers crossed. Abel gets in behind that one. Wasn't quite sure where it went. Bounced straight into the ground and luckily missed his stumps. If you're just joining us, Somerset 83 for 2 here, so making a better fist of it second time around. You could say this partnership's worth 46 off 57 balls. Ben Green falling to an absolute stunner of a catch from Ryan Patel off. I'm going to call him Frankie Worrell, Dan Worrell. They do call
I've done that
Frankie.
nearly a couple of times in this game so far. It just
They
flows
do
off the
call
tongue,
him-
doesn't
They
it?
do call
I'm
him
sure they
Frankie.
do. Yeah.
Tom Lamby made 20, looked in good touch, but he top-edged one up off Atkinson. Worrell taking the catch.
I tell you what I found out. Sorry, you're going to do
No,
some interesting
no.
cricket stuff,
No,
and I'm
no,
just
no,
going to
no, you
add
can't.
some colour from the station because I got the train back yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was there with about 25 minutes before my train, so I thought, I haven't had any food, any dinner, so I'll pick up something because I was going to go on a walk yesterday. So I didn't want to stay at home cooking. And I went into the little shop there, and to my delight, they sell proper Somerset cider in the States, as in proper stuff.
Real
Not just, I mean, you know, nothing wrong with the fizzy stuff, which I'm sure loads of people love.
Flicks into the leg side, just picks up a single to Cameron Steele, so a little bit cloudy and flat. The cider, not the...
Sorry, I thought you were
So,
talking
yeah,
about the
no,
game
you-
situation. I was
Well,
looking at the
close.
sky then.
Yeah, so no, you suddenly it looked up.
Bit cloudy, bit
you
flat, bit
try-
like this game here.
Try a bit. Try a bit.
I didn't because I was planning on going for a walk. Mainly I was in there to buy a sandwich, and I thought it's
I
a
see.
bit much if I then come away with a bottle of cider. But now I know it's there, Sam. Because actually, one of the problems with Taunton, and we're talking about its town centre there and the shops, is that there are very few shops that sell proper, actual Somerset cider.
Driven back at the bowler there by Tom Banton.
And I don't want to sound, I don't want to say, back in my day, but when County Stores was open,
What
you
store?
could pick up loads of great cider and cheese and all the stuff in there, and I was so disappointed when that closed.
They did a magnificent... It was the Dudas that ran that.
The
town.
what?
The Duda family.
Oh, right.
Um,
Didn't know that.
Cause I played club cricket with one of them,
Right.
and I used to go as a kid. Would go into that little restaurant at the back.
Mm.
There. It was a kind of, it was like jacket potato with ham and beans style food, glorious.
Yeah.
Get your tray up. I enjoyed taking a tray up
Yeah.
to pick up my food. Well bowled there from Atkinson. Hands to the shoulders. Arms 84 for 2. Somerset after 20.
But these days, on the high street and in the shops in Taunton, very few places you can pick up proper Somerset cider, which is a shame in Somerset's county town. In my town, Burnham-on-Sea, because it's got...
My town.
my
Claiming-
town.
claiming ownership
My
of
town.
it.
The town that I run. Burnham-on-Sea. You can pick up... There are about 3 or 4 shops that do it, and considering it's so much smaller, but it's because it's got that touristy element. People come to Somerset on holiday and they think, well, I'd love to try a bit of Somerset cider. Whereas Taunton doesn't seem to have that as much, and it's a shame because I think this county town should have a place. So, hence my delight when I saw it in the chiller, which wouldn't be where I'd put it,
No.
but it was there. And the fact it was there, I'm not complaining in the station. So now I know if I get to the station early enough, I'll have time to pop in there. And
The other way round, people arriving in Taunton, because it's on the arrival side, isn't it, from London, presumably.
if you're coming from London, yeah.
So the tourists, when they're flocking to Taunton,
Yeah.
you basically you can have a pint of Somerset cider before you even step foot out of the station.
Barely have to leave the platforms. Jax is in again, and this is defended.
True, both sides are arrival sides.
I mean, anyone
That's
can
how
arrive
train
anywhere.
stations
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. But yes, no, you're right. I imagine that people generally come probably from the London area. If you're coming on a holiday, I'm not sure how many people come from the southwest on holiday here. There must be some. There's that one again. Just defended by Abel, who's on 32. Look good for 32. Touching wood, as I say.
I got off the train the other Friday for the Vitality Blast game, and I was kind of blocked off by this huge man. And I was like, this is weird because it's really quiet.
In the end, not taken. Landed in front of the leg slip.
And it was because Rishi Sunak had just got off the same train, and he was being shielded, so they were kind of walking around him
Right.
to give him space.
I didn't know he'd been. Is this at Taunton, was it?
It was at Taunton last
Right.
Friday. I think he kept it quiet.
Jax is in. Turned into the leg side. It's a bit better there from Abel. More controlled, and they'll come through for a single.
Not a great day for him. It was the morning the news had broken about his inability to sort out interest rates, costing the British taxpayer yet more money.
Yeah.
So hopefully, well. No
So what was
no
he?
comment.
What was he doing? Was it on a
He
political trip? Because I don't remember seeing anything in the.
No, so maybe he was just going to see
in the news?
Rebecca Powell.
Yes, could be. How's this one is forward defended? Does the Chancellor just pop down to see MPs? There's a lot of MPs to go and see.
There are, indeed. Who knows? I can't tell you. I wasn't able to get close enough to.
This is what we need, Sam. You've got to be in there. Got to get your microphone, your dictaphone in there, getting interviews. It was just played into the mid-wicket area. Right, so did you actually see him?
Yeah, I did. So I've got off at the front. Yeah. And there was very few people at the platform. And this is going very niche. But there's the arrivals from London.
Yep.
You can go out the main station. There's also a little side gate at the top end of the platform. And he was going through there, and I was following. And this bloke just stepped across me.
Oh.
As if to be like.
He took one look at you and he thought, "You're trouble."
And then we came out on the new junction at the station. He came out. And there was 2 big Land Rovers, and one cut the other off. Like made sure none of the other. One drove out and made sure that no traffic could follow. Yeah, because when you're in Taunton, you can never be too careful.
No, true.
But yeah, I'm quite glad that I didn't clock him. I wouldn't have had anything particularly pleasant to say to him. I don't think. Not a fan of his. Not a fan of that government in general. But that's going down a completely different route, which. There we go. Gordon Avery has confirmed that Hugh Duda and I played with James, his son, at the club. He owned County Stores. Gordon Avery was with him in the Blundells box. I think I did play against Hugh Duda as well, bowled a bit of off spin, because I remember taking him for 20 off and over when I was about 14, just got the slog sweep out.
Nice.
Change of bowling. Dan Worrell.
Bringing back bad memories.
To Tom Abel.
For Hugh?
Yeah, sorry, Hugh. I enjoyed it.
Bit of a humble brag, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Well, I went down the Harry Everett route of bringing my own club exploits into it.
Yes. We've been told to... Oh, did you see we got a tweet from the Peregrine Falcons?
I did see that, actually.
I don't know if they heard our higher or lower, which Harry was dreadful at earlier on. Harry saying that the Falcons didn't have as many followers as Ben Green's moustache.
Particularly when he knew there was 2,000.
Yeah.
This is good stuff from Dan Worrell. Rory Burns perhaps turned back to his main wicket taker, realising that Somerset are just getting a bit of momentum here. This partnership between Abel and Banton now worth 48. They stemmed the flow of runs a little bit. It was worth 40 of 43 balls. It's now 48 of 69 balls. So it's been a little bit tighter. Jamie Overton was slightly expensive.
No, heck, just seen the test score. Leeds is on 24 from 18. That's
still one down.
Yeah, that's a turn up, isn't it? Leeds is leading the charge with Pope next to him now.
I like Alex Lees. What else have we got going on? Warwickshire 63 for 2, so they lead by 69 with 8 wickets remaining at Edgbaston against Lancashire. So could be a possibility of a decent game.
Yeah, one innings match, that isn't it? Pretty much the same. What did they end on, Lancashire? 286, so you're just 6 behind. And then here's Somerset 85 for 2.
Here's Worrell. Again, left alone by Abel. Happy to do so.
Sun out here. It's glorious, isn't it? Just beautiful. You wouldn't want to be anywhere else but Championship cricket in high summer. Lovely stuff.
Durham. What an innings it was from Durham. 642 for 7.
Weird old card.
Rachin Ravindra made 217. He's a fine player. Lovely young human being as well. Speaks very well. Worcestershire would have thought, right, we're back in the game here. 429 for 7. That's bad enough.
Yeah.
Ended up 642 for 7. Ooh, a bit of zip through from Worrell, shape away. Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin both made maiden first-class hundreds. It just shows the game has changed. These days, there is no 9, 10.
Oh, no, you don't have proper tails, do you, these days? And in the old days, where wicket keepers were part of the tail. You know, very rarely did you have wicket keepers who were, you know, proper all-rounders, batters and keepers. Quite often they'd be number 9, 10, 11.
Kent 331 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 438. So that's very much looking like a draw will be on the cards. It's again good shape from Worrell, but not threatening Abel's stumps, and he's happy to leave that alone. Partnership of 132 between Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox. Somerset's nemesis already, Jordan Cox. There it is. Look at that.
The smudge. See, top right of your screen there. That is Sam Dalling's photo. Well done, guys.
I've just added a little bit of a personal touch on that one. I mean,
look at it. He tweeted that with the words, "It's a fine view." It would be if we could see the top of it.
Well, we'll let the viewers and the listeners decide. Is that or is that not a fine view. I think that's a bit of artwork, just adding my own personal touch to it. Charlie Taylor just doesn't appreciate the finest things in life.
Look how beautiful that is. Good.
Well, there's more clouds in that one.
No, more clouds in that one. At least we can see them. Jacks continuing from the river end. As this is Banton playing this out. He's on 15 now. Just hang around, Tom Banton and Tom Abel. If these two, well, they need to make it to lunch, obviously, 12 minutes away from that.
Thanks, Todd, for putting that up. Those
well
photos are available. Limited edition print, only 100 available. Visit my website to purchase those.
This one, using his feet here, coming out wide and the outside off, and pushing it into the cover area where Atkinson fields it, 85 for 2. Yeah. I don't know, did you not look at the photo, or did you just think, oh, that's enough, that'll do? Here comes Jack. So this one is played into the mid-wicket area. In fact, they'll come through here because it's going to be the long-on fielder who comes around to get it. Banton's onto 16.
Yeah, I did look at it. I actually took it first time and there was no thumb, and I thought, yeah, that won't.
There's not enough.
There's not enough thumb in that one. Everett's chuckling away at the back of the box. He said to me, I didn't notice either, Sam. So he's joining in. He's jumping on the Taylor bandwagon.
This one played nicely, played by Abel. Cut away to point. Take the single. And that is because it's a 50 partnership, a round of applause around the ground here. Good work, these two. Abel on 34, Banton on 16. Neat when the scores actually add up to 50 in a 50 partnership. Abel on none when Banton came to the crease.
First 50 partnership of the innings, of the game for Somerset.
I think it probably is. That's defended back to Jacks.
Well, the game for Somerset, and probably a couple of innings, because I can't imagine there was one in that Hampshire second innings capitulation.
No, there wasn't. Definitely not, as that's left outside the off stump. Yeah, well, what did they make? 69 Somerset in that game. So Somerset putting something together here in the third innings, which is good to see.
Can't say anything with Taylor around, can you? Make a factually correct statement.
I'm on one today.
It is the first 50 partnership.
You said I would imagine. No, it's a good start from these two, and that's all it is, though. It's just a start as far as this game is concerned, because the lead is still 115 for Surrey. I tell you what we do need to do, and I am on one today, is we need to...
He's had too much coffee, Taylor, before he's come in.
I had way too much
You can
coffee.
see him shaking.
No.
We got down there ready to come on. It's part of the inclusion game.
Yeah, it will be. They'll be on the pitch or in the outfield at the interval.
Nice shot from Abel. Just straying a little bit too straight, Worrell, but there is a fielder down there. Cam Steele keeps it to a single.
So I tell you what has got me going today. And Harry had this with the marker, which he didn't like, which is still at basically right behind the stumps here, upside down.
There's the Somerset VI side, visually impaired side. They're going to come on. It's part of the entire game has been Somerset's designated inclusion game, formed back in 2011, so just past their decade. Banton waits. Gets in behind that one. Go on, Charlie Taylor. You've been waiting to get this off your chest for 2 balls
It's been
now.
building up. Great to see Somerset flags in the flats. All right, this is part of #FlatWatch. But the two I can see, both of them are facing the wrong way around. Both of them are looking right when they should be looking left. Now, unless these people, well, one of them I can just about excuse, because if they're sitting on the balcony, and there are 2 people on that balcony, they're looking at the flag the right way around. As this one is just left alone. But the one with it up against the wall, no one can see the right way around on that one, so no excuse for the faded one there. That's the other thing, it's blooming faded. Looks like it's on a white background. So that's the faded one there. Should be a yellow background, but looking quite whitish. But it's facing should be facing, it's facing to the right, should be facing to the left. And then if we just move over to the left, then upper floor, is it? Yeah, Oh, no, there's that one. That one's all right. There we go, that one. Look at that facing the right. Those are the 2. There are the culprits right there. The 2 of them.
Left alone outside off stump by Abel. I don't know what Everett and Taylor have got today. They're really picking up on some. I think they need to go and have a bit of a woosah session. Have we got any kind of... There we are. Can we do any
Look at
kind
it.
of
See-
like just calming meditation session for Taylor and Everett?
So this
during
flag
the
at the
interval?
bottom, this white one that says Somerset above it, you can see it's holding the mace. That dragon, look in the right direction, holding the mace. So that is the sign of the county council.
Dragon or wyvern?
This is a... We're not starting that. A dragon, but...
There's Worrell. Lovely looking shot there from Banton. He was just reaching. Rory Burns is going to give chase from wide mid-off. He's going to cut it off as well. Longest part of the ground in front of the almost newly refurbished Gimlet's Hill. Looking forward to that opening back up again, and Tom Banton picks up free.
So that's the county council's... I mean, the county council actually won't exist much longer. By next year, it's going to be disbanded for the unitary authority. But so that is the county council's flag. But the one above it, that's the way the dragon should be facing. And you can see the one above it is backwards. It's up the wrong way, basically. It's like when people get offended that the Union flag's upside down. I still can't tell when it's upside down. But the Somerset flag, I mean, that would be easy to tell if it was upside down.
Better ball from Worrell, just kissed the pitch and zip through. Well, maybe it's a little bit like, you know, fire engines. They have it the wrong way around because people in their rear view mirror. So perhaps they're anticipating people driving in front of the flat so they can see the flag the right way around.
Yeah, so in the mirror. And now, we think, now they've got a laptop or something next to them. What have they got? Do you reckon they're watching the stream? They might be watching the stream. Gentlemen, if you're watching the stream, maybe they've muted us. I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't blame them. If they could just swap that flag. Someone in the Somerset stand, if you're watching the stream, you could just sort of get a message up to them. Just to swap their flag. It's great. We love the support. But I just think it could be the right way around as Jax continues pushing forwards. There's no run added. 91 for 2. The deficit down to 111. Abel 35, looking good. And Banton there on 19, which is good. Love to see him hang around a bit longer. Really would love a good score from Banton here. He's just defending there. He was quite relaxed about it when I spoke to him. Talked a bit about it, and you know, how you're feeling when you're batting. He said, feeling good. Feel like I'm shaping up okay. Just the runs aren't coming. But he seemed quite laid back. Whether he's just saying that, he certainly seemed laid back. Inside edge on that one.
Just seems to be turning a little bit, doesn't he? And you'd imagine Rory Burns and the Surrey side have seen something, because Jax is into his 5th over now before lunch. It's not like the bowlers will have that much in the legs. They've had 150 odd overs with their feet up.
Coming forwards, nicely played. Under this warm June sun. And yellow van just crosses the Priory Bridge behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. There's a big swipe at this one. There is a fielder out there. They'll come around just for a single. There's the sweeper. Picks up. It's Cameron Steele on the boundary. 91 for 2. Haven't seen any falcons on the floodlights yet today. That's what we've been told to look out for by the Peregrine Falcon Twitter account. They live in the Tower of St Mary Magdalene Church, which is the taller of the churches, tallest of the churches in the town. So not the one that's right on the ground here, if you've not been here. That one's just defended by Tom Abel. 92 for 2. Somerset working their way back into this game. These two just getting the starts of a good partnership going.
Glorious sunshine here, and we're expecting glorious sunshine on Friday as well for the Derby game. It's going to be up near 27, 28 degrees. Gloucestershire come down, tail between legs, having been beaten last Thursday up at Bristol. Ground tickets, normal tickets are all sold out. So this on screen is your only way to watch the Derby. £43, you get an allocated seat in either the Trade Nation or the Somerset stand. You get a curry as well, so you get a bit of dinner. Brilliant prices. Only about 100 left though, so we're creeping down towards single figures, a bit like this Surrey lead as Worrell comes in to Tom Banton. Did you like that, Charlie?
Oh.
Seamless, wasn't it?
Very good. Didn't see it coming.
Seamless.
I tell you.
But yeah, we'll be here for the Derby. You can join us too.
I'll tell you what I really loved about that, and hopefully we'll see it again before the lunch break, is that they've sneaked a picture of a poppadom onto that picture. Did you see
Have
it?
they?
Did you see it?
No, I didn't. I was in pro mode. I'm sure Todd will bring it up. or the replay of some random ball in another over as Banton drives to mid-on.
See if you can spot the secret poppadom in that. I looked at it, I thought, what is that? And then I realised it's the deal with the curry. And I thought, oh, very clever, boys.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, that's going to be an absolutely brilliant night. The Cooper Associates County Ground is always rocking on to 20 nights.
On a night like that with the weather, be absolutely brilliant.
Worrell, from that wide run-up, born out of having a tree in his back garden when he was a kid. Just gets one to pop at Banton a little bit, does well to play that down into the ground.
Yeah, I love that story about the tree. I think that's great. Great little quirk, idiosyncrasy of cricket, isn't it? Can you imagine if you said, well, Paul Pogba never runs in a straight line because he had a tree in his back garden? You just can't imagine it, can you, in football or something?
It's the kind of thing you'd probably associate with Mario Balotelli.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I love county cricket, though. There's so many stories, so many intricacies.
Yeah.
There's just every single player has their own tale to tell. Again, solid from Banton, who's on 20. Looking okay here.
It's a team game, isn't it, cricket? But it's all about individuals. There we look at that. Can you see the poppadom?
Oh, I can see
right
it
in the
now,
middle. Look at it.
There we go.
Very good.
Glorious.
Sort of. It almost looks like the poppadom sponsored by Vitality Blast there, right in the middle. Will they be branded poppadoms?
A bit like you get those lattes now. It's amazing the art you can get on the top of lattes. Worrell, Banton punches off the back foot. Good bit of work from Atkinson at cover, so they come through for a single. We probably shouldn't overpromise. I'm pretty sure they won't be branded poppadoms, Charlie.
The marketing team's working away right now as we speak.
Poor Dan Cooper, as well as having to print off all the scorecards he has each day, he's just got to print Vitality Blast onto each of the poppadoms.
He's got a big stamp. Next poppadom, stamp. It's like a production line.
One ball remaining before lunch. Somerset 93 for 2. Remember, picked up a couple of wickets in the first over of the day to bowl Surrey out. Abel keeps that out, wanders off towards lunch. So a decent session for Somerset. Took them, as I was just saying, 1 over. Lewis Gregory picked up a couple of wickets in the over. Goss Atkinson, Dan Worrell both falling. No Hashim Amla batting in this first innings. He may well bat later on. He missed yesterday unwell. Hopefully he's okay soon. Ben Green fell early to a stunning catch from Ryan Patel at third slip off Dan Worrell up around his shoulders. It was absolutely motoring. Patel got both hands to it. Tom Lammonby was going well. He made 20 off 24 balls, but then pulled one up in the air. Mistimed the pull shot off Atkinson's first ball and gave Worrell the catch. But since then, Somerset shown good application. They moved on to 93 for 2. Tom Abel's got 35 off 73 balls. Tom Banton 21 off 52. So that Surrey lead is now just 109 runs. Somerset still with 8 wickets remaining, but a decent session for Somerset, Charlie.
Love the optimism. Just 109 runs to make them bat again. Those 8 wickets in hand, though. And as things are going, it does look like a pretty good pitch. The ball, we talked about getting a tiny bit of turn maybe for the spinners. They haven't got a frontline spinner. They're not going to get prodigious turn from any of their bowlers, but it looks like a good pitch for batting. You can see the figures there. Abel and Banton, 2 of the 3 Toms still in and going nicely. So will be interesting to see how this pans out. I was trying to work out in my head where I think the game will be come the end of the day. We're no closer really to knowing that because Somerset are quite an unpredictable batting side. But as it stands, things looking fairly good with these two.
Come back to me in about 65 overs, Charlie. I'll let you know how I think it's going to go at the end of the day.
We've got 2 overs to go. You still wouldn't be able to predict it with 2 overs to go.
Very true. There are the bowling figures. 1 each for Dan Worrell, 1 and Gus Atkinson. Jamie Overton a little bit expensive, perhaps guilty of over trying. Tom Abel took him for 12 off and over. Right, we're going to leave you for about 40 minutes, but I was talking about the Derby game coming up on Friday. Here's something to whet your appetite. Appetite. Go all the way back to 2006. Justin Langer's T20 debut. He made 90 off, but he was overshadowed by a youngster. He was a young man back then, Mr. Cameron White. So we'll leave you with highlights of that game, Somerset versus Gloucestershire, back in 2006. Charlie Taylor and Harry Everett will be back after lunch, and I may well join you a little bit later on.
Applying to Gloucestershire's 438, Kent are 3.
Good shot through the infield for short boundary to down the ground. Not time, but it'll be 4 more. Oh, the pickup. 6. Shot through the offside. Beautiful shot on the up. All along the floor for 4. Smeared away. 37 without loss. He's got a wicket first ball. Caught and bowled. Several. Smeared away. Short boundary and 4. So White's on the boundary trail. I think he's got hold of that all right. It's into the churchyard, I think.
6 more to White. Fantastic shot there.
6 and plenty. Slams into the wall of the pavilion. Richard Kettleborough raises his arms. That's a quality shot from Cameron White. Big hit. We said he wasn't going to go aerial. We got it wrong. Into the crowd, 15 rows deep, and what a catch. Down the ground and big and high. Will it go all the way? Of course it will. That's into the Ian Botham stand, and that's 50 for Cameron White, made from just 29 deliveries, 3 fours and 3 sixes from just half an hour in the middle. Ball changes his angle. Cameron changes his angle. It's the same result. It's a great shot. That's a proper cricket shot, and that has travelled 95 yards, I reckon. Big hit again. High wide. Will it go all the way? Another 6 for Cameron White, and that was brute straight. Langer's found the fence again. He goes to 50. The partnership is worth 104. Langer 53 not out from 29 deliveries. He's been keeping a watching brief at the other end when Cameron White's been smashing it to all parts. Here comes Hardings. Big shot again from White as he cleared them out of Laman. He has enough. Langer goes again. This is huge. His biggest 6. Out the ground, over the top of the crowd. Goodbye. Another ball, I think. Gone again. Langer. High and handsome.
Another maximum. Superb shot. Straight down the ground. You can't defend that.
Drilled again. That's a quality shot. Langer just backing away to the leg side, giving himself a little bit of room, but the balance and the poise was fantastic. Another big shot from Cameron White. Sharp. Stuck out. Sliced away. It's up and over, and 6 more.
What a fantastic shot. That has gone square of the wicket. A full 70-yard carry. It's almost as if he sliced it away. That's 6
There
more.
it is. What a way to go to your 100. First game for Somerset in 2020 cricket. The captain of the Sabres goes through to 3 figures in just 48 balls. It's also a record score, record team score in 2020 cricket. What a day. Got it again. 6 more. Harvey.
Yeah!
Bowled him. Good ball from Ian Harvey, who applauds his former Australian teammate, Justin Langer. What an impact, what an impression he's made in his first 2020 game for Somerset, his first 2020 game ever. He can do that now. He might be out. Sacrificed his wicket. Straight down the ground. And 4. That's it. That's the world record score in 2020 cricket. Last ball of the innings. Going to be 1, I think. Coming back for 2, Parsons, and he gets there, and so too does Cameron White. 2 off the last ball. Nice symmetry to the score. 250 for 3 from 20 overs. Phenomenal effort by the Somerset Sabres. It's the highest score ever in domestic 2020. It's the highest score ever in World 2020. And it's due to Cameron White and Justin Langer.
Just going to be a roller coaster, and you know.
Gone. Good catch. Parsons, I think, at slip has snapped that up. It was a bit of width from Willoughby. Oh, what a ball. It swung around a corner.
A good start and then fell in a heap.
That's gone straight up in the air. It'll be a simple catch for somebody. It's scythed away. Sapaya. Oh, magnificent! Oh, yes. You'll never see a better catch than that all season. That's the catch of the year. Brilliant. Sapaya.
Well, I'm glad he didn't let me down. I picked him up as our best fielder, and that just shows you why. He's quick across the ground, and he's got a superb set of hands. Take the applause, Harold.
Spearman gone now for 12. Just look at this. Ball dropping over his shoulder. He's going at full tilt with the dive. Magic. Chance of a catch. Simple. Sapaya having caught the best one you'll see all season. He wasn't going to put that down.
Where to put the ball.
Oh, could be out. Is out. Yeah.
Full length dive. High. This is another tester. Who wants it? Who's underneath it? Got it. Well held. Where's Durston? Return. Gone. Heave across the line. Full and straight from Sapaya. And the
shy at the stumps. 1 out. I don't think we need the third umpire.
He's gone. The man next to us. Oh, and so have Gloucester. They've gone as well. All out 1-3-3. Quite fitting that Cameron White should get the last wicket after a brilliant batting performance.
Once again, we'd like to thank Queen's College and Queen's Hall School here in Taunton for sponsoring this fixture, and also our personal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance.
bells, is it?
I don't know. I've been talking about going to one that was closed the other day.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah.
You didn't want to participate, no?
Well, no, I wanted to go and see if I could find anyone who had my club. I went over there, and he said come back over here and see what's downstairs.
Please welcome our challenge runners, Ben Debenham and Neil Pratt. Very good afternoon, gentlemen. The Surrey team are led back out by accountant Rory Burns. Somerset resuming after lunch on 93 for 2, that's currently a deficit of 109. The returning batters, Tom Abel on 35 and Tom Banton on 21. Tom Banton will be facing the first delivery of the afternoon session. And that will come from the river end.
Welcome back to Taunton, where Somerset had 93 for 2 in pursuit of 202 to make Surrey bat again. But 2 down at the moment. Both openers back in the pavilion, Lammonby and Green. Lammonby disappointingly out, pulling a ball, top edging it. And Green got a bit of a good one and edge to Patel, who took a fantastic catch in the slip cordon. But it's Tom Abel and Tom Banton currently at the crease. Abel 35 from 73, looking pretty good with 5 fours, and Banton there pretty assured, 21 from 52, including 2 fours, and it'll be Banton facing this one down the leg side from Jamie Overton, former Somerset player. As Surrey try and finish this game off, they'll hope that they don't have to bat again. Somerset desperate to make them do that. We're on day 3, so plenty of time left in this game, and the weather is set pretty fair for the rest of it as well, which is good news. In fact, it's beautiful weather today. Really lovely. Just been out and about in the ground, having a chat with a few people. And it is a lovely day out there as Jamie Overton's going to come back in for his second ball of this afternoon session. Up on his toes here, Banton forcing it into the offside, and Harry Everett is back alongside me. What did you have for lunch, Harry?
What do we have? Beef bourguignon, I think.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
I've ate a few mushrooms and not a big mushroom fan.
Well, that's the thing is with the beef bourguignon, there's not a lot else but mushrooms. As long as you like beef, you're okay.
Yeah, it went down all right. Plenty of rice to cover it up. Rice on top, rice on the bottom.
You did a rice sandwich. You had rice, you covered your plate in rice, then you put the beef bourguignon sans mushrooms in there.
Sans. French, I like. Is it not
sans champignon?
Is it not sans?
Yeah.
Sans champignon. You haven't done Jalingo enough.
And then you put rice back on top of it. I don't think they serve it like that in France, as that is defended by Tom Banton. What they don't know about cricket, they know about food.
Well, that's it. We haven't had our ice cream yet, though. We've been talking about it.
Well, no, but we've only just got... Blooming heck, Harry, we've just had a beef bourguignon. Come on.
I need to wash it down. I'm just a bit jealous, actually.
Wash it down with an ice cream.
Melt it down.
Melt it down.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. Sort of.
You melt it down like sorbet.
Yeah. Cool it down. Freeze it down. Something like that.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything
it's a bit
goes
too
in my
early in the
palate.
day for me for ice cream. That needs to be a little bit later on. 93 for 2. Jamie Overton trying to get his first wicket of this innings. Ooh, ducking out the way there. Didn't really climb on him as much maybe as Banton was expecting, and he almost went towards it before bringing his head out of the way.
So we saw Jamie Overton bowl from the Trescothick Pavilion end in front of us before lunch. Didn't bowl particularly well.
No,
Tom Abel took him for 12 off the over effortlessly. Pretty poor from Jamie Overton. Then we saw a short ball, took the shoulder of Tom Abel's bat, went away for 4 down to the sight screen. The sight screen, the white sheet at the river end, let's be honest.
I mean,
the holy white sheet.
It's pretty horrible, isn't it? Let's be honest. Overton over the wicket, driven. It's taken a bit of an edge and gone towards the third area, where it is picked up and returned on the boundary by Ben Geddes.
Meanwhile, at the Test match, Ollie Pope's just been dropped by Tom Latham in the slips.
Oops.
37 for 1 after 9 overs.
Was it catchable? Should it have been taken?
Yeah, low, but should have taken it. Good catches, good grabbers of the Kiwis. Alex Lees. Just getting a bit of stick from Todd in my ear. Apparently this looks like my shirt. I don't know if it's been ironed. Yeah, I think it's been ironed.
I don't think it has, mate.
No, okay, maybe
it hasn't.
I tried
It's not been ironed very well if it has been ironed.
Yeah, I won't take credit for the ironing. Or non-existent ironing.
Overton in. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one to Tom Abel, who, luckily for him, has missed it. Goes through to Jamie Smith, the wicketkeeper. Ended the first over after lunch. Somerset survive it. 94 for 2, and Banton moves up to 22 in that one.
And Jordan Clark is removing his hat. So Gus Atkinson was bowling from this end before lunch, but Jordan Clark was the opening bowler, bowled 6 overs straight through. Tidy, decent, probably the pick of the bowlers this match, you would say. Well, Jamie Overton was hostile and quick in that first innings, but a bit different so far in the second. So yes, Jordan Clark, the former Lancashire man. What do you call him? Fast medium? A little bit fast.
Yeah, I guess. I think.
Sorry, you're on Peregrine Falcon watch.
I
see
think
it.
that is a Peregrine Falcon there.
Sorry, forget the cricket chat. The Peregrine Falcon. I've just followed them on Twitter.
Beautiful, isn't it? Flying around the ground.
I found them on Twitter, the Taunton Peregrines.
Just around one of the floodlights there.
I feel I've let Taunton down not following them before today.
There it is. There it is, the Peregrine Falcon. They're loving the weather. I guess there's a lot of, I don't know, I'm going to make it sound like I know
a lot of rabbits running around on the field they want to chase.
A lot of thermals. That's what I'm going to say. A lot of thermals coming up off the pitch. Warm air, keeping them up, keeping an eye out for. Yeah, what do they? I guess they eat rabbits. I don't
eat
know.
moles and voles and ferrets and stoats and weasels, anything like that. I reckon.
That sounded like the start of some kind of children's song.
Wind in the Willow.
Yeah.
And another leg stump line start for Jordan Clark. I think he's trying to attack the stumps, or just not quite got his radar. Banton doesn't get the ball away. Yeah, Taunton Peregrines. I'm excited about this. Now, this has got me very excited. For my days, my granny used to get me RSPB membership every Christmas.
They are the fastest animal in the world.
Yeah, I've seen them swoop, actually. I was on holiday in the Isles of Scilly a few years ago on a boat trip around one of the little islands and saw one swoop down. I thought, flipping out, you ain't outrunning that very easily. Another leg side-ish delivery from Jordan Clark, and Tom Banton hit straight to mid-wicket.
Rabbits don't even have time to think that. Before they've even finished thinking that sentence.
Gone. Are they the type that actually eats the whole animal? We don't want to go into too much detail when people are eating their lunch at home here, do we? Are they just want to sort of kill them and then eat a little bit and then leave the rest for the crows, the carrion crows, to finish off?
There we go. Apparently they do eat the whole cut. Was that Triggs you said who had a video of that? Apparently Peter Trigo had a video of a peregrine eating an entire animal. Concentrate on the cricket.
Well, let's be honest, 3 balls of the over and all 3 have been straight to the same fielded man, so I could just rinse and repeat my commentary.
Yep.
First 3 balls at middle and leg from Jordan Clark to Tom Banton.
I guess these, because the floodlights, when they were put up, became quickly the tallest building in Taunton, just out higher than the Magdalen Church where they nest. But they're great perching spots, aren't they, for the birds? You can just see why they'd be up there. It's a bit of surprise if they're on it.
That's why we built the floodlights.
Switched on.
Yeah.
Well, a bit warm.
Yeah.
Don't know how warm they get because they're LED, aren't they? I don't think do LEDs get warm?
Oh, let's not get too scientific. I Pete, last time I was on commentary with Trigo, he was on about meteorology, and we're trying to work out. I don't know what he was on about. He's trying to tell me some Australian test player. Was it Damien Martin he was trying to tell me to do meteorology? Oh, we're getting all sorts of information from the box, a few to our left. Ben Warren's now the LED specialist.
Yeah.
Floodlights do not get warm, apparently.
Yeah, that's part of the LEDs. The importance of
another
saving
title.
electricity.
Another title to add to Ben Warren's CV. LED specialist.
LED specialist.
Right, the first 4 balls this over have all gone to mid-wicket, and this one is nicely back foot punch by Tom Banton. Good tumbling dive from Rory Burns. Not 100% necessary, but it looked great. Rory James Bond Burns. Cracking hairstyle, sunglasses. Could have a backwards cap, really, and look even cooler.
Don't think I've ever seen a James Bond with a ponytail.
No, that's a fair point, actually. I think I was just more thinking about the role, and then the hairstyle sort of ruined my analogy.
I mean, the villains quite often have long hair, don't they?
Go on, give me a
longish hair.
A long-haired villain.
Didn't Le Chiffre have fairly long hair?
No, Le Chiffre was the guy in Casino Royale, wasn't
he?
I don't think he had long hair. No, you're thinking about the other guy in the poker game at the end. They had the big guy, the guy with long hair, and Le Chiffre. I don't think Le Chiffre's got long hair. It's always on ITV4, isn't it? I've watched it a fair few times. I could be proven wrong, there's normal hair.
Let's have a look. Oh yeah, no, he didn't have long hair, did he?
No, sorry, wrong there, Charlie. Le Chiffre's definitely got slick, that sort of grey, silver fox kind of hair, would we call it?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Get some YouTube comments coming in on the 007 chat. Meanwhile, Jamie Overton will continue from the river end with 2 slips and 2 deep men on the leg side. As Charlie's internet search history goes down the James Bond route.
James Bond villains. Hair. No, I take it back. Not many with long hair.
Not many with long hair.
Not many with long hair at all. I think I'm thinking of the same actor, but in a different film when he had long hair. As Overton is in. This one nicely clipped off the hip. That'll be 1 run there. Banton moving on nicely after lunch. Singles here and there, moving on to 24 now.
Oh, and a momentary worry there for Gus Atkinson. Do you remember when Alistair Cook and Andrew Strauss were chasing to the boundary in Test match? I think it can't remember if it was Cook or Strauss. One of them picked up the ball. As they picked up the ball, the sunglasses fell off the back of the head and threw the ball straight through the sunglasses.
Strauss, I think.
Gus Atkinson nearly did that then. I just remember that Strauss and Cook being right next to each other, just chuckling for the next half an hour about it. Gus Atkinson nearly did the same.
Andrew Strauss. Oh, I've got the video. Andrew Strauss smashes glasses. Get through and eat that.
It was Cook's giggling, I think.
Yeah, Cook found it hilarious. But it is quite fun. I mean, the chances of it happening are very small. Well, I mean, those sunglasses as well aren't cheap. I imagine they probably get them free as sponsors, don't they? But still, if you did it as a village cricketer, you'd be absolutely gutted because it's.
Yeah, I don't wear sunglasses when I field, to be honest with you.
Do you not?
Not cool enough for that. No, always a cap, whatever the weather.
2012 it was, apparently, day 3 in the South Africa match. Just wait for Jamie Overton to come in. This one just played into the leg side.
Fair amount of views on this video as well. Look at Cook chuckling away.
Yeah. And Swan was bowling.
Cook's absolutely
Cook
lost
loving it. And Anderson. They were laughing away at this. It was very funny. It's part of the sunglasses. Looks like maybe a hearing aid or something's fallen out at the moment. Well, the cameras hadn't picked it up by that point, I don't think. Here we go, slow-mo. Off the glasses come. Smashing his glasses in the air.
Good accuracy. I can't remember seeing Strauss get so many direct hits in his time, but did on the sunglasses.
Jamie Overton in bowling to Tom Banton, who's down the leg side. Call of catch it, but nothing doing there. No contact on the ball, although Tom Banton was following it, trying to get something on it. Of course, South Africa are 357 for 2. Amla playing in this game, 167 not out at this point. Swan's figures were 0 for 97, so they needed something to cheer them up. Here we go, great view of it. Smashed it to smithereens.
They had to go across the outfield, picking up the rope. Now that would be 5 penalty runs, wouldn't it?
Bits of plastic everywhere.
Now on that note,
a couple of balls left on this over. So that's full and driven nicely. He's found a gap here just outside, wide of the mid-on fielder. He will haul it back in just before it crosses the rope, but they'll come back for 3. Just the 2 runs in the end, just 2, I think. Tom Abel comes on to strike. No, it was 3. Must be 3. Yeah, it must be 3.
Interesting sides there from
I think done so well about knowing the floodlights, but no, Tom Abel coming on to strike, so it was 3. 100 up, hence the round of applause. 100 for 2, which compared to the last innings is good going. How many were they down? They were 8 down when they passed 100 in the last innings. So this is a marked improvement on a pitch that is easier to bat on. Overton in again, and Tom Abel bringing his bat down on this one into the onside, and they take a single. Banton 27, Abel 37.
Yes, a good little partnership here from Tom Abel and Tom Banton, the 2 Toms, the right-handers. 9 extras, but their 50 partnership didn't actually have any extras in it. Now this is a massive moment for me in the county championship day. Jamie Overton's bowling marker is now being moved. It's been roguely left on the outfield for the last hour and a half. In danger of 5 penalty runs. Now it's been turned the correct way out.
In danger of 5 penalties.
And Gus Atkinson, what a hero. He's my new favourite Surrey player. Nearly smashed the sunglasses. Now he's picked up the bowling marker and given it to Jordan Clark. And Jamie Overton's tantrum from earlier is sort of gone full circle and the bowling marker's back in place.
At risk of 5 penalty runs. The thing is, had it even touched the mark, would they even, would it might not have even changed the course of the ball? It's quite flat and against the ground. It would have done exactly
well, it's the wrong way round though, so it sticks up a bit more. It's the wrong way round, you see. So I thought it might have stopped to 4 on the straight drive. Oh, that stayed low from Jordan Clark. Shake of the head. Umpires Ben Debenham and Neil Pratt, I don't think I've seen too much before. Are you au fait with the 2 umpires?
Yeah, Debenham, I've definitely commentated on a game with him before. Can't remember anything particularly controversial happening in the match.
We had an umpiring change for the Friday night T20 here, and it did get a bit controversial, the Jack Leaning 6/catch. I personally thought it was out, the catch on the deep cover boundary.
I was sitting in the Somerset stand, just behind it.
Yes.
I would have given it out. He did step behind the boundary, but not when he had the ball.
Correct. I thought Jack Lean did very well, in fairness. So we're not always biased. Someone says we're a biased commentary stream. We're both saying Somerset batter Ben Green was a little bit lucky. And that was a great catch from Jack Leaney.
What I liked about that was that Craig Overton, after a big discussion, Craig Overton, who was batting at the other end of that time, just raised his bat and his other hand, telling the scorers 6.
Yeah.
And the crowd cheered because they didn't know until that point what was going on.
There was a bit of needle between Sam Billings and Craig Overton.
I tell you what, there was a bit of needle throughout the whole match, actually.
Yeah, I've never seen it quite like that in recent times.
Kent were, considering how well they were doing in the game.
Yes, unnecessary it seemed.
A bit unnecessary, I think. Well,
their cricket was doing the talking as it was.
And Somerset, they were well on top. Somerset rarely, if at any point, looked like they were going to win that game soon after they started their innings and lost those 3 wickets quickly.
It's normally Somerset-Surrey games where there's all the needle.
Yeah, well, there's been no needle. It's been really good game so far.
Well, there was twin brother on twin brother.
But that's
different, isn't it?
That was proper cricket, wasn't it? I know that obviously there's competition between the two and they feel it, but actually that wasn't away from the cricket. Whereas with the Kent game, it felt like it was a lot of chat going on that wasn't needed to be. There was a lot of some tantrums. Craig Overton had a bit of a tantrum at one point. He dropped a catch that went for 6. Kicked the advertising hoarding behind him and then took the catch 2 balls later.
Yeah.
It was a funny old atmosphere, really, on the pitch on Friday night.
No Pete Trigger or Gareth Batty to have a little spat in this game, so we won't go back to the YouTube clips of that. Probably before the days of YouTube. Wasn't it a lovely back foot punch from Tommy? That's one of my favourite shots in the book. It might not go for 4. He's pretty quick as... yes, two men running out to stop it, actually. Damwell does it right. Who's he got running with? Is it Ryan Patel helping him out? Yeah. Little teamwork. Lovely shot for 3. Look at that.
Lovely.
Just onto the toes. High top elbow. Punch. Elegant. Tom Abel. And back on the Falcons. I mean, lovely little T20 Blast reference here, just to tee this up. West Country Racing on Twitter. I see the Falcons flying over the ground again today. Rumour has it they are monitoring the wicket for the Derbyshire game.
The Derbyshire game?
Are you getting that, Charlie? No, straight over Charlie's head. What's Derbyshire's name?
Falcons.
Yes, Charlie.
Got it.
Gosh,
I was thinking, when you said Derbyshire game, it was like, I thought you meant the Derby on Friday. Oh, I see what you mean now.
Yes. Sorry, everyone. Charlie's a few seconds behind. Bit of lag between the... Well,
it's all right. You get to read the joke first, work it out in your head, and then read it out, and I have to react live. Got it in the end. God, the Derbyshire game, is that a one-day cup game then? It has to be, I guess.
Yeah, in a few weeks away. I've got that in my diary. Really looking forward to the one-day cup in August. Somerset Sussex on the 19th of August on a Friday.
Be a festival, isn't it?
That's going to be a cracker, yeah, very exciting.
Lights.
Middlesex the Sunday before, that's 11 o'clock start. They're all in my diary, all ready to go. Durham on the Wednesday. It's nice to play some different sides, because in the T20 Blast you always play the south side, so it's nice to play some of the northern lot.
Which is great, because you build up those relationships with teams and the rivalries, but actually, you want to see some other sides as well.
And we tend to struggle against some of the better northern sides. I always remember Durham, it might have been the YB40 or CB40 a few years ago, and 2 left-handers, Jennings and Stoneman, were sort of 240 or something daft for none. And, it's make runs while the sun shines at Taunton, as they say, as you do, but that was good to watch. You don't mind watching away side of the batting really well. When Jennings and Stoneman are in fine form, that was some partnership.
Couple of Falcons on the floodlights there, right on the top 2 lights. Can you see them?
I'm not sure my binos are good enough.
You got them on the screen now. You can have a look on there. Just keeping an eye.
They look like pigeons from here, but they're a bit more menacing.
They look like pigeons?
Sorry, that's an insult, isn't it? I've insulted the bird.
I'm going to start dive-bombing you next, mate.
They'll nick my ice cream and flake later.
Yeah. 104 for 2 then. It's going to be Jamie Overton bowling to his former captain, Tom Abel, who is on 40. And there's no run there. Less than 100, the lead now, 98. It's the lead for Surrey that Somerset are chipping away at still. Just 2 down. Oh, Somerset would absolutely love to draw level with just 2 down. That would be pretty much best case scenario that they could have realistically hoped for, really. But still a long way to go. 98 runs is a lot. A lot of runs for this Somerset side who have struggled, who have collapsed before in this season. Banton at the other end on 27, but it's Abel on 40. Just going behind it there. And there's no run added. Gloriously warm day here at Taunton. Had a quick chat with Sophie Luff at the lunch break. So congratulations, she's been called up into an England A team. So they're taking on the England side. It's a warm-up game for England ahead of their matches this summer. Of course, one of those, the test match being played here at Taunton.
Yes, very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah, but So they're doing a warm-up game. So it's the England players against England A, and Sophie's been called into that England A squad, playing at Loughborough tomorrow. So we wish her all the best. Very exciting for her.
Oh yeah, I went and interviewed the England ladies team at Loughborough a couple of years ago actually. But I worked for the ECB interviewing, who did I speak to? Tammy Beaumont,
Oh yeah.
Sarah Taylor, Katie George. Great chats actually, really interesting.
There we go. Look at that. Tickets on sale if you want to come. 27th of this month.
Oh, have I got the wrong date in my diary?
What did you say?
Tuesday the I've got it for Monday the 27th. That says Tuesday the 27th. Oh, we might have to ask the graphics department.
What are the graphics department on? They smashed it with the Poppadom.
Guys, you're arguing with my diary. I've got my pencil paper diary here, and my paper diary says Monday's the 27th.
Just push it forwards here, Tom Abel.
I didn't even get that on
What?
commentary cam.
What?
My diary says England women, South Africa women, 11 CACG, Cooper Sages County Ground.
What date is it saying for today, though? Has it got today's weekday right? Because then surely if it's got today's weekday right, it'll be right.
It has got today's weekday right.
Definitely
Today's Tuesday the 14th.
Tuesday the 14th. Wow, there we go,
Yeah.
boys. Get the graphics sorted. So it's it's definitely the 27th of June, though.
I can't tell
whatever
you
day of the week it is.
but so is it the Monday or the Tuesday?
Definitely the Monday. Is that what you're saying?
Well, my diary says
your
the
diary's
Monday.
saying it. I'm going for it.
Yeah, let's go to the diary.
104 for 2. Driving. Defending here, sorry, is Tom Abel. Happy to see off this Jamie Overton over, who's bowling much better from the river end than he was from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end earlier on. Still day. Doesn't feel too busy in Taunton today. Just looking at the Priory Bridge Road. I guess this is a quiet part of the day before things like the school run get going.
Too hot to be moving around Taunton, isn't it? People are melting at home with the aircon on.
You've got aircon at home. I haven't got aircon at
I
home.
haven't. I've got a fan that you plug in and don't pay electric bill.
This one is clipped off his toes, really, from Tom Abel. They'll come through just for one run at the end of that over. So he'll keep the strike. 105 for 2. Abel on to 41. By far, Somerset's top scorer of the match here, Tom Abel. Previous best 29 from Craig Overton. No longer involved in this match.
Over 2 stints, wasn't it? His 29, I suppose.
It was. It was indeed.
Ah, now the graphics department have worked pretty quickly. They just whipped up another one with the correct
Did
date.
they just sort of cut out the edges to make a square one?
27th to the 30th. Let me just check the diary one more time. Yeah, that concurs. 27th to 30th, 4-day.
Lovely stuff.
4-day test match.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Hoping to get along to a day or two of it. It's literally the day that Glastonbury Festival finishes, the Monday.
So you're going to be in a bit of a sorry state?
Yeah, the Monday might be a write-off, I think.
Are you one of those who sort of lies in bed all day after a big weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
I booked the Monday off.
With the test match on in the background?
Is it? Oh yeah, the women's test match, of course.
Sky,
Yeah, absolutely. Get that on. To be honest, it'll be on the radio.
Yeah, because then you can keep your eyes shut.
You're looking for that. Well,
your plan.
Yeah.
Your eyes need
probably what I'll need.
Jordan Clark is continuing. Tom Abel plays and misses. That's the beauty of a delivery outside the off stump. I do like the way that Jordan Clark, when he bowls a good ball, he don't really know how to describe it really. It's almost like the Bruce Grobbelaar arms. Remember the Liverpool goalkeeper in the penalty shootout? He sort of gives it a little wobble. That's one for Ben Ryan. He'll love the Liverpool reference. It's like a celebration, isn't it?
It's the second time Bruce Grobbelaar has come up on commentary for me this week in this game, because Mark Church was talking about him when I was on the BBC commentaries earlier on this week.
He's only famous for one thing, isn't he? I can't tell you anything else about him. He played in goal and Liverpool penalty shootout.
I think he was famous for one other thing as well. Well, actually, no, because he had this famous kick, didn't he, where he jumped onto his hand. Do you remember seeing this video? He jumped onto his hands, did a handstand, and kicked it out with his feet.
I think I've seen a few people muck about and do that. Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm sure he did that in an actual competitive match.
Oh, it's not coming up on a YouTube.
Is it
Grobbelaar
not,
kick.
Is it not group?
I thought it was Grobbelaar.
Overhead or something, or upside down, or because just Grobbelaar kick. I mean, he kicked the ball a lot.
Yeah, but everything is about his wobbly knees.
Scorpion kick. Thank you, Todd.
As in Olivier Giroud style. That's leg side from Clark. That's a nice shot from Time. Can they push 2? No, just going to keep it to 1. Rene Higuitas.
No, maybe I'm thinking of someone else, not Bruce Grobbelaar then.
Sorry, Charlie.
106 for 2. Abel 42, Banton 27. He was a good character though.
He was indeed. What's Rory Burns looking at here? We've got deep point, deep cover point, I'd say, is Ryan Patel. Otherwise, we've got a fairly orthodox field, really. Persisting on the deep square leg. I think Surrey are having a deep square leg or deep long leg to nearly every bowler. And he's not going to stop that one. That's 4 runs down to the Climax Pavilion, where the vacant fine leg is. They did have 2 fine legs earlier. Well, they had a fine leg and a deep square leg, I should say. Now there's not, and 4 to Tom Banton.
Yeah, like that, Banton. It was there for hitting. So he just flicked it.
Are you bird watching or are you crane watching? I mean, a crane could be a bird, I suppose.
Yeah, it could be doing both. No, I'm just seeing whether the... it reminded me, seeing that ferocious, well-timed shot from Banton, that there was a woman who got hit by one earlier on. Just see if she'd returned to her seat. I can't see her there. No,
Jamie Overton was looking after her, and Jamie Overton's a big figure these days. And they seem to be checking they're all right, and they seem to...
I guess what might happen is if they were sitting in the front row, they might decide that actually we'll go a few rows back. Yeah. So fingers crossed.
All right, pie on the second tier.
They're okay. She seemed. I imagine it really did hurt, but didn't seem to be any serious trouble.
Wicket at the Test match. Oh, she's on screen. Sorry.
She's on screen there. Good news. Good news.
She's all right.
Well done.
There has been a wicket at the Test match. Ollie Pope has gone. 53 for 2 are England. Matt Henry was pretty expensive in the first innings, particularly, has bowled a beautiful delivery to get out Ollie Pope. And talking beautiful deliveries, that is an absolute corker from Jordan Clark. Tom Banton's done incredibly well to get out of the way of that. That's reared in at him. Fairly close to our stump. Leapt in at, well, towards his hip, towards his arm. Watch this on the replay. That is some ball. Yeah. To not get, mind you, if he had got a bat, it would have raced away for 4 probably anyway, but done well to not touch it.
Real venom in that one from Jordan Clark.
Not slow, is he? That's me saying he's more of a... Well, I'm not going to get himself in trouble by insulting him, but he's not as fast as you think of Dan Worrell or nothing like a Jamie Overton.
He's certainly not the quickest on the Surrey team. Definitely not. It's Abel. Faces up to Jamie Overton once again. This one just pushed into the onside for a single. It was Jamie Overton who got Abel out, then it was Abel who got Jamie Overton out. So Jamie looking for round 2 now. Yes,
Jamie was slightly short in run-up. We mentioned earlier, didn't we, that Azam Ramu's been working hard on him with. Longer than it was in club cricket, but shorter than it has been previous years.
111 for 2. Banton on 31. That's pleasing to see him reaching into the 30s. We'll see a few more though. That would be the last wicket to go. They're just on 37 at that point, so these two have scored well. Banton prepares himself for this one. He reaches out for that one on his toes, pushing out into the offside, but not getting what he wanted onto it. And in the end, it's a docked ball.
I was chatting to, I played overseas in Australia with Aaron Thomas's brother, and he was telling me that Tom Banton started his cricket at Sutton Coldfield in near Lichfield, sort of north of Birmingham. I didn't realise that. I know he has the links, and his brother Jack Banton has been playing a little bit of county cricket too in these parts. He's sort of a Birmingham lad, but I didn't realise, yeah, played at Sutton Coldfield for a little while.
Here he is now. And again, Jamie Overton forcing him to defend fairly high up. Back of the length there from Overton, something that we'll see a lot more from him, I'm sure, during the rest of this innings.
Very high level of cricket they play in the Birmingham League. Ridiculous standard of cricket you see. Collis Brathwaite, these ridiculous players playing club cricket. Yeah, Banton was born in Buckinghamshire in Chiltern, but I had a lot of cricket in the Birmingham area. Warwickshire second 11, Warwickshire under 15s.
He's moved around a bit then, hasn't he? Buckinghamshire,
yeah.
West Midlands, now in the southwest. King's College student.
Yeah, Warwickshire under 13s right through to 17s, as well as the second 11.
Yeah, which obviously didn't quite grab hold of the talent there. And Somerset and King's College tempting him down to the southwest.
Played a lot of hockey at King's College, which actually helps his reverse scoop slaps.
Yeah, you can totally see that.
Similar to Butler.
Yeah. 3 balls left in this Jamie Overton over. I'll make way. This one is defended again. It's quick coming through to Banton.
We have a special guest going to come on. Becca Jarrod from Surrey. We're going to have a bit of a contrasting view.
Balanced.
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 Let's say balanced. Like a balanced diet. Yeah. Seafood diet, you seafood and eat it, that kind of thing, isn't it? Like Sam.
Oh, he's whipping out the jokes today, isn't he, Harry?
Just got to keep the Somerset spirits high and what could be a... No, it's been a good partnership. 111 for 2.
Banton on strike. Jamie Overton. A big gap behind him if there's a straight drive on, but there won't be as it's down the leg side, and he's got a touch on it. Jamie Overton absolutely loves that. Big celebrations, and Tom Banton has to go. 31 he makes this time, but again, failing to push on after a start. Banton looks to the skies. Somerset 111 for 3. Nelson striking there and chasing a bit, one down the leg side, Harry.
Yeah, sorry for saying that they were batting well. Sorry for saying that they were looking good. But Jamie, I mean, part of me, if there's any player in the Surrey team who gets the wickets, I want it to be Jamie Overton because he's a North Devon lad. He played for Somerset, but his celebration was pretty impressive, wasn't it? It's a decent ball, wasn't it? An amazing ball, but that celebration, Corey, he's fired up in it. I love seeing the passion. Whatever you say about the Overton twins, you cannot ever deny their passion, their commitment, their competitive instincts. I rocked up for North Devon League game on a Sunday a couple of years ago, and they were so up for it. North Devon League Sunday friendly, effectively. Well, it's a league, but, you know, friendly for their level. And they're just so competitive. And you see it now. I mean, I'd love to see Craig come out and bat again. Sadly, the concussion's not going to make it happen. But, yeah, Jamie O's got his tail up, and it's not going to be easy. For Lewis Goldsworthy, he's about half the height of Jamie Overton.
The two of them could not be more different.
This could be interesting. Although, when you're short, you're normally good at playing the short ball because you're so used to it. You've grown up facing short balls. But is it going to be a bouncer first ball, Jamie Overton to Lewis Goldsworthy? I reckon so. Although, first over at Tom Abel this morning from Jamie Overton was very poor by his standards. A couple of leg stump half volleys. Full toss even in there. And even worse news if you're a Somerset and an England fan. Joe Root's gone.
Oh, New Zealand.
And Trent Bolt's done a Jamie Overton style celebration as well. He's given it the big uns. Joe Root has been caught and bowled for 3.
Oh, that's massive.
56 for 3, 299 the target. And yes, if you're a Somerset and England fan, then you're hiding behind the sofa right now.
Big moments in both games there. 2 wickets falling pretty quickly. 111 for 3. I'll finish off this Jamie Overton over, which has gone very well as far as he's concerned, with just the one run from it and a wicket. Yes, Goldsworthy getting ready for his first ball of this second innings.
He struggled against Overton in the first innings, didn't he? Nicked the first few, so this will be a real...
Oh, it's a head-high bouncer straight through to Lewis Goldsworthy, who just about gets his head out of the way. But that absolutely flew through. Well done, Lewis Goldsworthy, who will probably be having his heart pounding in his chest right now, I should think.
I think that's the most brutal first ball I've seen all season.
Let's see it again.
That's going to be clipped again. Fair play.
Oh, my word.
He stuck that very well. Weaved inside it.
Oof. Well, what a start.
He's just gone, I play football. I'm decent. I can handle this. No worries, Lewis Goldsworthy. Wow.
Well, I shall leave you now, and as Harry Everett, the entertainer, will take you through it, alongside a very special guest, Becca Jared.
Well, Jordan Clark is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Rory Burns is marshalling the troops a little bit. And I can, well, now we've got a balanced commentary box, I guess I've got to represent Somerset and get Becca on air with a bit of a Surrey twang. As Tom Abel just flicks into the leg side for once. So, celebrating that Jamie Overton wicket behind us.
That was a big wicket, wasn't it? That was definitely needed this morning. They've gone incredibly well, made it look easy, I think, this morning. Tom Abel's definitely one of those players that always does pretty well against us, maybe bar first innings, but is an incredible player and always chooses to do pretty well against Surrey, unfortunately for me.
Career best, wasn't it? 150, then he got 50 in the second innings as well. Ran out of partners towards the end, but yeah, Tom Abel does like playing against Surrey. But you enjoying your trip down to the West Country then?
Oh yeah, I love coming down here. I mean, the first time I came here was actually 10 years ago, so in 2012, and I've tried to come back every game we've played here since.
What a shot. Lewis Goldsworthy, I think he's just top edge pulled into the Colin Atkinson pavilion for 6. I actually lost track of the ball. Yes, he has. Umpire's given it, and I say what a shot. I mean, it was a top edge, but when he's just come into the crease, he got a brute of a delivery from Jamie O first ball, and then gets on strike moments later to Jordan Clark, who's a little bit slower than Jamie Overton, but as we say, he's not slow. And he's, well, hooked top edge. Good positive approach from Lewis Goldsworthy. You know here, if you're going to go for a hook or a pull shot, it's probably going to carry to the boundary, so it's safe enough. So I like to see him taking on the short ball. I'm not sure he will against Jamie Overton, though.
No, he's a good player, Lewis Goldsworthy. I think he played for the under-19s in under-19 World Cup in 2020, didn't he? Just before we went into lockdown.
Yeah, very. I must admit, actually, people laughed at me, but I tipped him as the county championship leading run scorer for Somerset this year. And then Sam's been laughing at me all season because he got dropped for the, well, it wasn't the end of first, most of the county championship season, really. I just thought Tom Abel would get some kind of England call-up, and after Tom Abel, I thought Goldsworthy would be the man at 4 and 5 scoring the runs. So.
Gave him the commentator's curse before he even got going.
Well, he was so good last year. We were talking at lunchtime, weren't we, about the Royal London Cup, how much we love. Oh, here we go. Nice picture that is too. Where's that picture come from? My predictions, yeah. Lewis Goldsworthy. I just love him. I think he's a great player. And maybe I should have gone Josh Davey for the leading run scorer, but. Any other terrible shouts? WPA, thank you very much for sponsoring our live stream and, of course, sponsoring my terrible predictions. Are there any other terrible shouts in there? No, I think I'm in with a shout with the rest, aren't I? Well, Renshaw can't get called up for Australia too much. He needs to score a few more sixes for me. I'm not sure how much money's on the line with this WPA predictions. Maybe we'll get a little trophy, will we? I hope there's going to be something, some reward for it. Just to go along with our National Broadcaster of the Year trophy award, shall we? Need to get on that on the live stream. Surely we'll need a few more trophies. Just to fly the flag for the Somerset media team coverage. So, Becca, what have been your thoughts so far? You've been here all game, every ball?
Yes, for all 4 days. Or
awesome. If it goes
to 4 days.
Doesn't often down in.
I mean, this is the easiest it's looked to bat all 3 days.
Is that poor bowling, you think, or just flattened out?
I'm not sure. I mean, that first day was pretty interesting, isn't it? It looked like it was doing a bit, and it looked like Worrell and Overton were on top form. But that last partnership and that bizarre sort of 20 minutes that went on with the concussion injuries and all that stuff, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. But I think that last partnership made a real difference between the four batters that participated in it.
So you've got a lot of seam bowling options. Who would be your very best 11? Go on, I'm going to be old school. I'm going to give you a pencil and paper. Give me your very best Surrey 11.
Well, this is an interesting thing, actually, because sort of...
That's a shortish ball on the hip from Jamie Overton that Abel tucks away. Could be 2. Yes, good running from Tom Abel. Close. He's had to dive. Oh, no, he's gone. I thought it was good running, but Tom Abel's run himself out.
Jamie Overton's done a pretty big celebration for that, as have the other 10 players on the pitch.
Tom Abel has run himself out, coming back for 2 on 44. 118 for 3 becomes 118 for 4. You could say it's a brain fit. I thought it was good, quick running, to be honest with you. I thought he was going to get in, and Tom Abel's not slow. Quick runner, blooming good throw. Let's be honest. Jamie Overton's ball, you can't give credit to the bowler, but the run out there, that
was a good throw.
I think we just got to be positive to the run out, but then it's hard to describe really what Tom Abel's looking at there, because the ball's been picked up. What's he, 15 yards in from the boundary? Whether he could have come back for 2, I don't know, but I thought it was going to be good running. But no, Tom Abel has to go, and wow, you're allowed to have a little cheer on commentary now.
Yeah, I do apologise, Somerset fans, as I just said how good Abel normally does against us Surrey folk, but that's a very, very big wicket, and certainly needed, I think, from our perspective.
So I was just trying to work out. Yes, Surrey are pretty strong this week, but they're still missing quite a few bowlers.
Well, it's
from the usual side. Reece Topley?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really, because I've always said, sort of like the last couple of years, that we haven't really had like a stock bowlers that, when you look at most sides, you put two names on the team sheets, go, these are going to be our stock bowlers. It's something that we've really had a challenge with these last couple of years. I know that we've got a lot in our squad, but it's about, availability, if they're away with England, if there's sort of other competitions that are going on around the world. And, this year I must admit that Clark and Overton have done brilliant things for us, week in and week out. I think Azam Mahmood's had an incredible impact. Jamie Overton's definitely got quicker, and he's shortened his run up, and I think it's made a huge difference. I think he's got a lot more confidence as well than he possibly had last season. But yeah, I mean, we've got a huge crop to pick from. It's a shame, because James Taylor was really going well for us beginning of this year.
So Jamie Overton with his tail up into the left-hander Steve Davies. There's a little fend. He's Really guilty of that. I think he got out of the oval in a very similar way, actually, fending outside the off stump. Most of his dismissals this year seem to be sort of hanging the bat out there rather than leaving it, getting the bat in the way.
But yeah, we had James Taylor beginning of the season, kind of broke through, doing an incredible job, sort of in the first couple of games. Unfortunately, he's done his back in, and it looks like he's going to be out for the season, which is a huge shame because he's sort of not been a regular in the side, but was sort of looking really good to start the season, so I'm a bit gutted for him.
Again, Davies fending outside off stump and gets a little inside edge. Lucky to get away with that. Yeah, James Taylor was one of those really cheap buys on the cricket fancy draft team. I put him in.
Yeah, he was in mine as well.
Yeah, he was playing when he wasn't expected to be playing. Because I thought he's not going to get in their starting 11, but bowled really well when he did, didn't he? Yeah, and talking of county cricket podcast, we had Aaron on a few weeks ago. Came down from Warwickshire. He's a big fan of coming to Taunton to watch the cricket, and he said he just joined us on the Somerset live stream, and the ball he joined us, Abel gets run out.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped banging on to me. Hasn't stopped banging on about that to me since I think he came on, didn't he, when Sibley got out.
Yes,
I think.
I was with him, I think. It was us two on comm.
Sibley and Rhodes got out, and he hasn't. I still think he's beating himself up about it, bless him, but he really shouldn't be.
Don't worry, it's happened to me all year. It's just one of those things. You can't do a lot about it. You can say all commentators curse and all this, or Nelson, but
do you feel
that
like
was both.
Are you quite a superstitious watcher or player?
A lot of people when I'm playing club cricket say you've got to walk this way for wickets and this way around doing a lap for runs, but no, I'm not really, to be honest with you. But I do find it frustrating when you just big up a batter, how well they're going and how well a partnership's going, and then they get a wicket next ball. It does make you feel a little bit daft. So Jamie Overton with a short ball to Lewis Goldsworthy. He does duck, but I'm not being funny. He's so short. Did he need to duck it? If it stood where it was, I reckon it was probably over his head. Jamie Overton's fuming actually because I think it's been given. Is it one for the over? No, has it been given? Hard to tell what the umpire's gesturing.
Gave it a bit of a death stare, didn't he? There.
He did, yeah. Wouldn't have played massive together, Jamie Overton and Lewis Goldsworthy. Lewis Goldsworthy a bit younger, sort of coming into the side.
Yeah, there must be quite a heavy age gap between them, maybe 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy, 21.
Yeah, and they're 20, 28, 29, are
they? Yeah, 2 years
29?
older than me as well. I'm 26, they're 20, I think they're 28. Overton's. I don't need to tell you what's going on. You can see on the pictures, Jamie Overton's bowling a pretty hostile spell. Yep, 28, it's Jamie Overton. 7 years his junior, a few feet his junior. A few games of first-class cricket junior as Lewis Goldsworthy, but he's digging in well. It's when Jamie's puffing out his cheeks in that you can see the way he's sort of like exerting the force. And
I mean, I don't know about you because I'm quite a bit younger than them, but I feel like they've just been around forever.
Yeah.
The Overtons. Like I remember them playing for England under-19s in like that incredible crop that came through all at the same time.
You know, like 19s, haven't we?
I mean, yeah, a lot of them. I mean, the first one that I really took an interest in. I know this was sort of after the Overtons time, but was the 2014. World Cup out in the UAE, and out of that squad there's only 2 that actually aren't playing now, which are Jack Winslade, who was obviously a Surrey lad, and Rob Sayer are the only 2 that aren't participating professionals now.
Yeah, England had a history of doing really well in the '19 World Cup. Last year we got really excited down in these parts with Sonny Baker and James Rue, and George Thomas of course, and sad to see Sonny Baker injured. There's been big talks about James Rue replacing Steve Davies with the gloves, making this an even more important innings actually. He did get 22 in the first innings, which was Somerset's 3rd top score, but for a man batting the top 6, for a man of Steve Davies' calibre, he wants a lot more than 22 more often, and he has done so far this season. So this is a massive innings up against Mr. Jordan Clark.
Yeah, I'd say when Steve Davies played for us, he was, you know, a very good player. You know, when he was coming in, you always felt like the game was kind of still on. He was quite a busy player back when he played for us, and I think I can't remember what year he left. Was it 2015? Maybe a bit earlier than that. I'm not.
Yeah,
I remember he played here in 2012, but I think Steve Davies came, and then a couple of weeks later you signed Ryan Davies from Kent as well.
The 2 Davies
another keeper.
And he went and played for Durham for a bit after as well.
Yeah, he did. He started off at Kent, didn't he? Then he came here, and then he went up to Durham afterwards. I'm not sure if he's playing now. Maybe a bit in the Kent League for Sandwich, but...
Yeah, he was playing club cricket when I last saw Ryan Davies. Yeah, Steve left Surrey at the end of 2016.
Oh wow, feels like so much longer
Yeah.
ago than that.
He scored that 100 against Yorkshire in the Royal London Cup semi-final at Headingley, and that got Surrey to their second successive Lord's final.
Oh God, that game. I mean, that was Ollie Pope's debut. That game, and I tell you what, you would not want to have been a Surrey fan on the Western Terrace at that game. I'm pretty sure there was about 5 of us. We weren't looking too good, and then yeah, we managed to win that semi-final in 16 and play. Oh, who was it? What year was that? Must have been Notts in the final.
No, this was a good game for Notts. As we see, Sam Dallin will be waxing lyrical about that. Steve Davies in his V through square. The point area is his favourite area, and he back foot punches beautifully. Watch this replay, and this is vintage Steve Davies, whether he's in a Surrey shirt, an England shirt, or a Somerset shirt. Beautiful timing.
It's a lovely shot.
Back foot punching, and Jordan Clark knows he's played enough cricket against Steve Davies. They've both been in the county game for so long now. He knows he shouldn't really be bowling there. Are you surprised at how well Jordan Clark's done this year? He's just beaten Steve Davies, an absolute jaffer.
I mean, it's an interesting one really, because I remember seeing him quite a few years ago play in a quarter final in the T20s against Kent, and he was let's just watch this replay.
What a ball that is.
It's a lovely ball. Yeah, I remember seeing him play in a quarter final. It was actually ended up being a tie in the end, and Jordan Clark was batting, and I just thought, he's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah.
When we signed him, I think a few people were kind of, I'm an R, and he didn't do quite as much as he maybe would have wanted to.
Yeah, a bit of an odd signing, I thought. Just
Yeah, in his first couple of seasons, I don't think he did as much as he wanted to. But me and my dad Phil were very much backing him, saying he'll come good, and he's been fantastic for us this year. Like I said, he's been that real stock bowler, along with Overton and Topley when he's kind of chipped in. It's been really good to see. I like to see players that are maybe a little bit underrated really coming good. And to be honest, the great thing about him is he's good in all formats. He really shows his talent across all 3 formats for us. I'm not sure it's going to feature for the Royal London for us, but we'll sort of see what happens. But no, he's really come good this year, and it's great to see.
reminds me of a bit of a Pete Trigo, one of our own commentators out here with the tattoos, the right arm bowling, bit of batting. Trigo used to run in so many.
I think I'm a bit more scared of Peter Trigo than I am. Coming from a Surrey perspective, gave me nightmares as a child. Always doing well against us. But I've forgiven him now. He's not playing anymore.
Whacking golf balls instead. But
yeah.
We're on screen. Wave for the camera.
Is it here?
Yeah, this little one here. You can see. Yes. So.
Hope they're watching back in the office.
Welcome to Becca,
Thank you very much for having me.
The Surrey voice.
Thank you very much. Thoroughly enjoying it.
Well, we've got Dan Worrell, who's going to run in round his tree as he did in the garden so many times as a kid. No tree on the Cooper Stage County ground. That's a lovely cover drive from Lewis Goldsworthy straight to Rory Burns' extra cover.
Do you have like a favourite player yourself?
It would be Tom Abel probably, just after his run out. Goldsworthy I do really like, but Tom Abel's just been oozing class for 10 years now, and the way he bats, I try and model my own game on him and get nowhere near it. It's just
He's your inspiration.
Yeah, the way he's just all class. What about you?
Do you know what? My favourite player across the county is a bit of a niche one. Steve Patterson.
No, I like that. Random, but go on, explain.
Steve Patterson from Yorkshire. I don't know what it is about him. I just love him. I think he's a real county pro.
Yeah.
Gives it his all. I just love him.
Weird
no one can tell me
actually.
why.
Yeah, I don't quite get it.
It's
Doesn't
quite a
look
random
natural,
one.
does it?
I remember I put a tweet out kind of saying, who's your favourite cricketer at the moment, and I was like, I'll reveal mine at the end. People were like, what random one? I think people thought I was going to go Surrey, but no.
I'm sticking with Tom Abel. Todd's just asked me next door. I'm going to stick with Tom Abel. Josh Davies, another big favourite of mine. A lot of the Somerset players. I mean, Chat Leach, you can't argue when he got that one not out in the way. He's obdurate with his batting. I think it's a disgrace that he's batting so low down for England in this current Test match. I think he should be right up there at number 8, really, ahead of Potts and Broad, to be honest with you.
Do you have like a favourite like cricket villain?
Oh, all the questions. I like this. This is like Piers Morgan, Jonathan Ross style.
It's like late night talks.
Who's my I'm going to have to think about that. Have you got an idea for me to get me thinking first?
Well, mine would have been Trago when he was
would
still
it?
playing.
I suppose Gareth Barry immediately comes to
Oh,
mind.
yeah,
but
God.
sort of
Ginger Ninja villain,
love to
yeah.
hate kind of thing. Yeah.
Always love a bit of rivalry between. I mean, first game I came to here was 2012 when we played. It was in the days where the schedule was a little bit more nice to us, and we had I think it was still 40 overs in 2012. We had a 40 over game here that was rained off after 9 overs. Then we started a 4-day game sort of the day after, and that was that famous game with the
bit of needle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Murali Kartik who'd played for you guys the year before. I remember him playing in the CB40 final in 2011 where, what can I say, we did come out on top of that. 17th of September 2011, one of my favourite days ever. But yeah, it was a pretty tough competition. It was Alex Barrow, person who was man-cadded by Murali Kartik, and I think that's where it all flamed from.
Yeah, Murali Kartik was a good Somerset pro as well. Alex Barrow still coaching at Exeter University this year, played for Sidmouth last year, not playing so much cricket himself this year.
Was he a keeper?
Yeah, although he's not been keeping, he didn't keep for Sidmouth last year. Sidmouth have got Jamie Baird now, Somerset 2's keeping this year, but Alex Barrow fielded a short extra cover last year. And yeah, the thing is, when you're batting against any of the Sidmouth bowlers, you've got Alex Barrow at extra cover and you just can't get the ball past it.
No.
He's so good for these wicket keepers that go and field, it's ridiculous.
No, it was. I think that's where all that came from, really. And then obviously, I think sometimes it's nice though to have this rivalry. Sometimes it can get a bit out of hand, but I think it's good to have that fire. It's a lot of passion involved in that, and that's what we love. Oh.
I was sort of brought up to hate Surrey, to be honest. Even in club
I feel like everyone was from birth. It's a thing that's you're told to do.
That's a lovely shot from Lewis Goldsworthy, just tickling to square leg for 4. Off his hip. Nice little tickle for 4.
Yeah, this will be a partnership for building upon, won't it, between these two.
We've got someone enjoying it. Shirts off kind of weather down in the West Country.
Oh, I hope he's got suntan cream on.
So he should have a hat, really, shouldn't he?
Yeah, red raw tomorrow.
So what we're going to see from the... Yes, no, it's going to be a change of bowling. Gus Atkinson, who got the run out of Tom Abel, crucial run out, is going to come into the attack from the Truscolic Pavilion end. Right arm seamer. Tell me about Gus Atkinson from a Surrey point of view.
I think he's struggled with injuries sort of the past couple of years. He's been... I mean, he played a lot of Royal London games for us last year. When I say a lot, I mean he did incredibly well in the first 2, then got nipped up by Southern Brave, I believe. Unfortunately, but he's been sort of in and out really for us. He's struggled with injury. I think he's 23, 24 maybe. But he looks good. He's done pretty well when he's played for us. He got a 50 against Northants. Northants for us a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago now. It flies so quickly. But he's good down the order. I think that's something that we've really built upon this year as well. The fact that our tail really does wag.
Yeah, I've always been impressed with that. Sorry, they've got so many all-rounders. You look at the T20 side, they've got bowlers coming in at 4. You've got Jamie O and Sam Curran coming in at 3 and 4, 4 and 5. You just go Jax, Roy, maybe Laurie Evans, and then you got bowlers from 4 to 11.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that we've really seen this season is the depth that we've got in terms of, we've got 3 away, 2 away with England in terms of the one day. So you're missing Sam,
Pope,
you're missing Sam, Roy, and Topley in the one days. But I mean, Roy doesn't really play this stuff anyway. And then obviously we're missing Popey and folks in the test side. But it's like we've just got that depth to be like, which is something we've struggled with before. We have players go and play for England, and it's like, oh God, who do we replace them with? Are they quite like for like? But I think this year, with Jamie having the gloves, very tall for a keeper.
Yes. Very
tall for a keeper. But he's done really well.
Everyone says how like Ollie Popey is, but a little bit taller than Ollie Pope, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jamie's 6'3". Popey's nowhere near that.
No, I think it's more the batting style.
Oh,
when you watch them bat, they got that oozing class, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think Popey's the best we've seen since Graham Thorpe, really, in terms of natural talent. But he's it's really good to see him doing what he can do. I know he's had a bit of criticism over the past couple of times he's played for England, but I'm really glad to see him come good.
Steve Davies in that V, good bit of fielding at backward point. Yes, it's fumbled for 1, but to save 4. Lewis Goldsworth and Steve Davies just rebuilding here a bit. No batting bonus points on offer, but they've got to keep going as long as possible. We're going to have at the end of the over a little clip of the run out from Tom Abel, who did run himself out coming back for the second. Tried to say it was good running, but unfortunately not from a Somerset point of view.
Speaking of sort of players that do very well against us, James Hildreth, yes. Where is he?
First game he's missed since 2009, first home game in County Championship.
It's a good effort, isn't it? I mean, I kind of forgot about him for a minute, and then I thought, oh, where is he? What's he?
All my life coming up here, I can never remember a home game without James Hildreth playing.
Incredible player, really incredible player.
Just made batting so easy. We're talking about his broken foot 100, which was just ridiculous. I mean, most people struggle to score 100 with 2 feet, let alone on 1 foot. He scored runs in all 3 formats, but sadly a time comes, and just Scothick said, oh, his eye's gone. It's that him and Steve Davies are, you know, it's not just age, but they're getting to that stage of their career where they're just not, you don't pick up line and length quite as easily as you do when you're younger, and the feet aren't moving quite as quickly. And
I feel like I had that at the age of 13.
Lewis Goldsworthy, back foot punch. That's going to be at least 3 because there's no one there. If they run hard, they should easily come back for 3 here, but they thought they were going to do the fielding. And Steve Davies says no. He's learned from Tom Abel's running early. I think they thought the fielder was going to stop it, but the dive was to no avail. And this is Tom Abel running himself out in mid-air. Good umpiring to give that out straight away. No third umpire needed. Dive from Tom Abel. Stumps clattered. Decent dive. Tom Daly will be happy with that, wouldn't he?
Don't have that sarcastic, you know, screens signed, go up to the third umpire in this format, but that's very good, isn't it?
It's pretty close, isn't it? Look at that freeze frame. Top work by
like
the technology department.
Yeah, top work by the technology department, top work by the umpire. That's really, really good.
So I'll probably give you one more over, and then Sam is going to come back on and continue with Becca. If you're happy to stay, you've got no prior appointments in the Taunton sunshine.
I'm free for the rest of my life.
Oh, there you go. She signed the life away to Somerset commentary. Loves it in the West Country. You'd rather be in Taunton than London, wouldn't you?
Oh, always.
Who doesn't love
We'll
Taunton?
see how this game goes, and then we can talk about it.
Little poke dab into the offside from Steve Davies, which probably similar to the shots where he sort of hangs his bat out there and gets out, but this time he gets bat on ball between extra cover and cover point and gets a couple of runs.
I mean, I'm not just saying it just because obviously I'm here now sitting alongside yourself, but Taunton is definitely one of my favourite grounds to come to. I think it's probably my favourite outside of the Oval, but I think you can tell that from the amount of Surrey fans that are here. I mean, I'm not sure if there's a lot of people there's people who I've never seen before at the Oval, you know. I reckon there's quite a few that live down here that 4 days a year put on their Surrey cap, come down here. But no, it's a really, really great place to come. Always very welcoming.
You're probably right there, because a lot of people from London like to come down here. I know when you're trying to buy a house down here, it's a flipping nightmare, because all the people from London, especially after COVID, they all want to try and get a house in the West Country.
Oh, they do. They've had that taste for being on holiday in England, haven't they? And it's nice. It's a lovely place. My sister actually lives in North Devon in Bideford. She moved down there after university, and it's such a lovely place to go on holiday. But I think, I mean, coming here is just really, really great. I know the thing that I love about the 18 counties is that they're all so different. They're all so individual. Yeah. And, you know, I don't believe in this sort of big counties, small counties mentality. You've got the ones that host the test matches, and then, you know, the other counties. It's not like there's the big counties that really matter that host the test matches. There are 18 counties, and if they were all the same, well, that would be damn right boring, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. We love county cricket, and we always will do, and I hope it lasts as long as life lasts, really.
I know. Me too.
It's nice to hear that it's not. I always think all these London people, they love this new format they've created, and they're sort of anti-county cricket. But it's nice to hear that people from London do have real passion for the county game. Yeah,
I mean, if you were looking for someone that doesn't love the 4-day game and prefers the shorter formats, you've got the wrong person on commentary. I was brought up on this, running round, tapping all the seats down. My parents wouldn't take me to the T20s when they first started. I was 3, and They wouldn't take me to that because it took longer to get there than the game lasted.
Steve Davies with another couple through the covers, and he could have potentially, again, he had 3. They're sort of nervy about this running now after that Tom Abel run out. Dan Worrell does get in Steve Davies' way. It was only a friendly cuddle. No supporters bus coming down from Surrey here, then it's all on the train, is it?
Yeah, no. My dad used to run those quite a few years ago. Sold quite a lot of coaches out to away games. They'd travel down, all stay in the same hotel.
Oh, that's nice.
All of that jazz, and fortunately times have changed. But, you know, I think it's nice that you see people at the Oval and you say, Taunton, it's pretty much always a yes down to Taunton. Wasn't so much of a yes up to Warwickshire first game of the season to sit in the freezing cold. This is nicely placed, this game.
Hope Aaron, the cricket connoisseur's not listening, but
no.
What a ball that was from Dan Worrell, cutting Steve Davies enough. Why has he got to jump on? I do not know. We heard Tom Banton earlier.
It's roasting out there, absolutely roasting.
Talking of Charlie Taylor, there he is. He's was he two-timing between the BBC commentary box and the Somerset live stream? Can't decide quite where he wants to be.
Busy bloke.
Oh, now he's listening and waving. They've obviously got our live stream commentary on down in the BBC box, controversially, but he's loving it, basking in the sun there. Kevin Howes there, northern man with his trousers on. What's he doing coming out of the West Country with trousers on? Kevin Howes, will have a word with him later. In his green polo, but around the wicket comes Dan Worrell. And that completes a decent over for the Aussie. And at 137 for 4, myself, Harry Everett, will make way and bring Sam back on, and Becca's going to stay with us.
Yeah, it's beautiful weather here today at the moment. It's been certainly somewhere that you could catch a tan, Taunton, this week. It's been pretty lovely. It feels like you're on holiday, really. Come on holiday to Taunton. Not sure how many people necessarily do that, but I certainly have, and I've loved it. It's been a great competition so far, and it's interesting to see how it's going to unfold.
They flock to Taunton for their holidays, Becca. In their thousands. In their thousands. Why wouldn't they? What a fine sight.
It is. It's a lovely, lovely place to be.
Atkinson then from the Marcus Truscoffic Pavilion end. Gets in behind that one, Goldsworthy. Speaking of Kevin Howes, I saw him this morning. He was down there, and he assured me he was standing in that little gap. I don't know if we can see it at the end of the over, where the BBC are. There's a kind of open gap where they sometimes put a temporary stand. And Kevin Howes assured me that within 2 years, he would be there singing to a full crowd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Bit of a flyover here.
Have you got that app where you can track?
Tucked into the leg side for a couple, I think. Apps, Becca. I'm old. I'm old.
Oh God!
What are we tracking? Hang on.
So my brother-in-law's got this app. He's a little bit of a geek, I must admit. Not saying that everyone that's got this app is a geek, but he's a little bit of a geek.
I like him already.
And he'll like point his phone up to the sky, to the plane, and then he'll look at his phone and it will tell you where it's going, where it's come from, how many people are on it. It's bizarre.
That's a bit weird, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is a bit. But he does it all at the Oval. He's not even watching the cricket. He's just watching the planes fly over.
You get a lot of flyovers there, I guess.
Yeah, loads. I mean, when I lived in Leeds when I was at university, and it's just non-stop. I don't know where they're all coming from, but it's, yeah, look up the app, Sam. Oh, we are on Plane Watch. I wonder where this one's going. Anyone got the app in the ground? Anyone's listening? Know where it's going?
Oh, Atkinson's coming around the wicket to Davies. They've got a cover point and a backward point. A man catching Dan Worrell in at short cover as well. That's Davies. He's a little bit susceptible earlier in his innings, just pushing upwards. That's his V, as Harry was saying. Enjoy watching Steve Davies back in the day for Surrey?
Yes, I did indeed. He was a very, very good player for us, I thought. You sort of have players that you really enjoy watching. And, you know, like I said before, that when he was coming in, you felt like the game was still very much in your hands. It's like with Ricky Clark, who obviously retired last year. He was always one that you knew it was going to be all right if he was still in. Do you sort of have like a favourite player, Sam?
To have, at the risk of copying Harry, so the problem is, right, you could ask this question to probably 100 Somerset fans in the ground. 99 of them would say Tom Abel. the kid walks on water for most people around here.
He's the king down here, is he?
He's the king. I mean, he's allowed a naff run out or two. He'll be distraught by that as well. He'll be distraught by that, Tom. But yeah, Tom Abel, wow.
He's a very fine player. He certainly took a nice spot in my fantasy team.
Did he? Opens up the face there, Davies, all along the ground. No chance at all for the fielder. 4 more. Did he? So who else? Let's have a look at that one again. Who else is in your fantasy? Are you one of these? Annie Chase. You know Annie, don't you?
Yes, I do know Annie.
Annie, lovely shot there from Steve Davies. Annie is a big fan. She's always telling it. I did do a fantasy team. I haven't changed it. I'll never get into it. I don't know why.
So I must admit that I encouraged people in the office to participate in our fantasy league.
Same shot, same
straight
result.
Down there again. So yeah, I set up a league in our office, trying to rally around some interest for the county championship, and we all got very good names. Mine's called Darren Stevens Barmy Army.
Nice.
Big fan.
I assume he's in the team, right?
Yeah, he was captain.
Yeah, of course.
But I think I sort of struggled to figure out how it all worked at the beginning. I was chopping and changing players, and then I realised, obviously, you know, we put our lovely game into 2 divisions of 8 and 10 to ensure that no one was left out, and then we have 2 people not playing now instead of 1. So that shot me in the foot with my fantasy team because I forgot that teams weren't playing. So I unfortunately I'd have about 4 players that weren't playing, but I got off to a reasonably good start. I'm trying to think who I had in my Lamb B was in my team as well.
Worrell then. Goldsworth, we're just leaving it alone. Yeah, it's easy. I mean, I'm going to check my side, see how I'm getting on. I imagine it'd be pretty terrible. You're going to do the same. Should we find out?
Should we go through our love? What's your team called, Sam? That's a very important. That's the most important thing.
Red Bull Reset, mine are called.
Oh, did you? I had a drinking game over the winter when watching the Ashes on BT. Take a shot every time you heard the word Red Bull Reset. You'd be absolutely battered.
I was going to say, were you quite drunk?
Yeah, you'd be absolutely battered.
Just getting up to go to work at the Oval, was it?
Yeah,
yeah. Shouldn't have confessed that live on.
No. Luckily I wasn't around at the winter. Otherwise, would have been struggling.
Ooh, plays with that one, Goldsworth. He probably wants to leave it alone. I'm 194th. I don't know out of how many.
Let's have a look where I am. That's the thing. Like I get really into it. I've got 376 points this week.
What have I got? I've got 425, and I've not. Who's in my side?
Right,
Rory Burns. Rory Burns is in my side.
Very good choice. So I changed my side, I think, when Surrey weren't playing, but I forgot that I didn't have another wicket keeper. So I'll possibly at the end of this over, I'll read out my side, and the viewers can judge as well as you can, Sam.
I would never judge. I don't judge.
It's okay, I can take it.
I've got Steve-O in my side. He's not playing. Dan Douthwaite isn't playing either. I've got a lot of noughts this week.
Dan Douthwaite is product of the Surrey Academy.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Good cricketer as well.
Very good cricketer, very good cricketer.
I think Glamorgan are a little bit underrated. I know they won the Royal London Cup. I really like them as a team. I think Matthew Maynard is just pulling something together that could be quite special.
You know, they've got a very good side of individuals that are forming a very good team, I think.
Left alone by Goldsworthy.
So my top 3, well, like I said, most of them aren't playing this week. We've got Sir Alistair Cook, Dom Sibley, Harry Brooke, Joe Root, Will Rhodes, Jordan Thompson, Sam Cook, Ben Folkes is my keeper, Matt Parkinson, Chris Rushworth, and Aaron Beard. And I put Aaron Beard in there when he was on loan to Sussex, and that proves how long ago that was, because he hasn't played for him for a month. So I haven't quite touched it for a while.
Deep square leg goes out. Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Aaron Beard. I think he's a very good bowler. He's the quicker of the Porter and Cook Beard trio. He's the quickest one. Nice shot from Goldsworthy. Will be at least a couple. I love how Jordan Clark thought about chasing it, but senior pro thought, no, I'll let the young academy lads, the youngster Laws, scuttles round and they pick up 3.
Thought, nah, I'm too old for this.
Good senior proing that from Jordan Clark. Yeah, I've got Steve Finn. I don't think he plays full-day cricket in my side. He's not playing this week. Ethan Bamber's in my team.
Very good player.
Yeah, I like Ethan Bamber. Sir Alistair Cook too, Jake Libby. Rory Burns has done well for me this week. Tom
Yes.
Abel's in my team, obviously. I couldn't bring
Can't
myself
not
to-
have him,
no,
can you?
No. It's a bit upset he's not on your team, really, Becca.
I know. I'm pretty sure he was in my squad at the beginning. Who else did I? So I've got the people who aren't playing that I've got in my team. I did go for a couple of cheap ones that I knew possibly. So I've got in my team. So Burnsy is in my squad, but he's not playing. Tom Lammonby is in my squad. Jacob Bethel, George Burrows, who's still down as playing for Lancashire, but I'm pretty sure he plays for Sussex now. But I took a couple of the cheap ones. I'm honestly, I'm still a bit unsure how it works. Can I have a look at my T20 side to see how they? So we've got our leaderboard. Where am I on the leaderboard? Oh, I'm top.
Are you?
Dan Stevens Barmy Army is top. Oh no,
you
no,
just
sorry,
because that's
top.
where they put you.
No,
That's
no.
what I thought that. Oh no, see they put Earth. So for me, it had me on the top.
Are you ready? So our very nice fancy league, the Surrey Massive. Darren Stevens Barmy Army top. Gary Wilson Fan Club second.
Atkinson to Goldsworthy, tickles it off his hips. One. Gary Wilson, I remember him. So what is it with Surrey, right? Oh, sorry, I'll come back to your fancy team.
Are you going to slate us now?
No. What, you love a wicket keeper, don't you?
Oh, don't. So
150 up for Somerset.
Oh, very well battered.
Go on. How many wicket keepers do you need?
Honestly, so a couple of years ago, we had this weird thing that we just loved the wicket keepers. We had like Gary Wilson, Steve Davis. We had Kumar Sangakkara, Rory Burns as a keeper. I think Popey had broken into the side possibly by that point. But our slips, they were all keepers. I mean, it was pretty useful for catching. But yeah, we had about 5-6 keepers in the squad. But yeah, we've still got a few now. I mean, I forget that Burnsy's a keeper really, but it'd be a bit of a struggle to captain, keep, and open.
Around the wicket, Atkinson. Yeah, yes, he wouldn't have kept for a while now.
No, I haven't seen him keep for quite a long time.
There's Rory Burns doing a bit of fielding. There's Charlie Taylor. Enjoying his ice cream.
It looks like the man from Baywatch, doesn't he, Churchy? He loves a bit of the sun.
Him and Richard Branson have never been seen in the same room.
It's a very good shout.
Open the face there, Davies. Good bit of work from Ryan Patel, who tumbles around. The tumbling stop. That gap at third has been plugged as well. Yeah, Mark Church. He's basking in the sun, but with jeans on.
I know.
Charlie Taylor was... There he is.
Got to get his shorts out. Maybe he forgot to pack them.
Are we sure that's Mark Church, or is that not...
Is that... Who is it? Is that Richard Branson?
Could be.
Is he a Somerset fan? Is he a Tom Abel fan?
He could be. He will be a Tom Abel fan. He might not be a Somerset fan, but he will be a Tom Abel fan somewhere. Charlie enjoying his ice cream. Oh, tell you what, Mark Church versus Peter Trigo. They both enjoy topping up their tans, don't they?
Wonder who's got the softest hair.
Ooh. Taking down the legs. So I reckon Churchy. I reckon Triggs' hair's quite bristly. I don't know why.
What are you going for? Harry?
Softest hair, Mark Church or Pete Trigo? Yeah.
I think, yeah. I feel like Trigo might put a bit of gel in his. Do you reckon? Oh.
Atkinson over the wicket to Goldsworthy. Todd, who is doing a sterling job sorting out all the angles, the brilliant stuff. It's an amazing team behind the scenes on the live stream here. We do the easy job really up front. It's like a TV studio in there.
Mr. Ben Warren, the man, the myth, the legend.
Well, Peter Trigo described Ben Warren as the biggest signing since Chris Gale for Somerset yesterday.
Well, that's pretty on spot, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
But do you prefer him to Tom Abel? That's the question.
The thing is,
you have to lose one of them.
Tom Abel's not my boss. He's not my direct boss. So politically, the answer is Somerset 151 for 4 off 52 overs. Tom Abel, though. Just joining us, Sam Dalling here alongside Becca Garrod, so Surrey supporter. Surrey works at Surrey. There she is, Becca. Family have been. Mum and Dad are down, aren't they?
Yes.
Were you up in the committee room, or did you let them go to it?
No. Out with the peasants.
Are you in the sunshine?
No, I don't do that anymore. That was retired in 2021 from that duty.
And mum and dad are on. Is mum president?
So mum is deputy president.
Around the wicket.
She's a changed woman. She is. Doesn't talk to me at home anymore. She's, do you know who I am? Gives it all that malarkey. No, yeah, well, my parents met through Surrey, so we pretty much are one of the Surrey families.
Around the wicket there. Ran into Phil, Becca's dad, in the Ring of Bells yesterday. Had a good chat to him. I enjoyed seeing your dad because I enjoy chatting non-league. You're big Tooting and Mitcham fans.
Yeah,
as
I've got
well,
a season ticket down at Tooting and Mitcham. I think one thing that you do really notice about cricket fans and non-league fans, they're normally in the same boat. Quite similar people. I'm not. You go down to Tooting and Mitcham. Me and my dad go. It's like our little thing. In the winter, we go Tuesdays and Saturdays home and away, and you just run. Oh, you're a Surrey fan, aren't you? Just run into the same people.
Pulled away by Davies. Good control on that. Going to be stopped on the boundary, so
Right,
just a single.
Cameron Steele's been. I mean, I know he hasn't played a huge amount for us, but I'm a big fan of him. I remember he was obviously at Middlesex originally, an Aussie, and then was at Durham University, and then I think got picked up by Durham afterwards. And I remember a video from when I didn't really have as much of a life as possibly I've got now. I wouldn't say I'm living my best life, but
this isn't living your best
sorry,
life on the
is
Somerset live stream.
It is,
I can
no,
see
of course
Warren.
it
He's
is.
fuming. Ben Warren is fuming at someone saying it's not the best life.
No, but when when I had a lot more time on my hands, I'll say that. We'll go with that. I remember watching a video. I remember watching a video on YouTube when it's literally all I used to do, and I remember Cameron Steele was in the nets and he was branded as the next Shane Warne.
He was a leg spinner, wasn't he? He got the yips when he was up at uni.
No, he was branded as the next Shane Warne on Cricket Australia's YouTube from like 2014, so a very long time ago.
Chance of a run out there. Goldsworthy pushed it into the offside. It was Rory Burns who doing the fielding. He had to move around to his left. I think in the end it was relatively safe. So they take a single. Goldsworthy moves on to 17. Yeah, Steele. Somerset. He was a Somerset boy. Grew up, born in Somerset. He then went. You're right. He went to Australia, but he played a bit of twos at Somerset and went to Millfield, and they missed out on him. Middlesex signed him, so he could have been. But he bought a bit of leg spin as well in the first innings.
Yeah. He was supposed to be a really good prospect, and I'm hoping he'll really come good for us.
Round the wicket and driven by Davies. Well, he's obviously doing good. Him and Jax are doing well enough to leave Amir Verdi out, because I did wonder if he'd play a front-line spinner. I was a bit surprised.
It's one thing that you definitely don't want to ask Mr. Alec Stewart. Do not want to ask Alec why we haven't played our spinners with Moriarty and Verdi, because he'll give the correct answer of, well, we've got Jax and Steele. Jax's bowling has really developed over the last couple of years. He's really worked on it, and he's not just an occasional. I think he looks pretty good in all formats.
Tucked into the leg side by Davies. Well, yeah, such is the strength of the Surrey T20 side. Last season, Jax opened the bowling in pretty much every game in T20, didn't he, and picked up wickets. He's only done it once this year.
Yeah, it's something that actually Dom Sibley did when he played for us. I remember this. This must have been, 17 maybe? Yeah, it must have been 17 before he left us. And he opened the bowling here in a T20, Dom Sibley, and got injured. Never bowled for us again to this day, just before he left.
Joe Denley used to do it quite a lot for Kent. He did it a lot last year when they won the Blast. Did it in the final against Somerset. Is Worrell to end the 43rd over. Ducked underneath it, Goldsworthy. Right, well, Harry Everett was telling you a little bit earlier on how he bats a little bit like Tom Abel. He's modelled his game on him.
So he told me he was better, actually.
He said he was better. So let's have a look. Let's see some video evidence. Let's watch Harry Everett and just compare him to the Somerset skipper, Tom Abel, shall we?
Oh.
Well, Tom
is
Abel.
That you, or is that Tom Abel?
Oh, there we go. They're different balls.
Oh.
There we go. Striking similar. I couldn't tell the difference.
No,
Could you, Becca?
No, I couldn't tell the difference. I think if you play for something, you'd be my favourite player, Harry. Oh, Tom Abel, who?
Yeah, there's an argument that Everett should be in the side for the next game, having seen that. Gus Atkinson around the wicket. just runs it down to third man. Picks up a single.
Do you have a favourite ground that you've been to?
Scarborough.
I love
Hands down.
Scarbados.
Other than this, Scarborough is absolutely glorious. I was up there last year. Somerset played in that September. It was only a 2-day game in the end.
We played there in 18, 19.
You didn't go to that one?
20. Yeah, I went in 18,
18
and 19.
Right.
And then 20 was obviously a write-off, unfortunately. Then we played there in 2021 in the Royal London One Day Cup, which I went up for. I just didn't really fancy the first game of the 100, so I thought I'm going to go watch my lovely Surrey team, who won. It was pretty much Surrey seconds versus Yorkshire seconds, but still an incredibly good contest for us to come out on top. And then we're playing in the 4-day there again this year. I think they quite like having the Surrey visitors there, but unfortunately we've got the ODI on the Tuesday, so I will not be making the journey up this year. I'm gutted to miss Scarbados. Yeah, we've got the Oval ODI on the Tuesday, and then the Lords one on the Thursday, so I think they might be missing a few Surrey fans up there this year, unfortunately. But no, it's a lovely place to visit. Get your bacon roll on the way to the ground. Try and avoid the seagulls for 4 days. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was glorious up there. It was a bit of a shame because it was of the way the county championship was structured last season. Atkinson, the Goldsworthy, keeps that out, finds that man at short mid-wicket, who's there for the catch, goes to him on the bounce. But the fixture wasn't in the car. It was the September, so no one knew who was going to be up there until about 2 or 3 weeks before.
Oh God, yeah.
So they couldn't plan it, and there was a golf tournament on. So actually, there was still a decent attendance, but it wasn't proper Scarborough. But I walked in and just fell in love with the place.
Because would that have been the festival? Would that have been the festival game, or would the festival game been the?
No, it was the festival game.
Oh, it was because they have 2 games there a season, and we always seem to play the other one, which was sort of June kind of time, and then they have the one in August. But obviously, like you said, it was September.
Goldsworthy keeps out. Yeah, they played.
It's got a natural amphitheatre, hasn't it, there?
Yeah, exactly that. It's beautiful. They played Gloucestershire, I think. Or was it Durham? Did they play?
They played Gloucestershire in the 50 over there, didn't
and
they?
maybe Durham as well. Maybe they played.
They played us there last year and Gloucestershire. Was it? But didn't Durham play Gloucestershire at Scarborough last year?
That was it. That's why, because it was the game where
Durham played
scored runs
Gloucestershire.
late. Was it Rushworth maybe hit 6
and Charlesworth got 80.
Yeah. I knew Gloucestershire and Durham had been up there.
Yeah, because Durham had to play there because I can't remember what the reason was, but Durham played at Scarborough as their home game.
Yeah.
That's right. Is that right?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I knew it was Gloucestershire
like,
and Durham.
Am I chatting absolute rubbish here?
So you went and you would have played the 1-day game.
Yeah, that was the first day of the 100.
Yeah.
But my parents actually did the Royal London One Day Cup road trip. They didn't quite make a video podcast about it, but they did the road trip last year. They went to all the Royal London One Day Cup games, following Surrey around.
How many miles did they rack up?
It was about 1,600.
Pulled, edge. It goes over Jamie Overton at first slip. Not in control of that, Goldsworthy. Gus Atkinson, head in hands. Jamie Overton is a tall man, but he couldn't get there. I guess if you're going to flash hard, as they say, and Goldsworthy certainly did that. Let's have a look.
Goldsworthy's looking pretty settled.
Yeah, a bit of rush of blood to the head there from Goldsworthy, but he moves on to 24. Yeah, sorry, what did they do?
So they did Scarborough, and they did Derbyshire, they did Leicestershire, they did, who else was in our group? And then obviously they did the home ones. That must have been it. Was it 4 away games you'd play?
Was that off the helmet? I'm just wondering.
Oh.
Did that? I thought it was a bit of bat. Is someone coming?
Got to check, haven't they?
Well, they do. But there's Jamie Thorpe, the physio, so that must have come off Lewis Goldsworthy's helmet. I think he's okay.
Lad, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's okay because he's standing there having a drink. You've got to check now once someone has been struck on the helmet.
Yeah, it's a rule, isn't it, that they've always got to check it if you're struck on the head.
Yeah, and rightly so.
Better safe than sorry, isn't it? For sure.
It was giving us runs, so it must have maybe top edge on to the helmet as Jamie Thorpe was having a look at it. Definitely came off the back as Goldsworthy's picked up 4. This partnership's on to 42 in relatively short order. Jamie Thorpe just examining the helmet. Goldsworthy just maybe he must have just flicked onto the top of it. We've seen it too many times really in this game.
Yeah. I wonder kind of what it is. What is it? The wicket's doing a bit, or is it just fired up bowlers?
So I've been impressed by Gus Atkinson. Didn't know much about him. Looks to have a bit of pace about him. Petrigo and Mark Church were saying he's a bit Jake Ball-like. in his
Yeah,
action.
I can see that. I can see that.
But I think it's a brilliant blend. I mean, let's talk. We might have a couple of minutes about the Surrey juggernaut. But you know, I think Surrey get this unfair criticism about bringing people in, but the players they do bring in tend to be pretty high quality and characters as well. Sangakkara has been around for a few years, as has Amla, and then there's this real core of academy graduates too.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand, you know, people do have this kind of persona of Surrey, and I think, you know, as a Surrey fan, I don't necessarily call out the other counties do it, but like you've got to look at like Warwickshire and Notts as well. You know, they're not necessarily bringing through their own. They're sort of, but I do have this thing where sometimes players do need to leave their counties to really find themselves. I mean, you look at Michael Burgess. Michael Burgess started with us, and he headed down to Leicestershire for a bit, then went to Sussex, and now he's up at Warwickshire. And he's found, you know, he's really found his feet. Sometimes, you know, players do need to sort of not disappear, but find other coaches, work with other coaches to develop and stuff. And I think you can sort of see that with, you know, like Ben Folkes. He wasn't getting the opportunity, you know, with Foster in the side at Essex. And when he came to us, he sort of didn't play his first season very much, but he's really, you know, come into his own. He's obviously worked with Stewie quite a bit with the gloves. And I think Bruce French is someone that I met in 2018. I think it was 2018, yeah. And he said he's great, and he's worked with him as well. But you know, like a lot of our players, we sort of had this minor joke of all the best Surrey players leave and then come back. I mean, you know, Ricky Clark was with us, he came back. Gareth Batty, obviously was at Yorkshire, then came to us, then went to Worcester, then came back. Laurie Evans, Chris Jordan, you know, they know where their roots are.
Evans is a super cricketer, isn't he? How he hasn't played international white ball cricket yet.
I know, it's a bit bizarre, isn't it?
But it's the same. But you look at someone like Jamie Overton, there'll be Somerset fans grumbling, going, "Oh, look what they let go." But actually, sometimes a player needs to move and have a bit of a change of scenery. So Goldsworthy's all right. Worrell's bowling to Davies, who just pushes at one. He didn't need to.
Just received a text message from my mother saying, "And we did Cardiff. Don't forget Cardiff." So they did Cardiff in their role.
So she does still talk to you, but just only via text. When
yeah. It's only text message that I'm allowed to contact her by. When she wants a cup of tea, she'll message me. Do you know where I am? Do you know who I am? All gone to her head.
Excellent. Don Best is another one that had to leave Somerset to go up to Yorkshire.
I think there's quite this weird thing with sort of counties that, you know, when players go, do they go with a bit of a chip on their shoulder and stuff like that? But I don't think it's always necessarily that. I think, you know, sometimes if you clash with some of the other players, like not every dressing room is necessarily as sweet as it possibly comes across. And you know, like Dom Sibley didn't feel like necessarily he was getting the opportunity with us. He's gone to Warwickshire, has been in, you know, like you say, like a change of scenery, worked with different coaches and stuff. And, you know, there's no issue with it as long as we are still blooding players, because that's where the future comes from. It's all well and good, you know, players bopping and nipping around, but then you've got to have players that you're developing yourself to then go on and, you know, win county championships.
It's in behind that. Stephen Davies, Frankie Worrell overstepping, no ball signalled.
It's, I mean, in 2018 when we won the championship, it was, I think on average we had 9 players in each game that had come through our academy.
And you had Burns top scored by a mile, didn't he? And
yeah,
Pope
he'd hit like
second.
1,000 runs.
Yeah,
and we'd won most.
I think it was more like 1,300.
Yeah, and I think he'd got like 1,000 runs like come June, and we'd won most of our games by sort of an innings hand. So it was quite an incredible thing. I mean, yeah, Burnsy did great. I mean, one person that did really step up to the plate that year that I didn't necessarily think was going to play at all in that format was Jade Dernbach. And, you know, having Morkel at the other end, when you've got someone like Mornay Morkel in your team, you not only is he great to have at the other end, but you just learn so much off of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a bowler. What an incredible bowler.
What a man.
What a man, too.
What a man.
With you until last year? Was it just last year he finished?
No,
up?
he didn't play for us last year. I think it was 20. He was on a 3-year, I think, from...
He was definitely around in the COVID season.
Yeah, he wasn't. I think he left us in 20. He wasn't around for 21.
Just
I don't know how you feel, but I feel like everything just molds into one.
I know.
When it comes down to it, you get to it and you think, was that what? I know that Sangakkara left.
You've seen so many games,
17,
and it's just like, oh, was it this year? Was it this game? But then you start going, oh, someone made 100 in this game, and someone else did. You think, oh no, actually, maybe they were separate games.
My dad's great because he's been watching Surrey. Like, he's been a member for 50 years, like an adult member, but he's been going since, you know, like the 60s, and he'll rattle off a score that a random player got in like 72, but he'll struggle to tell you, you know, what Burnsy got in this game. I mean, obviously he got 100, but he'll struggle to. But he's really good, like my dad, with his knowledge. Like I said, my parents met through Surrey, so you know, didn't have a choice when I was born. It was, you're a Surrey fan, that's it. You're not allowed to like Tom Abel.
So that was at the starting, was it? They went straight in. There's this 7-year-old in Taunton that we think is going to be quite good.
Pretty good.
Not allowed to like Tom Abel.
No.
You make a great point though about players leaving a couple of minutes ago. Worrell driven by Davies along the ground to backward point. Laws does the fielding. End of the over. 45 gone. People's assumption is that when a player leaves a county, that something has gone wrong, or that the county the player is leaving has failed, and that just isn't always the case at all.
No way. I mean, you look at the Parkinson twins. Callum was actually captain of Lancashire under 17s. He was captain, and sort of, you know, didn't quite like it in the Lancashire setup, and obviously now he did a stint at Derby for a while, and then obviously now he's down at Leicester, and he's really found himself.
Well, an absolutely fantastic hour of Becca Garrod, giving us a brilliant insight into Surrey, a brilliant insight into county cricket all round. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope viewers haven't mind my chavvy voice, haven't been on mute for my South London accent. But no, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, you're
really
very welcome.
Enjoyed it.
Come back anytime. Wonderful. Enjoy the rest of your day. Becca Garrod with us, giving us the insight into Surrey. What a recall of Surrey games of the past as well. I love the fact that her mum texted her just to correct her. Oh, don't forget the Cardiff trip. Charlie Taylor's going to come in alongside me again. 48 overs remaining on day 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Gus Atkinson charging in to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 24. Steve Davies at the other end, he's got 22. Current partnership is 44 off 69. Just got a little bit of ice cream there on your top lip, Charlie.
Delicious it was. It's lovely.
You looked.
You spotted me, did you?
You and Richard Branson out there?
Me and Richard Branson, yeah. Having a lovely time. It was great, actually. We were just sort of discussing the game.
In behind that one, Goldsworthy. Oh, yeah, you got to love a bit of Mark Church.
We were just chatting about, well, in particular, talking about Stephen Davies, who, of course, used to play for Surrey. And it was just lovely. I tell you what, though, it was hot.
It's warm, isn't it?
Hot out there, yeah. Yeah, I had a lovely ice cream. Spotted the ice cream man asleep in his van earlier on.
Did you kind of sneak up behind him?
Can I have a rum and raisin, please? No, he was...
pushed into the offside. Couple of runs there, at least, for Goldsworthy.
Yeah, he was awake when I went that time.
3, in fact. Rory Burns does the fielding. Rum and raisin, is that your ice cream of choice, Mr.
No,
Taylor?
not of choice, but I fancied it just there. That was for the first rum and raisin I've had maybe for 6 years.
I mean, you were giddy this morning.
Precise.
Have you ticked it off and it's gone to the spreadsheet to check?
Ice cream, yeah, I've got my ice cream spreadsheet.
You were giddy this morning, Charlie Taylor. Now you've had rum inside you. I don't know what's going to happen.
Quite a potent ice cream. We'll find out. Just getting in my system now. Tell you what, great big old raisins in there as well.
I've got nothing to say to that. I don't know what to come back with that. I don't think I've ever heard an ice cream described as potent before, though. What an adjective. Oh, beats the outside edge. You can just see it hooping around a little bit as well from Gus Atkinson. Jamie Smith, a bit awkward. It was an awkward height for him to deal with. Ended up just parrying it downward.
Yeah, and I saw you spotted me while I was having a chat with the guys down there in the commentary box.
Were you listening to us, getting a few tips of wisdom? Tips of wisdom? Is that right? No, you weren't.
No.
I was telling the listeners how Kevin Howells has promised in 2 years' time he'll be performing live from that spot, singing to a full house. That's what he told me this morning.
He was singing a bit of the Happy Mondays last night.
Was he?
Yeah. And Primal Scream.
Oh, what a wonderful man Kevin Howells is. End of the over, 166 for 4.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself He's enjoyed himself the whole game, I think. But, and then having an ice cream with Churchy, the Surrey correspondent. Got my ice cream, yeah, got my ice cream.
You're straddling the two camps, aren't you, Charlie? Keeping a foot in either camp. Nice.
Irons in the fire there, Sam. That's what they say. Fingers in pies. 166 for 4. I tell you what I was doing, just to make sure we hadn't missed anything crucial that the BBC people were talking about. But it's all right, I think. So we're going to see Jamie Overton from the River End, who is fired up. We've seen his celebrations from the wickets, the run out, and the one he got of Tom Banton down the leg side. Goldsworthy on 27, playing pretty well. And Davies at the other end on 22. The deficit now 36, so still those runs needed before Somerset can start building a lead. Overton in. Yeah, once again, going through around about neck or head height to Lewis Goldsworthy.
185 required up at Trent Bridge, 4 down. Bairstow's 29 unbeaten off 33. Stokes 15 off 19. So it doesn't feel to me like they're shutting up shop just yet. I don't think they will at any point.
No, I just saw a replay of one of the shots that Ben Stokes played, and they're definitely not trying to draw the game, survive here. They are thinking about a win. A couple of slips in for Jamie Overton. Patel and Jacks next to James Smith, the keeper, and this one is under-edged. A flat-batted swipe at it. No run. A lot of people enjoying the hot weather. I would say that sun cream an absolute essential today.
I'm a factor 50 man, Charlie. I barely leave the house without it. Just straight on. And as soon as the sun's out, even in the winter, I don't mean. Son and I have a mutual agreement where we stay away from each other.
It's a bit like a vampire.
Similar, actually, very similar.
Yeah. Vam Dalling instead of Sam. Goldsworthy on strike to Jamie Overton, driving in the air over the top of the fielder, who's backwards of point. Only pick up a single because there's a fielder coming around at third to stop it. A bit loose that from Lewis Goldsworthy.
It's been a bit of a mixed innings, isn't it? They've been he's knuckled down for the majority of the time, but there have been a couple of loose shots, throwing the arms at wider balls or short balls.
A lot of disappointment in the crowd. You can hear them talking about the Tom Abel run out because he was looking good, wasn't he?
Yeah, I would say there'd be no one more disappointed than the man himself.
Yeah,
he will be distraught with that, won't he?
He'll be completely gutted about how his innings came to an end. Overton into Davies, who just, I can't begin to imagine how hot that is in all that padding, long sleeves, and the cable knit. Just must be absolutely boiling.
It's these cricketers and their superstitions, or just they don't want to change things. He, always bats in a long sleeve jumper, and
I was sitting, when I was eating an ice cream, I was still too hot. I was eating an ice cream. Davies, a couple of nice little cut shots, weren't there, earlier in his innings. Back-to-back fours. Just angling the bat more than anything else.
It's kind of speed ice cream eating day, isn't it? You've got to try and, it's a contest, you versus the ice cream before it melts all over you.
Must admit, the rum and raisin held together nicely.
Did it?
Yeah.
There's big raisins, I reckon. It's got
probably
a bit of ballast to cut
around. Exactly. Held it together. Still time for a pancake. Not ruling that out. That is just angled to backwards point. And no run added at the end of that over. 47 gone now in this Somerset innings. They're 167 for 4, which isn't too bad in the grand scheme of Somerset's season, really, although this pitch is a good one. They've a couple of shots they'll be disappointed with, or a couple of ways of getting out. But actually, Somerset here showing a bit more, not aggression perhaps, not the right word, but being a bit more firm about their shot selections. We talked about timidity, as Lachlan Stevens talked about being timid in the first innings. Well, I don't think you could accuse them too much of that here in this innings. Being a bit more sure of themselves.
Yeah, agree. And I think they are under pressure as well, not just scoreboard, but Surrey are bowling well here. All their bowlers. I don't think Worrell's quite had the accuracy he had in the first innings. And Overton was expensive to start. He only gone for 18 off his first. He went for 18 off his first 2 overs. As Goldsworthy gets in behind that one from Atkinson. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 30, so he's pulled that back. Like Atkinson. He's been impressive in this game. 3 for in the first innings. He kind of went unheralded because the story was Jamie Overton and that fiery third spell, and Dan Worrell, who was metronomic early doors. But Atkinson also been impressive.
Yeah, he played well. Played very well. Just to put this into context with Surrey's innings, they were 182 when they lost their 4th wicket.
Oh, just cuts Goldsworthy up. Kept a bit low as well, I dare say. Jamie Smith took it on the bounce.
Which is only 15 more than Somerset have now, so you know, they're not a million miles behind where Surrey were in their first innings.
Here's that last delivery. Oh, just jags back in to Goldsworthy. Does well to avoid getting an edge on it. We just saw Stephen Davies there in the bottom of the screen, taking his helmet off, wiping a bit of sweat off the brow. Warm day here.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a jumper. A long sleeve shirt.
No sympathy from Taylor. Not in the mood he's in today.
No, we'll let him off because actually, as you say, that is just how he bats, isn't it? It's how he always dresses for batting. I wonder what temperature it would have to be for Davies, Steve Davies, to come out and think, no, I've overdone it here. No jumper today.
And also, at what point does he take it off? Short ball from Atkinson. Goldsworthy ducks underneath it quite comfortably.
If he was walking out, you mean? How would he then?
Oh, right.
At what point would he take it off?
No, more midway through the innings. When is he out there? It's almost like a game of endurance. We used to play it in the car. It was not a very safe game, but on the way up to cricket away days, on the really hot days, get the windows up, no aircon, and see who would break out, break first.
It just stunk.
It wasn't nice.
You'd have got to the game sweating already.
So at what point does Stephen Davies goes, yeah, all right, enough is enough here, playing his own game of endurance. Drives out to point. Ryan Patel does the fielding.
At what point does Stephen Davies think, remind me never to get a lift with Sam Dalling? That's what he's thinking when he hears that story.
I wonder if Stephen Davies has ever had that thought.
What? Should I get a lift with Sam Dalling?
I mean, the fact that he's ruling it out suggests at some point he might have to rule it in. Yeah. So, always welcome to have a lift, Stephen Davies, if you need one.
Of course, yeah.
Full start from Gus Atkinson. Any of the Somerset lads and the Surrey boys, always welcome to have a lift.
Yeah, any Championship cricketer, very happy to provide lifts.
You can only get probably one in the car, though. That's the problem with kit bag as well.
Oh, with kit bag, of course. I wonder how small your car is. Or do you just take up most of it?
I've always had, right, because I'm quite a big man, end of the over, Goldsworthy gets in behind
I want to see where this is going.
Always had a series of like little cars. So my first car was a Nissan Micra, car of the year 1993. I kind of get in and my head would be like wedged in. Must have looked ridiculous. It sounded like a Scale Electrics as well. It was almost like, it didn't really sound real. And Mum very kindly lends me her baby blue, brand new. It was a new Nissan Micra. They changed a bit from back.
Not car of the year 1993.
Not car of the year 1993. No, this one was.
Were they even in the running for car of the year 2003? Probably not.
No. This was she's brand new car. I said, Mum, what are you doing buying brand new cars? They lose their value straight away. But she's happy. She doesn't get it during Championship days because I have it down here.
Just a bit of an attempted throw from Jamie Overton to get another run out, but we're okay there. No real risk with that one. The reason we're seeing what appears to be just empty skies because of all the seagulls. Maybe they've been sort of this. Well, it's the time of day, 3:30. This is when they start to come round, isn't it? This is chief sort of grabbing time for food, isn't it? Scrounging around for leftover bits.
Did you have to have your wits about you, your own raisin?
I don't think seagulls like rum. I don't know. They didn't seem to bother me or Churchy. That one was just defended.
I suspect that's because you were with Churchy. He repels
He's my a scarecrow.
Yeah.
It's like sitting next to a scarecrow. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's what you said.
I'm just
Did you
filling in the blanks.
interpret it?
I'm just filling in the blanks of yours, Sam. No, there's no. The girls, 3:30, so that's why I was so keen to get my ice cream in before 3:30.
You knew that you wanted to get before Chief Seagull grabbing time.
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
Look at them. They're sort of waiting around. They know what's happening. Tea break on the horizon. But that's not what Goldsworthy will be thinking of. Oh, he plays it out towards the short leg fielder, but along the ground.
44 overs left after this one. So what? We're still going to have another 12. It's going to be quite a late tea, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Very late tea. Got the best part of 40 minutes to go. 168 for 4, so the lead is 34 for Surrey at the moment. But this Somerset side will know that bowling out Surrey on this pitch is going to be, well, if not impossible, then extremely difficult as the pitch gets easier, or has done through the game. And again, that's turned around. Tell you what, the short leg's in here. There's the way Goldsworthy's playing. There's a chance. Oh, we're up on balcony cam.
Loves that spot.
Head coach Jason Kerr. Yeah, he's got a good view up there, hasn't he? I often see him sitting with Andy Hurry as well, director of cricket, discussing the state of the game, the state of the Somerset performance. They'll be more pleased. Well, they'll definitely be more pleased in the second innings than what they saw first up. But the pitch has got easier to bat on. Jamie Overton. Oh, and that's a late decision to duck underneath it, and there will be a bye here because Smith can't take it cleanly. And again, movement in the air, I think, making it difficult for Smith to take. The crowd enjoy that. Well, that's the 50 partnership. That run, 50 partnership for these two. 119 it was when Abel was run out for 45. I say was run out, it was his own fault really. I think he knows that as well. He looked so disappointed, didn't he?
Yeah, I was distraught.
There's his knees.
There's a Somerset flag. That one the right way around. Well, right way around, so Charlie Taylor will be happy.
Well,
they're still the wrong way around over there. I was having a look.
Overton in. Oh, ducked underneath, a short ball. I mean, the thing is, when a flag is actually flying, it's harder to be the wrong way around because it'll all depend on which way you're looking at it, which way the wind's blowing. But when it's put up like that, facing outwards on the flats, which we saw earlier, if you just joined us, there's some flags up on the flats to our left, opposite the Andy Caddick Pavilion, which are just the wrong way around, facing the wrong way. There they are. That's one of them.
I've just poked the Charlie Taylor bear there.
Yeah, you have. I don't know why you want that, Sam, because I'll lash out. I must have not slept very well. That can be the only explanation.
You've been a busy man for the last couple of days. You really have.
Went on a 6-mile walk last night as well. Wore myself out.
Atkinson to Goldsworthy. Off the back foot. And there's no one down at third. So Ryan Patel is going to trot down towards the river stand to retrieve the ball, and Goldsworthy's going to move on to 32. Nice shot that from Goldsworthy. Controlled it. Let's have a look at the replay. Just opened the face, found that gap.
Nice. Goldsworthy into the 30s. What's frustrating as well, looking at this scorecard for Somerset, all those starts, Lammonby, Abel, Banton, all getting starts on a pitch which is, once you're in, offering a fair bit of help to the batters here.
Yeah, Rory Burns showed the way forward yesterday.
He certainly did. I thought he batted so well.
Cam Steele doing the fielding there at short wicket. There's a group of Surrey fans below us on the balcony. They're having a great couple of days. They were really enjoying it yesterday. It's brilliant to have away fans in. Goldsworthy's just moved on to his highest score of the summer so far as well.
Well, I just looked up his highest score in total, 48, so he's not too far away. There they are, Surrey fans.
Pushed out towards Rory Burns, and Jamie Overton sprints over to his skipper. He's seen something, perhaps a little bit of inside knowledge. There's the Surrey fans. What a great road trip. Helps when you're winning on top of the league.
Well, it was interesting hearing Becca talk about how much she enjoys this ground. I'm sure a lot of away fans see the Taunton game in the calendar and think, yeah, let's do that one. Because very welcoming place, lovely ground, great place to watch cricket. A lovely town as well around them.
Just popped up for length there, Goldsworthy did well, played it off the shoulder of the bat. He looks, aside from those couple of rash-ish shots.
Rash-ish?
Rash-ish, yes. Try saying that 10 times quickly. Rash. Sort of rash shots. Kind of rash. Goldsworthy has looked pretty comfortable. He's a player I've got a lot of time for. I know the staff and fans have too. Cut away in the air, but in that gap again. Second boundary of the over. Good shout from below us of shot, Lewis. It was a good shot. And I think of all the Somerset youngsters, of which there are many and highly talented, I think Goldsworthy in the 4-day game could be the best of them.
Well, he's definitely got the skills. He's shown in the second 11. He's got the skills he's shown throughout his his childhood, adolescence. He's got all those skills. He's been coming through them. Top scorer at the moment of just 48 in first-class cricket. He's had 12 games, so no 50s yet. This could be a good time. Lewis, show us what you've got. A couple of nice cut shots this over so far for 4.
3 fielders on the leg side boundary. But not needed because it's short and outside off stump. And Lewis Goldsworthy just pushes it to the right of Ryan Patel. Backward point. He'll be getting fed up of chasing the ball to the boundary for Lewis Goldsworthy. The short ball was coming because they had a man just in front of square, deep square leg, a fine leg, and someone in between, almost on the 45 on the boundary. But that was just misdirected and poor.
I enjoyed the way Goldsworthy dealt with it, though.
Yeah.
You've still got to force it out, find the gaps, time them, which he did. Yeah, the problem is you talk someone up and then they get out the next over. But Goldsworthy, thanks for talent. Looking forward to seeing that come to fruition here for Somerset. See a lot of the peregrines around about. They've been flying around earlier on. Another predator comes in. It's Jamie Overton. This one just push forwards. Right, Davies.
Seamless. Absolutely seamless.
We've had 50 overs now in this innings. So Somerset 181 for 4. So they have now outdone themselves in the first innings by 1 run. Still 6 wickets to go. So should be pretty pleased with that. Improvement. Talks about the toss being a good one to lose. I think might be in Tom Abel's mind that actually this one is just nicely cut away by Davies. That's a classic shot from him, and that will go all the way. Lovely shot. A bit of width on offer. Leaning into it, really. No real. There's no extra force in making it get there. Just using the pace that Jamie Overton offers.
Yeah, that's just feeding.
Yeah, lovely.
Steve Davies. That is his shot. Plays it so well. It's so lovely to watch too.
Loves the offside, doesn't he, Steve Davies? Very happy playing it out there. We'll give you the chances for wickets and slip catches and things, but that's someone, if you're going to play in the offside, score a lot of runs, that will happen.
You have to get him early. He often puts a few in the air through there early.
This time the leg side dropped. Oh, that was close.
Would have been a stunner.
Yeah.
Ben Geddes under the helmet.
See if we can get a replay for you. It's quite a tough chance. Yeah, I don't quite see the moment he dropped it, but it was he dropped very, very close to him, just in front of him. But within reach, I don't think you can put it down as a. Well, it certainly wasn't a chance that he's dropped that he should have taken, but it would have been a stunner. That's pulled straight to the fielder. Just come through for a single. Have to be a little bit quick here. Yeah, sped up halfway through that run.
Yeah, they either fall into the hand or they don't. They're at fine leg. There's no blame attributed to the fielder. It's become a specialist position in there. It used to just be, get the young lad in, most inexperienced in the side. But as you were saying a bit earlier, Tom Banton always wears 2 jumpers because he knows that's his job. He's brilliant in there.
Well, he's got great instincts, hasn't he? And that comes from being a wicket keeper, I guess. It's just having to be be so alert. I mean, they all are. We always talk about wicketkeepers having great instincts. They all have great instincts, really. You're not a cricketer if you haven't got a great instinct. But, yeah, Banton, pretty good in there.
I wonder if we might see a short ball or two here with leg slipping.
Oh, it's a funny old field, pretty close. Just one slip at the moment to Jamie. We've done all this just down the leg side, and he's done well there. Goldsworthy just helping it on its way. Flies away. Oof, that's pace from Jamie Overton. Goldsworthy now just 4 runs away from his first-class high score.
Yeah, Overton around the wicket. See what he was trying to do. Perhaps wasn't quite short enough. Goldsworthy shows him all the stumps there because he takes a step across, which is why Overton's got his head in his hands. But nice looking shot from Goldsworthy.
Jordan Clark's warming up. 190 for 4, so the lead down to just 12 here. Somerset done fairly well. I think there would have been a lot of pessimism around when the lead was 202. Overton in again, this one. Just patting it back down the pitch. If you oh, he's throwing the ball and it's hit Goldsworthy there. We're just going to have a look at the time lapse of the great. Look at the crane working away there as well. Oh no, stop. There we go.
There's the Mason moving.
It is the Mason. You can see the players backwards and forwards for the overs.
Do we get Charlie Taylor's ice cream in that shot?
Oh,
as well?
yes, please.
We're going to just meander around Charlie Taylor with Richard Branson.
Probably see me chatting there.
Oh no!
Oh, I was there.
There it is. There it is.
I was in the time lapse eating an ice cream.
Jordan Clark then is going to come into the attack. Let's have a look at one of those cut shots from Lewis Goldsworthy.
Nice.
3 boundaries in the previous over off Gus Atkinson. That was the last of them, I think. The one that went in front of the square. There were 2 through that vacant third area. That one onto the back foot. Bowler's head goes back because he knows what's coming. 4 more for Goldsworthy, who's batting nicely on 44.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've not seen this sort of power yet from Goldsworthy, which we're seeing now. Those cut shots, he's really putting his all up until this point. When I've seen him play, he's been early on in his innings, getting himself in, but just freeing himself up a little bit now. Good to see. Goldsworthy on 44, as I say, high score so far in his career of 48. So it'd be lovely to see that broken today.
Clark then. Probably the leader of this attack, really, you'd say. Surrey's leading wicket taker this season, so much experience. Worrell too. But Burns has turned to Jordan Clark, who's going to come around the wicket. Looking to find a little bit of magic. Jamie Overton's at slip, but he's more like at second slip, and there's also a gully. Oh, Davies fends at that one, then turns away, knowing he shouldn't really be playing at that one. And that's always the danger with Steve Davies. They've got a deep point, a backward point Ryan Patel in what would be the ring if we were playing one-day cricket, a third as well. So they're very much protecting. Clark's going to bowl around the wicket, Steve Davies, and just try and entice that edge out of him. Burns the only man really in front of square on the offside, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just joining us, Somerset versus Surrey, day 3. Somerset 190 for 4, as you can see on the screen. That puts them just 12 runs in arrears now. Started this second innings with a 202 run deficit. Lost a couple of early wickets. 37 they were for 2 they were with both openers, Tom Lammonby and Ben Green. Gone. Decent partnership between Tom Abel and Tom Banton. Davies pushes it out to that deep point for a single. That was worth 74 between Abel and Banton. Banton batted nicely for his 31 before Jamie Overton picked up the wicket. Caught down the leg side, strangled down the leg side, as you might say. Tom Abel was batting really well. Somerset skipper 45. Went back for a second run that really you'd say wasn't there. Well, it wasn't there because he got run out. Fell short of his ground. Gus Atkinson with the throw.
Good throw as well from Atkinson, I thought.
Right, it's a long way out. I can see why Abel took it on. It was risky, but you know it's a serious arm to get it from in front of the Somerset stand way over the stumps. Field change again then. Goldsworthy on strike to Clark. Ryan Patel comes across to cover. Mid-wicket comes up.
He had a good chat there, Roy Burns, with Jordan Clark, didn't he, before they made the change? Really thought about this one.
Pushes it to Atkinson at mid-on. Lewis Goldsworthy shown good application. 44 unbeaten so far. 6 fours and a 6. And you've got Steve Davies at the other end against his former club. Unbeaten on 29.
Best on to 43, Stokes on 25, 139 for 4, chasing another 160 runs to win. That's an interesting finish in front of a full house at Trent Bridge.
And if you look at the, I mean, if it was a one-day game, the run rate just wouldn't be a problem.
No, that'd be absolutely great. You'd be in a box seat.
Gets in behind that, Goldsworthy. I mean, you say that if those two, 160 runs, 38 overs, those two bat for half of those overs, they'll be well under 100 and very much game on. This is the, don't like to, as inverted commas, the Brendan McCullum era and this new way of playing. But you dare say this time last year, I mean, they didn't. They had a similar chase against New Zealand at Lords, which they didn't really, didn't go after at all.
Well, it's hard to say it's a coincidence. If you only win one match in 17 and then you win your first 2 under a new leadership, it's hard to call it just a coincidence.
Slower ball. And Clark kept out by Goldsworthy.
Still a long way to go in that one, though, yeah.
Yeah, long way to go there. Long way to go here. Somerset 191 for 4.
Seems some grit here from Somerset. Must admit, last time I was here doing county championship match in the commentary box was the game against Hampshire. Somerset were absolutely blown away by Hampshire. So there we go. Bit of grit. What's frustrating is the starts there. I talked about it. Tom Lammonby, 20, Tom Abel 45, Tom Banton 31, all of them getting going and none of them able to get to a half century. But Davies, well, we know what he can do. Lewis Goldsworthy as well. And he's doing well here. Is Goldsworthy 44? As we mentioned, his high score is 48 in first-class cricket, yet to get a half-century.
I think Mr. Everett is going to come back. You missed it. We had some wonderful footage of Harry Everett batting. Ask him about it. He'll really enjoy talking about it. We had it on
great,
there.
yeah, please.
He was in the bat fast.
Brilliant. It'll be Will Jacks now, and Davies just palms it down, opens the face of the bat, and bounces it to the slip fielder.
As you haven't seen it, Todd may even be kind enough to play it
again.
I'd
love to see it, Todd, if there's any possibility. When Harry's here, though, let's not waste it until he's here. That one's defended.
Well, it came about, really, because Harry was likening himself to Tom Abel as a batter, saying he was his idol when he modelled his batting on him. And we said, well, let's have a look.
Go on,
see the similarities. Yeah, so we did. We had a little bit of footage. And Harry will talk you through it.
I always modelled my batting on Alfonso Thomas, personally. So a big sweep shot given. Davies goes. Trying to sweep Will Jacks. First over in this spell. And he's got Stephen Davies for 29. 191 for 5 now. Still trailing Somerset by 11 runs.
It was only kind of half a shot. It was a little bit timid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He just doesn't really go all the way through it. And he knew he was gone straight away.
Didn't even look at the umpire.
Disappointing end for Steve Davies.
191 for 5. 11 behind. Surrey well on top here. Somerset are going to have to set a target, because if they're not going to be able to bat this out, still got a session and a day to go, plus another 8 overs and a half till tea. Looks like it'll be Lewis Gregory then who will join Lewis Goldsworthy. 2 Louis G's at the crease. If it is indeed who we think it is coming out. 191 for 5. Goldsworthy's still there on 44. But Lewis Gregory, who hasn't had the best season with the bat so far. He's had, what, a 76, I think was his high score. 70s. He gets a round of applause as he comes to join the other Louis G. Gregory and Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy, who now, big news here, Goldsworthy now has his name reduced to G-worthy on the scoreboard, because up until this point, up until this very innings, they've tried to fit the whole thing on, and you just can't read what how many runs he scored because it just the Y runs into the number. Pleased to see that someone has sorted that out.
He's got an 89, Lewis Gregory, but when you think he's batted 7 times and only scored 110 runs, that tells you about his struggles elsewhere.
Well, especially if he's got an 89 in there as well.
Exactly. Just 21 runs in the other innings.
Yeah.
We all know how good a player he is.
Gregory on strike, defending. 191 for 5. Bitterly disappointing that for Stephen Davies. He'll know that he didn't play that shot at all well. Sam was saying just looked like he didn't put his all into it. As Gregory shapes up nicely to defend that one. 191 for 5. And Somerset is requiring 11 to make Surrey bat again, but so much time left in this game on a good pitch. They're going to need way more than that if they're going to get anything out of this. More than the 1 point they've already accrued from their bowling. That's the end of Will Jacks. What a good over that was. 1 for 11 his figures after 6 overs with 1 maiden. And Harry Everett's alongside me.
Wow, what carnage have I missed? Half an hour at the box. What have you been up to, Charlie and Sam? What have you been discussing?
Well, we have been hearing about some batting that you've been doing. And I think we'd like to see it again, really. Because I didn't see it. I was enjoying my rum and raisin.
You should see some of the texts I've received. Oh, good job I'd watch the live stream way more if I saw you getting bowled by whatever speed it was on the start of the live stream all the time. Got all sorts of stickers. Jordan Clark's bowling again. He always seems to be bowling when I'm commentating. And my mate, top run scorer, Lewis Goldsworthy, is flicking him to deep square for 1 run.
Is he actually your mate?
Well, he should be, because I'm the only person who picked him as championship top run scorer after the WPA Predictions League.
Well, I tell you what.
If he gets 300, there's a chance.
If he gets 300 here, he's then back up and running, isn't he?
I'm backing him. It was all about the second half of the season. I knew he was going to come in for Hildreth at some point. I thought Abel might play for England at some point.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's not quite materialised quite as I envisaged, but he's a classy player, and he's only going to get better. That's a song, isn't it? Things are only going to get better. Goldsworthy's
D-Ream, mate, yeah.
Goldsworthy's only going to get better.
Doesn't scan as well.
No.
Doesn't scan as well. Professor Brian Cox wouldn't be pleased. He was in D-Ream. That's why I mentioned him. Just in case you didn't know.
We've had some serious tangents today, haven't we?
Serious.
It's been a day
serious and less
the day of the tangent. I don't know what degrees they're on, but serious tangents. And talking of tangents, we're going to talk a bit about faulty towers at some point in my stint.
You don't know what degrees we're on. It's about 22, 23 now.
Oh, Celsius we're talking. I was talking obtuse, reflex and acute.
I know.
Oh, lovely defensive shot by Lewis Gregory.
You enjoyed that?
I did. He plays it so, not effortlessly, not lazily, but just easily, comfortably.
Yeah.
Good player to watch back, Lewis Gregory. He hasn't got that many runs this year. Whacked a few at Gloucestershire and then bizarrely ran himself out. I was there, up with the Ben and Todd in the press box, the Somerset dominated press box at Gloucestershire.
Was it?
Yeah, it always seemed to be recently. It's almost like the Gloucestershire press hide in the different alcoves of the box, and we come up, we sort of take over and eat all their rice and curry.
Ooh.
Plenty of rice and curry at Gloucestershire.
I bet they do a good rice and curry.
It could be curry and rice, really, couldn't it? It sounds a bit better.
Well, I don't know. You seem to base your meals around the rice rather than the curry. If your beef bourguignon's anything to go by, just in case you missed it, he layered the. I'm going to say it. Describe it again, Harry, because it fascinated me. He layered the whole plate with rice. Then he put on a layer of beef bourguignon, but picked out all the mushrooms, which, let's face it, is the majority of what a beef bourguignon is, apart from beef. And then another layer of rice on top.
Can I please explain that when you're a commentator, by the time you get to the food, all of the press gannets have eaten most of the food.
The gannets, yeah, good
So
word.
when Richard Walsh and Paul Bird have been in there early, Mr. Latham's here as well today, when time I get there, there's only a bit of sauce left, only a bit of dressing. So it had rice and then sauce, and then there wasn't enough left to fill me up, so I had to then have another layer of rice on top. The problems with speaking when other people are eating, isn't it?
Oh, that with your blooming layered up cereal, bran on the bottom and cornflakes on the top. You're just a layers man, aren't you?
All about
Do you like
layers.
onions?
Onions have layers, don't they? We're on the same wavelength. That's worrying, isn't it?
Trifle? Trifle have got layers.
Not a big fan of trifle.
What?
I mean, if it was brought up to the press box, I'm sure we'd eat some. On a day like today, trifle could go well, wouldn't it?
Hint, hint. caterers here at Somerset. Is that what you're saying?
Or any of the fans. He just, you know.
Or any of the fans.
Jonathan Agnew doesn't have to hint on TMS, does he?
Yeah, but the fans aren't bringing in trifle, mate. You need a fridge.
They got a cool bag.
You can't
cool
keep
box.
trifle just be a
They
disaster.
got a fridge in the retirement flats over there.
Yes, they could bring in.
They could get the crane to deliver it from the retirement flat straight here.
Crane delivered trifle onto the balcony here beneath us.
Talking on the balcony, as I was just coming up to my commentary stint, Lachlan Stevens was having a hell of a time with his wife and son.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a funny pose. When I come up, it's like yoga was going on. He was down on all fours with his son clambering all over him.
Oh.
Watching Somerset batting, of course, very
right.
clearly. I don't know if he's given up on the game. He's having some nice family time, which is very important.
Goldsworthy on strike here. He's on 45, 3 away from drawing level with his first-class high score.
Only a couple of hundred away from making me a happy man, winning the Predictions League.
Yeah, just a couple of hundred away from that. And again, pushing out. And that's what will be in his mind, I suspect.
Oh, yes.
Got to make Harry Everett look like he knows what he's talking about, which is quite tough. 192 for 5. The score as Jax is in again and pushing out into the offside here. Not really looking for runs. Just surviving this one. Jax, who picked up a wicket in his last over, so Goldsworthy just affording him a bit of respect here. This one just defended again.
I'm not convinced Will Jax is a county championship spinner, really. I'd rather they play an Amir Verdi or Dan Moriarty if I was a Surrey fan.
Yeah, they've gone for batting and seaming, haven't they, here? And he's a part-timer.
It's like trying to...
And he's cutting away here, and they'll go towards the boundary. Won't reach it because fielder comes around from deep cover, and there is just the 1 run added to Goldsworthy on to 46 now. Do you think he'll be thinking about his high score? I guess you look up at the scoreboard and you see the score approaching it.
I think he just won a bat.
Yeah.
He's a much better player than
You
the
think
48
so?
first class best.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
His testament too.
Using his feet here, Gregory, and they asked for something, but I think the appeal was pretty muted, wasn't it? As the train pulls in Devon bound to Taunton Station. I was on the train today, quite a few Somerset fans in there, waiting on the platform at Highbridge and Burnham. A few already on the train from Weston and Bristol.
Lovely train line, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I love all the little stops. Bridgewater's got a very smart station. So Bridgewater, lovely station. You get to Highbridge and Burnham where I get off, and isn't it? It's just sort of the platform is a pavement, and that's it. No buildings, no nothing. We've just got a ticket machine there, actually.
There's a few of them on the. Have you ever done the North Devon line from Exeter?
No, I would love to do that.
Up to like Umberley's a cracking station. Up to Barnstable, yeah. You can get the slow train to Barnstable via Umberley and some wacky places in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I'd like that.
There's some beautiful. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I have got. I was given for my birthday this year because it's a big birthday, and my family all clubbed together.
Go on, announce the big birthday first before you carry on the story.
So I'm 30 years old.
Wow.
And they've bought me a hot air balloon ride.
Oh, I've always wanted to do one of them. There was some out last night.
I'm very excited. I should have booked it for this week. I haven't had time to get around and book it yet. But I want to do one. You can, depending on which way is the wind blowing. If I started in Taunton, if it was coming from the southwest like it normally does, I could drift towards my part of Somerset, which is the Glastonbury Wells area.
That'd be cool.
It's just a cut shot from Goldsworthy there, but picked up. But if the wind's blowing the other way, if I start in Taunton, I'll end up in Devon, which I don't know as well, which would be fine for you.
Yeah, I'll come and wave. I'll wave at you. Well, just last night, actually, I was coaching at Sanford Peveril last night, and there was hot air balloons right over the ground. The kids were getting very distracted in the field.
Really?
I was like, kids, watch the ball, walking in on your toes. They were just looking at the hot air balloons.
Yeah.
Then I went off to Knights Ace, Heathcote, to watch the under-19s game.
Oh yeah, it's lovely ground that.
Yeah, and again, there was even more, the other side, there were more hot air balloons.
It was a good evening for it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't see anywhere I was. I went out for a walk up Brent Knoll. Didn't see any hot air balloons.
Never done Brent Knoll. It's been one of those places when I do a lot of football reporting in the winter, and I'm on the way back from Chippenham or somewhere wacky, and I feel like I'm going to stop at Brent Knoll on the way back one time.
It's a nice stop.
I'll have to see you up there.
Show you a little. This is
look at
the.
that.
Is it going to work? My phone is very slow at the moment. I'll see if I can.
Is that because your iCloud's full up because you've got too many
pictures? It is. Take so many pictures of the cricket.
Me too. Yeah, I need
that is absolutely full up.
I've got 642 pictures of the Cooper Associates County Ground on my phone.
Sounds about right for me. That's a leave there. Get this
lovely views.
Oh, it's trying to load it. It's trying to load it. It is beautiful up there. Oh, here we go. He's just describing the sunset. That's the Bristol Channel there. You can see Exmoor. There's the sun. Just panning around from the top, bringing down, sticking out into the channel.
Oh, beautiful.
Lovely. So it's a beautiful evening. I did get up there around about sunset, though, which is slightly worrying because it's about an hour and 10 minutes walk back home. So, yeah.
And a pull shot. Lewis Goldsworthy goes to 50, passes first class best, brings up his first ever first class half century for Lewis Goldsworthy, and he deserves the clap. A round of applause. No one's yet reached 50 for Somerset. Tom Abel ran himself out for 45, so top score in the match and the top score ever in a first class Somerset game for Lewis Goldsworthy, who was awesome in the One Day Cup last year and has been pretty elegant in his stroke making today.
It's not the way he'll have dreamt about bringing up his first 50, a top edge over the wicket-keeper, but it's not how they come, it's the fact that he's got them. So, well done, Lewis Goldsworthy. 50, the first Somerset batter to reach 50 in this game.
Absolutely delighted for him. Nice top edge. Make the most of a short ball from Clark when there's no fine leg or third man straight enough, and he can now tickle it to deep square leg for 1 run. They weren't listening to me earlier. Do you remember what I said earlier to Rory Burns? Why have that wide fine leg? Just have a backstop. Could be a catching position for these top edges.
Pretty sure you were only talking about Jamie Overton when you said that.
No, well, you see, Jordan Clark got one off the, I think it might have been Goldsworthy earlier actually, got a top edge, and I just feel like it's an underrated position to save runs. Not that runs are a massive issue here, but it can also be a wicket-taking delivery.
Well, you say that. Trail on just by 4 now, so Surrey on the verge of having to bat again.
Shall I be honest, didn't think it was going to happen at the start of the day.
I think I did mention there was a fair bit of pessimism around the ground that Somerset might not make it to 202, but well, let's not count our chickens. We thought they've hatched, but 198 for 5.
Talking of chickens hatching and walks, I was on a walk on Sunday actually. I must confess, my first weekend day without cricket for a long time. I had to, my girlfriend's birthday, so I was a good boy and prioritised the day off. Anyway, went for a nice walk, and quail eggs. Have you ever tried a quail egg?
No, never tried a quail.
I don't think I've had
anything quail.
You know those little huts you get on the side of the road, and well, I presume everywhere in the world, but lots in the West Country selling eggs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, £1.50 for 12 quail eggs.
This one just turned into the leg side. There'll be another single here. Quail eggs, did you buy them then?
No, I didn't actually, because
so you've never tried them either?
No, another 3 miles to walk, and didn't really want to walk along shaking them and smashing them and dropping them.
You can't really eat them raw.
No. Well, they might have been, by the time the sun had got to them, they might have been cooked by the time.
Yeah, hard boiled.
No, I just thought you might be a man who's enjoyed a delicacy like a quail egg. Along with your tuna sandwich, I thought it might go along nicely.
Yeah, no quail and tuna for me. I think that's quite an odd situation. It's the 200 comes up for Somerset. So just the lead of 2 now.
They could really do with a proper spinner, couldn't they? Sorry.
You just feel there are a lot of footmarks actually.
Paul Jackson's got 1 wicket, but
Goldsworthy might be interested in these footmarks. Just pushing forwards. If Somerset can get enough of a lead, that is, of course.
Yeah.
Which for this Surrey team, it's got to be big. Got to Churchy from Radio London. There's this one. He's cut away. Oh, there is a gap down there. It's not going to reach the boundary though, because it's not got enough pace on it. Churchy's saying Somerset have got to reach 400 in this innings. Well, they're over halfway now, but only 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, it's still a long way away. What annoys me more is the lack of bonus points for Somerset. Always doing better in the second innings.
That's the problem.
If Somerset could reverse their innings around in the last 5 years, they'd have won so many more games. Well, not necessarily games of cricket. They've got more bonus points, and they'd have probably been higher up the table. Yeah,
they wouldn't have won any more games because if they just reversed the innings, they would have scored exactly the same amount of runs. Oh, look at that. Down the ground, Lewis Gregory. That'll be 4 runs, and it will take Somerset into the lead. It's those cheers from all around the ground and right next to me from Harry Everett as well. So Surrey will bat again because the lead now is 3 runs. Lovely shot, Lewis. Good pick up.
So Rory Burns and Ryan Patel will have to think about batting at some point, the 2 left-handers.
Long way, hopefully, for Somerset, a long way off yet.
We're going to see a bowling change now. Yes, I believe we are. Cameron Steele.
See a bit of spin from Steele.
Double spin. Nice. I'm always jealous when you get the spin end. Whenever I'm with Sam, he always seems to get the spin end. And I always like commentating on the spinner.
The thing is with spin and commentary is that you don't get time to tell stories in between the balls. So you've got to remember that. When the pace is on, you've got a lot of time to fill after
That's
each
when your
ball.
quail eggs can.
That's when your quail eggs come out. But when it's spin, especially if it's a dot ball.
We'll have a pause on stories for 3 overs, shall we? 4 overs. presuming it's now spin and tilty. So the leg breaks of Cam Steele, that's short and wide, and Goldsworthy gets it behind. It was a bit edgy, but in between slip and point for at least 2 runs.
Very nicely for Goldsworthy now, isn't it?
Seeing Jamie Overton run down there and haul it back in reminds me of that catch he took a few years ago in the T20, cracking catch at long on in front of the Millfield sign. Well, it would have been the Trescothick stand back then, but now it's called the River Stand, as we have the whole pavilion. You also get upgraded, don't you, from a stand to pavilion?
I mean, I don't, but yeah, people like Marcus Trescothick do, yeah.
Saw the chat about whether James Hilders is going to get some of these in the future, as that's a fuller front foot every from Steele.
Well,
nice drive.
We spoke about that in one of the T20s, and then Pete Trigo ended up with his own broom cupboard. Just behind us here,
Yes.
Pete Trigo broom cupboard.
It's still there on the
there?
sign. Yeah, the sign's out.
There it
Not sure
is,
if we
the
can get
Peter
it quite
Trigo
now.
broom cupboard. Club legend gets his own broom cupboard.
I'm not sure he's been here.
He's not
since
even got the
it's
key
enabled.
to that.
No, I had the keys to Trescothick Pavilion the other day. I came in a bit early
Did
before
you?
work, and I was quite excited with that. The key to the whole pavilion.
The big man let you have them.
Well, not him personally, actually. The Somerset side said I was doing a bit of work before the T20 last Friday, and just me and the Trescothick Pavilion on my own, and trusted to not run around excitedly doing any damage. So still, that's short. I'll be honest, that's a rank long up, but Lewis Gregory is very professional and just straight bats it for 1. I mean, if that was a T20, you'd have whacked that into the Annie Pavilion.
Professionally not hitting that one for 4 there.
Yeah. Well, I guess he knows that there's a deep square leg.
Yeah, it's a risk.
Deep backward square leg.
And the amount of times you see those balls to take wickets far too often.
Oh, I've done a few of them myself, Charlie. You gotta.
Oh, we've all done it.
Sometimes that's a good ball from Cameron Steele. That's the line of length, and Goldsworthy can only defend that too. Backward point for no run.
This is the. You were talking about this earlier on about the fact you're double screening it with. Well, you're not at the moment, but you were.
Well,
with
only
the
because it's
test match.
T.
Well, not anymore.
Oh, have I timed
So this
it
is
poorly?
perfect, isn't it? Because now, because it's 4 o'clock, so they went off from 3:40.
So you're telling me that the entire England Test side have been watching Somerset for the last 20 minutes?
They've been watching us.
And
Well,
Lewis
certainly
Goldsworthy.
Jack Leach has.
Oh, you'd hope so.
Yeah, he'd have had us on.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, yeah.
In fact, Leach's probably still got us on. Because he's not. He's waiting, isn't he, at the moment? Jack Leach for his chance to
Might
come
be
on
having
and
that.
hit
Might ready for that.
50.
He's going to hit the 1 not out, hit the winning runs.
No, not 1 not out. He'll be hitting 50 today, Jack
Will
Leach. Yeah. Probably hit the winning runs.
I reckon Bairstow and Stokes are going to do it on their own, to be honest with you.
Nah.
143 for 4.
Nah, there's a twist in the tail.
Bairstow's just got to 50 though, as we speak. Bairstow
Nice one.
pulls
He's only on
Matt Henry.
43 on mice. This is after tea as well. He must have
I'm
hit.
on Sky Go, and I'm
Must have hit 2
11
fours.
behind.
Good stuff. Good
Short
stuff.
ball.
Lewis, Johnny.
Johnny Bairstow.
Lewis, famously Lewis. I was just saying Lewis because they're both Lewis at the crease here, so it's a
If in
safe word
doubt.
to go for.
Lewis G. It's like the 2 Toms, then we have the 2 Lewises.
Yeah. Now they're having a look at the ball. Surprise, surprise here.
Oh, come on, chaps. Get to T and then...
Rory
have a look.
Burns goes over there. Yeah, we've got 3 overs to T.
They're bowling spins. It doesn't really matter how bad the ball is, does
In
it?
fact,
Really?
maybe even might
They might want a
like
soft
it a bit, yeah.
If you're Rory Burns, you want a soft ball. It doesn't go to the boundaries quickly. Bairstow's on the pull every ball on the second screen at Trent Bridge.
On the pull means very different things in cricket
Yes, it
to
does.
outside of cricket, doesn't it? Right then, Will Jacks from the River End to Lewis Gregory. Oh, he's nicely played, nicely timed. Found a big old gap through the mid-wicket area, coming back for 2. There's a gull circling overhead, just keeping an eye out for the peregrines. Yeah, there they are, on top of the floodlight over to our left, a couple of them. Careful, old gull, mate.
You'll be pleased to know I've now followed the Twitter page.
Good man.
How are we looking?
Jacks again to Gregory, who defends. Crane's doing a bit of work. In fact, I think the Crane's job for the day might be done. Oh, they're the peregrines. There we go. Look at them there, top of the...
I wonder about that
floodlights.
spike in the middle. I hope they don't ever accidentally go on that one.
So that is then pushed forwards. I think peregrines are pretty clever.
Yeah.
They'll be all right. They'll be all right. Who was it who said they look like pigeons? Was that you or was that Sam?
It might have been me, actually. In my binoculars from afar, I mean, don't mean to insult the great birds.
Well, just to the left there, turn around the corner off Lewis Gregory's hip. A nice big gap as well, so another 2 runs to the total. Somerset just adding to their score nicely before the tea break. Got to make sure these 2 are there for that break though.
Very good cricket that, isn't it, from Lewis Gregory? I always find that tricky when you get that leg stump back foot shot. You want to just punch it to mid-wicket, but to wait and hit that behind square for 2.
Hitting it late as that one's driven, but it'll only be 1. Using
Great
his feet
placement.
here, Gregory.
You think they set a field for where you naturally want to hit the ball. Takes good timing to get into the gaps. Nice play from Lewis Gregory.
Just the one left in this. Will Jacks over. Are you going to do ice cream at the tea break, Harry? What are you thinking?
Oh yes, I forgot about that. So you had your rum and raisin.
I loved it. Apparently I was caught on camera eating it. Pushed into the offside by Goldsworthy. Can't just have an ice cream in peace anymore.
No. Were you listening to our commentary whilst next to the BBC shed?
No, because they have got the stream on in there, and they noticed that I was on the camera, so they shouted out to me.
Wait, so you couldn't hear what we were saying, but
No.
you knew that you were on camera?
No idea what you were saying.
Oh, well, you were very polite, of course.
I very much doubt that, given that I've been poking you a little, both of you today, winding you up.
The bear. It's one of those days as Cam steal the leg spin. That's a nice area. Well defended by Lewis Gregory, like that little batting exercise you do when you've got to make it bounce in a hoop and around your feet, or not let it hit the side of the net before it's bounced. Good, soft-handed, late defensive shot.
Sam just texted me to say, definitely not me saying they look like pigeons. Yeah, that was you then, Harry.
That's all right, I'll take that as Lewis Gregory politely again, professionally defends a full toss down to long on for one. Restrained is Lewis Gregory.
Now, I don't know exactly what's going on, but my girlfriend's just texted me saying, have you got a number for Jack Russell?
Oh. What does she want that for?
No idea. So, Jack, if you're watching.
Get him on comms.
Yeah. Well, what I don't understand, she doesn't work in cricket, so I don't know what.
Just wants a social Jack
Yeah,
Russell.
just
Who wouldn't want a social Jack Russell?
He's such a nice guy as well.
Maybe she wants something painted. Maybe she wants a portrait of you.
Ah, yeah,
commentating
that'd be nice.
for your for your 31st birthday or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's a full toss. And Lewis Goldsworthy, sorry, has smoked that into leg side. It's only going to be two because a good bit of fielding. Dan Worrell has put a great dive in front of the dugouts. He's got a hell of an arm, isn't he? The Surrey guys. Gus Atkinson got that run out earlier. Some serious pace on the arms.
Yeah, don't take that arm on.
I'm a little surprised that Ryan Patel hasn't bowled for Surrey.
He always does well against
I was going to say, he's another Somerset nemesis. So you're surprised they've only used a 6 bowler so far. That's a loop and full toss again that Lewis Gregory hits at a fielder, but does get one run.
Goldsworthy playing really nicely here, up to 59 now.
This spin will help the over 8. We are quite late to go to tea.
Quite late, yeah. Half an hour.
32 overs will be bowled after tea. Could be a 6:30 finish.
Oh, what's he done there?
So, I remember, well, Lewis Gregory there, he's used his feet well. Tom Abel got out the other day, didn't he?
Hampshire game.
Not quick enough on his feet. Keith Barker was the footballer in the opposition lineup. Could have taught him a few tricks. But I remember Rory Burns, I think it was, in the game here last year, actually. Just checking my notes. Yes, Rory Burns here last year defended off onto his off bail. Wasn't quick enough with his feet to kick the ball away and protect his stumps. Just a normal defensive shot. He played so late. And then just dunked his off bail off, and off he went. Bowled. Slow motion, really.
Jack's there, but no run from it. So just this over to go then before the tea break.
Over 8's +3. Spin's going to help that going forward as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much it's taken into account there at the end of the season, as that one is pulled up, sorry, nicely for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Lewis Goldsworthy, who making it look an absolute belter of a pitch, which it probably is.
He's just a fine player.
He certainly is. 63 he's on now. 222 for 5. The lead for Somerset now is what, 20 runs? So this is great stuff from Lewis Goldsworthy. Defending here, coming forward. Big stride, which in sort of our terms wouldn't be that big, I guess, given that he's not particularly tall. Was he 5'6", I think I heard? That was the figure we were given the other day. That's how tall he is. Jackson around the wicket to the right-handed Goldsworthy. No run as Patel slips a bit on the matting, I think, covering that wicket. That pitch. Some glorious blue skies around the ground here. Coming forwards again. One more ball before tea. And Roberts going to make a beeline for... You don't want to get in the queue. Problem is, if you get in the queue during the tea break, you might miss the restart.
I don't want to stop watching. I'm going to watch Bairstow Stokes as well, though.
Defended there. End of the session. We've got 2 hours left to bring you today after the tea break, but Somerset 222 for 5. It's a lead of just 20 runs, but they've worked well to get there. Plenty of starts, only Goldsworthy reaching the half century. He's looked really good for his 63. Gregory just getting going on 12 from the 23 that he's faced. But Somerset fans can take heart from that session. A few disappointing wickets, but Lewis Goldsworthy reaching his maiden first-class half century. Congratulations to him as they head off for the tea break. We will be back with you in around 20 minutes' time. Do join us for the evening session because plenty to play for here. Somerset, if they can have another good session like that, just begin to feel that perhaps there's a bit of a game being set up. But they will need to bat well for that to be the case. And Surrey, as we know, are a very, very strong side. So do join us again, if you can, in around 20 minutes' time for the resumption of the evening session.
Was it something he said? Don't you talk to me like that, Phil. I'm going.
That's the only reason you get hand negligence, you get a brief pint in your mouth. Oh, that's for Russell, isn't it? That's a good goal, isn't it? Three for 4 England. There's Joe got 93. At 72 overs, I think they've still got 34 overs left.
little one, they're chasing it, yeah, they are.
Please welcome back umpires Thomas Devon and Neil Pratt. Good evening, gentlemen.
Did he get very past 200 as well? Or was that Ben Cope?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Bathed in sunshine, umpires are on their way out to the middle, as are Lewis Goldsworthy and Lewis Gregory. Somerset are going to resume 222 for 5 in their second innings, so that's a lead of 20 runs. They've nudged ahead of the Surrey first innings score, but they have lost 15 wickets in total in doing so. But a little bit of grit, a bit of fight back shown from Somerset, and none more so than by Lewis Goldsworthy, who shortly before tea reached his maiden first class 50. He's unbeaten on 63. Lewis Gregory, who's been a little bit shy of runs this season, he's on 12 off 23 balls. Partnership's worth 31 off 51. I'm Sam Dowling on the Somerset live stream, sponsored by our Principal County Championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance. Alongside me is a gentleman I'm proud to call a friend. I don't rate his batting particularly. Here's Harry Everett.
Never seen him bat in a proper game, just seen him bat against the screen off 10 yards, but I'll take that. I did get a 50 after that inning, so maybe batting awfully in the net on a T20 in the little cage helps on the weekend.
Batted you into form, do you reckon?
Maybe.
Right, well, it's going to be Lewis Goldsworthy to face the first ball after tea. Dan Worrell is going to bowl it. Couple of slips in. Jamie Overton's quite wide at first slip. 32 overs remain here on day 3. We've been excitedly keeping an eye on the test match during tea. We were desperate for this game to start again too. But there are some wonderful scenes up at Trent Bridge. Could be potentially an epic victory for England. 213 for 4 they are. Johnny Bairstow, who many people said, oh, well, he can't play test cricket, he's been over in the IPL. Well, he's 96 off 72 balls.
Never doubted him myself. Quality player, Johnny Bairstow. I'm surprised he wasn't batting 3, to be honest with you. That worked for Pope as well.
First couple of balls left alone by Lewis Gregory. The two Louis G's out there in the middle. It's Goldsworthy, who's really battled hard. 63. He's got a couple of blows in the helmet. One blow in the helmet. A bit earlier on. So rode his luck at times, but also batted beautifully. 3 boundaries in and over off Jamie Atkinson. Real. Jamie Atkinson? Gus Atkinson. I don't know. I'm not going to have one of my afternoons, Harry, where I can't pronounce names. You know what I'm like.
No Chris Morris, Charlie Morris, no. No, Gus Atkinson's arm was phenomenal. I didn't realise quite how good an arm he's got. The throw to run out Tom Abel was simply superb. Worth re-watching on the live stream if you're a Surrey fan, or just like a rocket arm in the field.
Yeah, it's a long way out in front of the Somerset stand. Abel tried to take 2, thinking it was relatively comfortable. In the end, he was short of his ground by a few inches. Distraught he would have been. Batting well, Tom Abel. So in the pass now. 2-2-2 for 5, Somerset are. Johnny Bairstow is on 98. He's got just 2 deliveries to reach 3 figures. If he does so, he's on 99 now, in fact. My scorecard says they think about a second, apparently, but they abort it. Tom Abel might well think he could have aborted his second. Yeah, but it could be the quickest Test 100 for an England player.
I just love the way Bess has gone into overdrive after tee, quite circumspect before tee. And the issue now is Bracewell, the very impressive debutant spinners come in, bowled really well this Test match. He's just been brought on. Bairstow was whacking Henry and the seamers all around, but a bit of a different.
Beauty. Absolute peach from Lewis Gregory, to Lewis Gregory, from Dan Worrell to end the over. Great first over back after tee from Worrell. Gilbert Jessup making that 76 ball century.
So they're going to continue a spin from the river end. Will Jacks, sort of part-time off spin really. He's a battery bowls a bit.
No, you and your part-time bowlers, Harry.
Well, is he in the team to bat, Sam? Yes. He's just got a bit of handy part-time spin in his arsenal.
Well, you argue with Alex Stewart about that then. Becca Garrod, who we had on, brilliant Becca was earlier on, giving us a real insight into Surrey cricket and county cricket.
She agreed with me. It's not. It would be nice to see an Amma Verdi or a Daniel Moriarty, but they're not on the side today as Lewis Goldsworthy is just going to defend the first ball after tee. Felt a bit more attacking than it was before the interval. One slip and a short leg. Goldsworthy, good cricket just to defend into the cover gap for 1 run. Totally understandable for those of you at home double screening the England game and the Somerset game here.
We would never do that.
The joy of technology and multiple screens that you can.
You're a professional, Harry. You would never double screen.
That's part of the profession. You've got to bring the fans what they want to know. For those who can't, who maybe don't have a Sky Sports subscription or don't have, well, let's be honest, don't have a mate's password like I've had for years. Never had a subscription myself, but it's all about sharing passwords, isn't it? Get your 4 devices.
Not sure that's the official line. 99 off 74 balls, Bairstow. It's got 1 ball to beat Gilbert Jessup's record, 1902. That was set.
Will Jack's tidy first over this. Back after.
Yeah, for a part-timer.
On the spot, yeah. That's an ambitious appeal as Gregory comes down and uses his feet. And Bairstow's dotted up there by Southey. 99 off 75 balls.
So he can only tie the record?
He won't know the record, surely. He would have thought about it. Just interesting that he's blocked it. Is he nervous on 99? Doesn't want to get out. Meanwhile, Lewis G of the Gregory variety defends the end of a decent Will Jacks over, just the 1 run from Goldsworthy. Lewis Gregory from Plymouth, Lewis Goldsworthy from Cornwall. They're both sort of, well, west of Taunton, come up through the youth ranks. Bairstow's defended a backward point and he can't beat the record now. Maybe he's got a little bit nervous. Does he want to get that 100? But not so worried about the record.
There's Becca Garrett, who's with us in the commentary box a little bit earlier on with her dad, Phil. Surrey committee member.
Love their non-league football.
They do, taking a Mitcham fan, season ticket holders. Worrell to Goldsworthy, just plays at that one outside off stump, playing a miss.
And Johnny Bairstow's got to his 100. He's punched it backward of point, and he's come through for 3. And he's got those celebrating, thinking the ball's gone for 4, but he has got through, arms aloft. Great to see Johnny Bairstow do well in England shirt. He's one of those who's committed to the county game for Yorkshire, trying to earn his place in England shirt. Got his place, got dropped, went back to county game, worked really hard at his technique, and great to see his hard work paying dividends.
Ooh, loose one from Worrell. And Jamie Smith does well, diving away to his right, because that kept low and moved late. Jamie Smith did well to avoid conceding bites. I think what I would like to see is a Van der Merwe versus Bairstow celebration off. Two of the most passionate celebrators in the game. I love seeing it. Similar stature as well.
Yeah.
Short.
Bairstow's a bit taller,
well built.
Not sure if Van der Merwe played much rugby as Johnny Bairstow did.
Edged, falls short of Jamie Overton. I don't think that was a drop. I think in the end, Overton did well to stop it. Let's have another look at that one. Pretty short from our position up here. What a lovely, lovely spot we've got to look down the cricket. Finds the edge, yeah, just dropped short of Jamie Overton there.
Great to hear Big Bone Trev is watching both Somerset and England. One of many. Tweeting, well, my @however_14, and you changed yours, didn't you? You're not Sammy D anymore. Really upset me, that did.
I know. I don't like upsetting you, Harry.
Well, no, it was unprovoked as well.
Unprovoked.
Did someone comment? Or?
Yeah, I was getting stick from the BBC commentators saying, well, no one can ever find you.
Yeah. Is that what it was?
They're like, you can't be found. I said, well, to be fair, I should have left it because it was an excuse for not having many followers.
Well, I keep now searching Sammy D and can't find you.
That late away swing again, Smith tumbling away to his right.
So Gilbert Jessup fans will be punching the air in celebrations that did not quite kick Johnny Bairstow break the record, but what a chase this could be. I wonder how many fans at Trent Bridge have got the Somerset stream on their YouTube, on their phones, sat in the car at Trent Bridge. I wonder if there's anyone double screening live or and watching us.
Played by Goldsworthy, end of the 64th over. He's on 64. Gregory's on 12. None. Is the answer to that. I'll be honest. I suspect there's maybe a few down in the Cooper Associates County Ground here with it on. A bit like yourself.
Could be an early finish. They might not even have to use their full allocation of overs today, the way Bairstow's going. Lewis Goldsworthy, meanwhile, he was going fairly quickly before tea. Not messing about here, but he just wants to get as many runs as possible, keep Surrey in the field, and give him a decent chase tomorrow. Well, Somerset just got to make sure they bat through the rest of today first. As Will Jacks is taken straight over the top by Lewis Gregory. He's not worried about batting time, he's just going to score runs. Straight over the top, elegant Lewis Gregory. Lewis Gregory at his best is when he's using his feet to spin, hitting straight over the top.
So that would get. I mean, that is Gregory's natural game, isn't it? To be a little bit aggressive. Not going to hang back.
He rarely goes twice in a row. This time he's just going to nudge it down to long on for 1 run. got a bit slack with updating on the other county success elsewhere. Did we update on the Will Williams wickets? The Bridgewater overseas from
Never faced him?
Canterbury. Wow. Yeah, wasn't good enough for me the other week, but he's good enough for 3 Lancashire batters.
Who's he got? Go on.
He's got Will Rhodes.
Will Rhodes doesn't play for Lancashire.
No. I've got it right. He is a Lancashire bowler, sorry. I've lost my scorecard.
Oh, I see. You teased yourself. This is the lack of professionalism, H. This is too many screens.
It's because I screenshotted it, and now my screenshot screen is watching England.
Do you want me to tell you? Want me to bail you out?
No, I got it. Will Williams, he got Sam Hain, Will Rhodes, Lamb, and Briggs. 4 wickets now. For a guy who's playing club cricket against me the other week, and he's now playing for Lancashire in the county championship, and he's got 4 for that. Decent economy too. That's serious cricket.
That little segment went well for you, didn't it?
And he got 2 for in the first innings.
Just ignoring me.
The best
way to
economy.
do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Davies opening the batting against his old side. He's 96 not out at Edgbaston. Good little tickle away from the leg. So the Lewis G's will just keep minding their own business here, ticking the scorecard along. No real threat here from the opposition at bowling attack. Sorry, I think, to be honest with you, there's waiting for the new ball, which is only 15 overs around the corner. Well, it's not really a corner, it'll come straight from the Andy Kelly Pavilion, won't it? Round the straight line. 15 overs time, we'll see the third umpire walk straight out with it. Couple toots in the Priory Bridge Road end. A few cars going by. Like to check in on the cricket and have a little toot. You can tell it's that sort of post-tea, not nap period, but crowd are a bit quieter now. Some of them are having a nice cream or enjoying the sun. And
driven nicely by Gregory. Tipped around the post at cover, which sent Rory Burns. Rory Burns had moved away to his left. Gus Atkinson dived and tipped it to where Rory Burns would have been waiting. I mean, long story short, pick up a single. It's quite remarkable, isn't it, that Gilbert Jessop's record for the quickest, we talk about the modern game and all the T20 players, actually the record for the quickest test century for England was set in 1902. Quickest, fastest?
Either or.
Solid from Goldsworthy. He's played a really good hand today. Yorkshire 36 for 1, so they are leading Hampshire, who made 410 by 54 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Adam Lyve's got 18. George Hill has just gone for 17. I mean, he made a big 131 in the first innings, but they're going to have to do something. They're going to have to contrive a result there, really, I think, if that's not going to peter into a draw.
Like a bit of declaration bowling, don't they? I remember a few years ago, Yorkshire Middlesex.
Again, that late swing from Worrell, Jamie Smith, being really tested post-tee.
It's almost too late, though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's too wide. It starts from too wide as well.
Yeah.
We're going to get a cheeky replay, apparently. I don't know how that's different to a normal replay.
Not easy. Even 6'2" Jamie Smith has to dive a fair way for that.
It does swing, doesn't it? Draw probably the likeliest result at Canterbury, where Kent are 511 for 5. Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox making hundreds. Not quite as big as that ridiculous partnership they had in the Bob Willis Trophy season. They both made double hundreds. Goldsworthy gets in behind that one. But their partnership for the 4th wicket was 254, so they obviously enjoy batting together. A bit like you and I enjoy being in the box together, Harry.
Wow. No, Jordan Cox, I remember that partnership. Jordan Cox, the Somerset nemesis, isn't he? Catching, batting, whatever he does there. It's good to speak to him after the game last Friday night, but he's a man that exudes confidence. Very talented young prospect.
Yeah, he's exciting. Somerset will be sick of the sight of him already.
Oh, just heard it. There's a bit of cake going around the press box. Always seems to be when I'm on air. Mr. Bird, my old ICT teacher, is straight in there.
Up, wasn't he?
Don't mess about.
I've never seen him move so quickly. Never seen him move so quickly. Look at him.
Oh, there's not much left for us here, Sam. I see 3 more slices.
Look at the size of that slice Bird's got. The Somerset Grockle.
We've been mugged right off here.
There's Ben Moore and Lewis Wiseman, who's just turned up. It's very, very valiant from him. You know, turns it down because he's just turned up. He knew he couldn't have cake straight away. But I tell you what, if the Somerset Grockle website is not updated in time tonight, it's because he's got a massive slab of cake as Gregory gets onto the back
He's
foot.
not saving me a bit either, is he?
Look at the bite on that.
We're going to start commentating on the biting of the cake. Desperate measures. Oh, it does look good. Victoria's Sponge.
Where's Warren gone as well? I saw him, and he's gone the wrong way.
That's my favourite. Oh, Ben Warren never fails to deliver.
Forward defensive.
He is my hero.
Here we go. Just
look at that. 2 slices left.
The man of the hour.
Can we get that on the live stream, please, Ben? He's legged it.
Oh, he's out.
Way to Warren.
There we are. Look at that. Oh.
Meanwhile, Lewis Goldsworthy's played a lovely shot through backward point for 2 runs. Cracking arm from Gus Atkinson again. But look at this.
There it is. Look at that.
Oh, look
there
at
we
that.
go.
Don't drop it, Sam. That is going to go down an absolute treat. Thank you so much.
Oh, gone. Goldsworthy trying to cut away, and he just gets a little tickle behind to Jamie Smith. I don't feel like the cake anymore, Harry.
No, sorry, that's really ruined the Victoria Sponge, isn't it? Lewis Goldsworthy, look at his slow trudge off. I don't blame him. 67. Somerset at 234 for 6 now. And they batted so well in Lewis Goldsworthy. The 2 of them had put on 40, quick maths, 43, I make that. Batted well to the 2 Lewis G's, but he'd love to have got 100 today. Not quite Johnny Bairstow style, but very good batting from Lewis Goldsworthy. And Will Jacks, you think of an off spinner, maybe we have to watch the replay, maybe that's a straight on ball, didn't turn as much as Goldsworthy thought. He's got an outside edge. And he's got to go. So who can see now? Is it going to be Roloff van der Merwe? Yes, it is. We were just talking about him. After his heroics at Bristol the other day, he's going to come into the middle with his bat, waving around, ready to go.
A coming-of-age innings, perhaps, for Lewis Goldsworthy. Highest score in first-class cricket. Did get a 90-odd at the Oval last year in the Royal London Cup. His first 50 high score was 48 before this, 67 off 107 balls. Lachlan Stevens was quite... He wasn't backward in coming forward in his comments after day 1 about how his players hadn't found a way to absorb pressure or counter-attack, and Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, has done both of those today, as have several of the other Somerset batters.
Yeah, I mean, Roloff van der Merwe doesn't play much county championship cricket, so he's coming for, of course, Jack Leeds, who's playing the Test match at Trent Bridge today. Got that wicket in the first innings, quite a crucial wicket of Rory Burns with 113, but we needed to bowl particularly well in the 4th innings, but could be pretty handy with the back of the Bulldog. Roloff van der Merwe, who's a gritty cricketer, will work really hard for his runs. Got some interesting shots, hasn't he? He's got the roll-over scoop.
Best of 205.
He's just going to defend this first ball. Does reverse sweep well. He does play spin fairly well. Trying to be stitched up by next door, trying to tell me that's a no ball, but I'm not having that. Will Jacks has bowled a no ball. I think umpire Debenham has just moved his arms around. Doesn't mean he's given a no ball. Meanwhile, Johnny Bairstow has raced on to 123, not out off 86 balls. Going absolutely berserk. Is the Yorkshireman. And England are going to complete victory pretty comfortably by the looks of things. Maybe before we even get to finish our Victoria Sponge that's sat patiently waiting behind us.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Victoria Sponge wait anything other than patiently. How
doesn't wait patiently in my life, it's totally just inhaled and gone. Charlie Taylor's not here though, is he? So maybe he's missed out. We might have to eat it without him knowing.
He's had his ice cream, he had his rum and raisin ice cream.
We missed out on the ice cream round, so.
Worrell then to Gregory. He's got 20. Defends on the front foot. Yeah, 205 not out for Rudolf van der Merwe for the Titans against the Warriors back in October 2014. Came in batting at 6 that day. Dean Elgar opened the batting, and the man well known to both Somerset and Surrey fans.
Yeah, big fan of Dean Elgar, and that Van der Merwe partnership against Surrey was phenomenal, wasn't it? I'll talk about that again and again and again, that list A game they played here.
Good carry there from Dan Worrell, just lifted. Gregory happy to let it fly through. All over the spot. Harry Everett, he's been jumping up and down. Worrell. 2 slips wait, as does Lewis Gregory. Leaves it alone. 68 in the 68th over here, so 12 and a half overs until the new ball.
I could have sworn I've had my laptop plugged in all day. Either I didn't turn the switch on, didn't put it in right, so my laptop's got no battery left.
High quality content.
It's all going on today. One of those days.
Last first class 100, Rudolf van der Merwe, was for the Netherlands back in 2017.
Playing England on Friday in the ODIs. I might be doing a bit of commentary for Gorilla Cricket on that. Actually, I've been had my leg pulled. I've been trying to have a few days off occasionally, but
difficult to say no, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, I thought I'd be here anyway. I'm going to teach in the morning, be here for the T20 here in the evening.
You can do commentary from here?
Yeah, I might do actually. Yeah, I might sit in this exact spot, do a bit of Gorilla Cricket commentary before the Gloucestershire T20 Friday night. Because it's a funny timing start. I think it's a 10 o'clock start. So we're done by 5 o'clock before the fans come in for Taunton for the Friday night T20.
Good lift there from Worrell. Yeah, looking forward to that one. Big game on Friday night. Always a good fun West Country derby. Almost sold out. All general sale tickets are sold out.
You can have a curry though, can't you? You can come and...
I sure can.
Enjoy a Father's Day deal. Have a look on the website.
Is it Father's Day?
Father's Day on Sunday.
Is it? Okay, well, good to know that.
Yeah, you surely got a few beers in the cupboard you can wrap up, can't you?
I'm not really a beer man.
Well, not for you, if your dad.
I know, but I wouldn't have them in the cupboard though.
I meant your dad's cupboard.
What, wrap his own beers up? Gregory, lovely looking shot. Punches it through the covers. Burns will give chase. He's going to have to put a slide in. Does well. Keeps it to 3. Lovely shapes there from Lewis Gregory. Moves on to 23. End of the over. 68 gone. 239 for 6. Now, how about this for an event? Fawlty Towers, the original dining experience. They had this up in London a few years ago here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 22nd of October. That's my mum's birthday.
There you go.
There we go. See? She'll love that. That'll be absolutely cracking. An interactive kind of dinner. I think they have actors all around you doing the Fawlty Towers bit.
Over 70% of each performance is improvised. So pretty good. Just 60 quid. Get your tickets now. Will Jacks is going to continue from the river end, but there could be carnage in the commentary boxes. Sam, have you seen what's behind you?
What, the Cake and Taylor?
Yes.
He's come in and he thinks we've had our bits, hasn't he? We haven't. It's going to...
You missed the boat, mate. You buggered off on a ram and raisin, we heard. So I'm afraid you've missed out. And
yeah, the cake's been pre-assigned, I'm afraid. Warren delivered.
Way to Warren.
He always delivers.
The postman.
Hey, don't talk about... You speak to the boss if you want cake.
He's gone. Meanwhile, Lewis Gregory's been quite defensive to Will Jacks, quite sedate. And there's long on and long off back, which kind of takes away his main shot. We haven't seen a sweep yet. Reverse sweep either. Not they need to be particularly aggressive and get on with it, but you know, Lewis Gregory likes to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Well, it comes to a point, Harry. So maybe if Somerset lose another wicket or two, at what point do they go, okay, well, actually, let's at least, you know, the naturally aggressive players, if one of Gregory or Van der Merwe is still in, Delanger's an aggressive cricketer. At what point do they go, well, why not, let's flash the bat for a bit, try and get 100, 150 into the lead?
No, I think not yet.
I don't think it comes yet. I think
not till tomorrow at the earliest. If Somerset are still batting at the close, then they can think about that overnight.
But even if it comes to 7 or 8 down, and the leads are say only 50, 60, do you keep going and do you try and bat 20 overs and just, but if you score 1 or 2 and over, or do you?
If you're going to get 10 wickets, then 90 overs will be plenty enough time to get 10 wickets, or 96 overs tomorrow.
But I'm not thinking about Somerset getting the. I'm thinking about what if the total's only, if they bat for another 30, 40 overs, but they're only 70, 80 in the lead. That's worse than if they bat for for a bit longer to get it, but they set a slightly higher total.
I get your point, but no one really messes about. If you look at the batting orders today, Casey Aldridge opens in the 20 seconds team. March and Delanger absolutely whacks it.
Yeah. Well, that's
Peter Siddle maybe,
but his natural game is to whack it.
More. So I think they're all going to score quickly anyway. So I don't think there needs to be any particular message or directive.
But I think you're right for now.
They'll keep on batting, but everyone's going to be fairly positive anyway. So I think just keep doing what they're doing and see how it goes, really.
That lead is 37 now. Somerset, 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. So Surrey will have to bat again. Haven't seen Hashim Amla yet today. Hopefully he's all right. He didn't bat. He started the first innings, retired, not out overnight.
I'll make way for Mr. Taylor himself. There's not James Taylor. Neither the James Taylor, but distant relative, Charlie Taylor? Sadly not. We did have James Taylor here the other week, didn't we? Watching.
They're not going to be relatives. Look at the height of the man.
I was more thinking the Surrey seamer.
Ah, okay.
The Surrey seamer, James Taylor, who got injured. Bowled really well at the start of the season. Meanwhile, England need just 27 more to win now. Bairstow and Stokes with a phenomenal partnership. And as I say that, there's no PF caught behind them.
He's out, I think.
Bairstow's got to go, 136. You can even commentators curse on mentioning another game elsewhere. I didn't know that was a thing.
Left alone by Warwick. Just does swing late. You see, Jamie Smith had thought it was going to go to the wicketkeeper's right, ended up going to his left. Being given a bit of a workout out there, Jamie Smith.
What's just made me chuckle just before Johnny Bairstow got out is they zoomed in on some fans at Trent Bridge, and then some definite school-age kids there. Some 13, 14-year-olds that have got no excuse of GCSEs or exam leave. 100% year 7, 8s or 9s who should really be at school but have had a free day at Trent Bridge.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it does remind me of a couple of times when I've never been a truant. I think my mum was listening earlier, so I better be careful here. But I did once miss a Richard Chewish English lesson, A-level English, college. The only time I ever missed a lesson.
They weren't compulsory though, were they?
Well, it was, no, I suppose not technically, but Chris Jones was on 130 against Stark and Hazelwood maybe. But before that, definitely Stark, maybe Mitch Johnson. Chris Jones doesn't even play professional cricket anymore. Amazing 100 he scored here.
My parents are both teachers, they were, they're retired now. And Somerset had a C&G quarter-final against Worcestershire. Cut. Shot. That'll be 4. Third will race around, but he won't get there. Lewis Gregory moves on to 27. Cutting Dan Worrell away too short and outside off stump. Let's have another look at that.
Authoritative from Lewis Gregory. Back foot punch with power, wasn't it?
Yeah, very easy that for him. Easy shot for him. Yeah, so they wrote me a note. Say basically, I gave it to my form tutor the next day. Said Sam was at the C&G Trophy quarter-final. It's the last couple of weeks of term. Nothing was happening.
Good education.
Thanks very much.
I did day 5 and as the cook retired, I did text my boss the night before saying, do you mind if I have tomorrow off to go and watch the cricket? And he wasn't best pleased, but I said, that's the cook's last day at work, and Bampton, England was quiet at the time, so sometimes commitments. On that bombshell, I'm going to leave you with the scorecard, and Charlie Taylor's going to join you, Sam.
Oh, excellent. I know why you're gone, because you've gone to get the cake, haven't you? Right. Well, there's that Somerset scorecard. Plenty of starts, and no one has really kicked on other than Gregory. Abel run out on 45. Really unfortunate. Bad call, brilliant arm from Gus Atkinson. Tom Banton batted well for 31. Tickled one down the leg side, a bit unlucky there. Steve Davies LBW to Will Jacks, who is bowling. Still from the River End. And Rudolph van der Merwe just got the one so far. Just gets on the back foot there. Cries from the Surrey fielders. Charlie Taylor's back alongside me. Hello.
An absolutely delicious cake. Thank you very much. Loved it.
Single to van der Merwe.
Oh, and Harry's having the other one. Very nice.
Of course Everett's having it. I enjoyed the chat about Everett laying up, actually. You talking him for his beef bourguignon.
Yeah. Layering up.
Rice
beef bourguignon.
like a sandwich.
Rice again, like a sandwich. Yeah. He lives his life in layers. Because he also layers up his breakfast cereal.
Catch. Ooh. Just flicked up off bat pad. Unable to get it. Turned it around the corner. Gregory thinks about a run. You could hear van der Merwe shout from there. Not interested. Does he layer his cereal?
Yeah.
Does he? I like that. I'm
it.
a big fan of that. Textures in cereal.
He has. He's had it apparently ever since he was a kid. Bran flakes at the bottom, corn flakes at the top.
Oh, interesting. So I, on my good days, I go a couple of Weetabix surrounded by shreddery.
Are we talking about your digestion?
Well, it's very good. There's a lot of bran. I go a couple of Weetabix, shreddies, and then either some granola or some bran flakes with a bit of fruit in. Fruit and fibre, yeah. Ooh, pulled away there, Gregory. A duck of the head. It'll only be 2. Taking on the arm. This time it was Laws rather than Atkinson out there. But yeah, short leg was definitely take evasive action a little bit there.
Definitely.
Not a position.
What are your bad days then? If that's your good day.
It's a good point, isn't it? It's a good point. Well, I guess it's if proper prior planning hasn't come into play and I've run out of one of them. Pushed into the front foot. On the front foot by Gregory. End of that. Jack's over. 24746 this morning. Shocker this morning. Didn't have any milk.
Oh, that's the worst, isn't it? Doesn't matter how much cereal you've got. If you've not got any milk.
I had to leave the house before it had cereal.
Didn't just use water there.
It's a bad start. No, didn't go that's a very Everett move. Everett would do that. There's those Surrey fans on the balcony enjoying the sunshine.
He's nodding. He's done that before.
Of course he has.
Using water instead of milk on your cereal.
There's the batting coach, Lachlan Stevens, just hiding behind that pillar.
No, when I walked through there, Steve Kirby was also up there. The bowling and batting coach up at the deck.
We must get Curbs back on this season. He was wonderful last year in the Royal London Cup. Sits forward, like really into it.
Oh yeah. Oh, everything is 100%.
But so insightful. Yeah, he was a lovely man.
Great guy.
Brilliant coach.
Great guy. So it'll be Atkinson then. Wide, big swipe at it from van der Merwe outside off stump. Goes through to the keeper. 247 for 6. The lead is 45. What's the lowest amount Somerset will feel they could bowl Surrey out for?
A lot more than 45.
350?
Well, that's it. Steve Kirby is still down there, we're being told. In the shade, though. He's a man after my own heart. Is it lurking in the shade?
Get him on the screen. We want to see a bit of tango. Better hit him on the hand there, judging by the way he took his hand off the bat and gave it a shake. Harry's just got the biggest grin on his face looking at this cake.
Have a bit of cake.
Just have it. No, it's all right.
No, it's all right.
I don't mind. I've had my rum and raisin ice cream today.
You don't feel that bad. I know, H, this is just platitudes from you. I know you too well.
Oh, he's helped himself to a big enough slice, mind. This one's cut by van der Merwe.
He was doing some cutting of his own. They're pre-cut. He still decided he needed to cut, eh?
Yeah.
Is that slice and a half, is it? That's because your teacher, Paul Burr, taught you well, didn't he?
Oh, a bit of a chase on. And there's the peregrine falcons chasing something over there. 3 of them.
Ooh, there aren't pigeons around, are there?
Chasing a gull over there, I think. It's a bit of a drama in the skies. Drama on the pitch as Atkinson comes in. As a big call for LBW. been doing. Good when you call it for drama and it's not just a leave through to the keeper. There's actually something happening there.
It was a brave call. So there's drama.
It worked. It worked.
I think Atkinson must feel that this hits pad first. I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that because you can hear the sound of ball on bat very clearly from up here. But Atkinson must think that it cannoned into the pads and then hit the bat.
If that had been a wicket and I just said there's drama, that would have been the sort of clip.
You could have had the second bit of cake. You could have had the
definitely would have deserved that cake then. In comes Atkinson. Big step forwards from Van der Merwe. How is it? Unbelievable, he says. Very nice. Proper sponge. Good cream in the middle with that with the jam. Looking great.
I just turned around and that is just happiness on a face there. Look how happy he is. Let's get a photo of that.
Yeah, need a picture. Pop this online.
Let's get Everett.
This one's just push forwards. There's no run. 247 for 6. Gregory on 29 now. He's looked fairly good. Do you want to see happiness? There we go. Look at that. He's got a great big,
look at that
great
grin
big
on his
mouthful of it.
face. Look at him. Glorious.
Having a fantastic time. There's a bit of a not missing anything. There's the 12th man out there.
There's that appeal.
Yeah, it's not convincing really. Still Harry stuffing in the food into his mouth there briefly. Cuts in a bit. Does come in a bit, I think.
It does. I think it does hit his pad first because it then comes onto the bat and goes the way it connects with the bat.
In comes Jacks.
Oh, Gregory on the back foot, just keeping it out. Kept a bit low. You can see where Gregory finishes there. Look at that position. Smile on his face. They're nightmare for batters, those. They just keep a bit low when you go on the back foot. Almost crept underneath. Almost being the operative word. Pushed into the leg side. I'm going to post this photograph. I'm just double checking and then triple checking there's no thumb action.
Yeah, could
covering
you just make sure? I don't mind thumb action. It's just when you call it a fine view, then block it.
Tries to push it into the offside, goes down to Jamie Overton at long on, takes a single. Beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, Charlie.
He is having the time of his life at the back of the box. He's just delighted he's worked the rotor perfectly there. I couldn't have it because I got up here with a couple of minutes before I was commentating. Shoved my face with cake.
Van der Merwe gets onto the front foot. Well, you're a pro, aren't you? But
yeah.
He set it up as well. About 5 minutes previously, gone, oh, I've lost my charger. I'm just going to go wandering around to the back of the box. Oh, I might have to go off now because my laptop's nearly died. Solid from Van der Merwe.
Seeing straight through you, Harry. Straight through. Test match is in a fantastic position for England. 21 needed to win.
Kept out by Van der Merwe. Another overdone. 73 of them, 248 for 6, Somerset.
Plenty of time left for them to get them as well, really. 21 runs. God, that Bairstow innings really was something special. And you'll be able to see clips and highlights, I'm sure, if you've been with us today. Plenty of coverage of that test match around. Ooh. Spotting a few people warming themselves up in the crowd. If you're in the ground, take care with the sun. I've been seeking out bits of shade when I've been out. It's just very hot. Oh my word!
I just feel like a bit of after sun may well be needed there.
Gosh, yeah. Atkinson in. A bit of width there, so Gregory tries to cut it. And I don't know how much he knew really about where it was going, but it does find its way to third, and there's just one run there. And that gentleman really making the most of the nice weather. Well, I guess this would be the most daylight you'd ever have in a county championship match, right in the middle of June. Couldn't get much better cricket weather really as that one goes through.
Yeah, best not go down the old fixture scheduling route because my run is about as long as, you know, where Harry Everett was getting annoyed with Jamie Overton's.
You're going to come in like Michael Holding.
Yeah, I really would. No weekend county championship cricket now for Somerset for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Just 2 days here in total, T20 and Royal London Cup game on the weekends.
Are you counting a Friday night game as a weekend?
No.
Okay. Atkinson to Vandermeer, big call. Appeal. Oh, and given. A long time thinking about it there. But Vandermeer looks absolutely devastated with that. Can't believe it. Let's have another look at that one. But it's a long time he thought about it. I was so sure he was going to shake his head.
He jabbed bat and pad together. I think there was a bit of bat on it. But again, I wonder, Gus Atkinson certainly thought it was pad first. And after a long wait, I thought the moment had passed. So we were really convinced. I think it's Neil Pratt at that end. You thought, oh, okay, he's going to turn that down. I think Vandermeer thought he was going to be okay.
Dear, another one goes for Somerset. Just 2 runs for Roelof Vandermeer, who played a very untypical innings for him. But trying to just build an innings, isn't he? Trying to get Somerset towards something defendable, but they're not near it yet. 47 only is the lead. And so we're going to see, I think that's Casey Aldridge coming out. It looks tall, it doesn't look strong enough for Marcher de Lange. So I think Casey Aldridge is the new batter. There we go, hearing it confirmed by PA announcer Mark Tyler. 249 on the board, 7 wickets down in this 3rd innings of the match. Surrey being forced to bat again, which isn't something they get every single week. So that's something that Somerset can take a bit of pride with.
Yeah, and there's definitely, it's still, barring a miracle, going to be a pretty chastening defeat. But actually, you've got to take the positives. They could have rolled over 2nd innings, and they haven't.
Pint one hand, dog the other.
Multitasker, isn't it? I'm just popping out to take the dog for a walk. I'll see you in an hour.
Looks like he's got a little bag of something in his the hand he's holding the dog with as well. Something that you often see dog owners holding, perhaps. Don't mix up your hands if you're going to drink from the pint. You don't want to put your face anywhere near the other bag.
Dog spotted, he's on camera.
Yeah, dog is looking up, yeah. Atkinson in again then, and Casey Aldridge able to watch that one at a bit of fire to it from Atkinson. No run added. And the score remains 249. Lovely day. Again, barely a cloud now, just wispy white clouds above us. Billowing a little bit in the breeze is the sight screen in front of us. Atkinson, again, this one hits the pads, but it's high. Aldridge yet to lay bat on ball.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of swing from this end. Dan Worrell was getting it. We saw that late swing that had Jamie Smith working quite hard, and Atkinson's come back into the attack, and he seems to be shaping it back in, because that's a couple. There was an appeal against Vandermeer the over before he was given out, where it seemed to just nip back in, and it struck pad before bat. Really impressive from Atkinson. What did he had 3 in the 1st innings, 2 in the 2nd so far.
Atkinson in, and this one is going to be Aldridge's first run of the innings as he plays it into the leg side. And a little applause for Somerset's 250. 7 wickets down. They're essentially 48 for 7. Somerset. If you take away the difference in the 2 innings, so how does that compare to their 1st innings when they were on 48? They were they were 49 for 4 when Banton got out.
Were they 98 for 8?
95 for 8 they were, so not enough at the moment.
Jax then has also got a couple with his off-spin. Harry Everett, part-time off-spinner he called him. Dared. He's got a record with that, Harry, as well. All edged. Fell just short. I think that did take the outside edge of Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, getting to Rory Burns at slip must have done something.
Flew through to him, which made me think it came off the bat. It was that kind of just the way it sped up. I think it must have dropped just short of Rory Burns. Aldridge survives.
Aldridge. Got a bit of company there.
Yeah. Getting forward, Aldridge is a tall man. Not perhaps got his feet going just yet. Almost reaching with the bat a little bit. That tap in between the feet. That's better. That's solid from Casey Aldridge. Very exciting young cricketer. Plenty of England under-19s cricket for him. Tickled. And Rory Burns will give chase. He's going to sit up, think about free. Yeah, Lewis Gregory. Yeah, from him. Comfortably in the end, so free to Aldridge. He moves on to 4. Just joining us, Charlie Taylor alongside myself, Sam Dowling, on the Somerset live stream. Brought to you courtesy of our principal county championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance. Somerset 2-5, free for 7 in their second innings. Will Jacks bowling around the wicket to Lewis Gregory, who sweeps. Shot, and we'll get 4. Change of angle, didn't work for Jacks, and that lead is up to 55 now for Somerset. End of the over, 2-5-7.
Yeah, nice shot from Lewis Gregory. He's looked good this innings. He's played pretty well. A couple of chances. Sort of believe that's how he lives, isn't it? Really, and with the bat in hand, plays aggressively. 35 off 64. Yeah, pretty good stuff from Lewis Gregory.
There's our sponsor, WPA Health Insurance. Thought that might be Triegs for a second, but the trainers are...
Trainer's far too monochrome for Trigo. Oh, well, just causing Aldridge to double up a bit. Half an of appeal. Yeah, Trigo wearing his Hello Kitty bright blue.
I'm getting a pair. I'm going to say it now. I want a pair.
I liked them.
I really did like them.
I thought they looked comfy as well.
And that's the key.
Yeah.
Triegs definitely dresses for comfort.
Comfort, yeah, he's a comfort dresser. He's the least comfort. He could turn up in a 3-piece suit. And then the day when he's doing a presentation, which was yesterday, he turned up in those. This one just takes an inside edge down to fine leg. He had a presentation. Did you hear about this?
I did wonder. Yeah. He did the Q&A last night.
Andy Hurry had to lend him a blazer. Yeah, and he ended up doing the Q&A. He was dressed like he was going to the beach. He was just like he was heading to Butlins.
I would love his self-confidence. I would love a good dose of that. What a funny man, insightful. Wears some interesting gear though.
Atkinson in to Lewis Gregory, who's driving. Yeah, he's some of it, credit to him, looks great. Other bits, not so great. Especially not when you've got a presentation to do. A lunch break, which you've either not been told about or forgotten about. Atkinson in again, it's full, and Gregory clips this one nicely through mid-wicket. There's a chase on, got a feeling it's going to go all the way. Will it? Yes. 4 runs, Lewis Gregory up to 39. Crowd enjoyed that.
Nice shot back from Lewis Gregory. Makes it look so easy, doesn't he, when he's in?
Yeah, nicely timed.
Full flow.
Just saw the gap, didn't he? Full ball. There you go. 2-6-2. Lead steadily building.
Only what, 4 and a bit overs until that second new ball for Surrey.
It's going to be a crucial part of the game, that. It could be all the difference right there. And driving, a little bit of width on offer from Atkinson. No run those, he's picked out the fielder at cover. A few spectators in the Lordian Botham stand. Must admit that's the one I go to the least in the ground. Not for any reason other than I just tend to prefer some of the others.
Haven't seen Jordan Clark for 20 odd overs. Jamie Overton.
Yeah, well, new ball on the horizon. So for the wicket comes Atkinson. Just keeping that one out there, Gregory, watching it. No ball. A couple on to the total. And a few of those from the Surrey bowlers, both innings actually. Just getting there. Run-ups. Just a bit misjudging them slightly, perhaps. Not how difficult that is at the ground you don't normally play at. Last ball of this 76th over in Somerset's innings, at 264 for 7. Pulled in the air and over the head, in fact way over the head of the fielder at square leg. Gregory, that's a shot right out of T20 manual. 45 to him, nicely timed, 270 for 7. Here we go, another look. Away you go. Well, it was there to be hit, not a bad shot.
There's Trumpy, Harry Trump, photographer, taking his life
right?
into his hands.
Looks like he's got his head in his hands, or is he just taking a photo? Yeah, it looks like he's checked. Yeah, it's bright sunlight, so he's got his head right up by the screen so he can see the photos he's been taking.
Takes some wonderful pictures, Harry.
I hope someone shouted heads up to him as that was sailing towards him.
An evasive action, eh? Less as Will Jacks continues to Aldridge, picks up a single through the legs of Ben Geddes, who's under the helmet there. Falls backwards onto the protected strip.
Roly-poly, Geddes did.
So I reckon that protected strip is Friday night for the Gloucestershire game.
Yeah.
I reckon the second protected strip is probably for the women's test match.
Could be.
Speaking of test matches, after this Will Jacks ball, as Gregory defends, we can bring you news from Trent Bridge, and it's good news. England have claimed victory by 5 wickets. What a test. I mean, that was petering into a draw. 5-5-3 plays 5-3-9. Suddenly all sprung into action.
That's going to be a memorable one for a long time, I think. Right down to the last hour of the last day, pretty much. Really?
Ben Stokes finished it off, the new skipper. 75 unbeaten off 70 balls. There was a lot of criticism of him from some quarters as Gregory goes onto the back foot. Flicks it, Ryan Patel palms it round the post mid-wicket for the way he got out in the first innings. People saying, oh, typical Stokes, not a test match player. Don't think so.
No doubt for me he's a test match player. 75 not out. Exactly 50 overs, so world champions England at the 50 over competition, beating New Zealand again. Of course it's a test match, that was just defended. But also, interestingly, Folkes there, not out at the end, just like he was at Lord's at the end. So he's someone who's playing the sporting role well.
Left alone well by Aldridge, outside off stump. 77 overs gone, 272 for 7. Yeah, folks, it was amazing that that Lord's Test was his first on home soil. Which seems slightly odd given how difficult it is to keep in England. And he's widely regarded as the best keeper in England, to have not given him a go before. Yep. Let's see a bit of leg spin. 3 overs left on this old ball.
Cameron Steelman, born in America.
Born in the USA.
Well, it certainly was. California,
yeah.
I think, wasn't it?
Rio, California.
Oh, goodness me. He turned on the jukebox.
I'm excited. I've got cake. I've got cake in an over.
Oh, he is. He's off in 1 over's time.
Sorry, Charlie.
I timed that so badly. Steele comes in, and oh, there's a bit of turn there.
Starts with a wrong one.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's spun the wrong way, that one. Oh, that is
well, he started his first spell on day 1 with a wrong one as well.
Oh, there we go. Gregory on 46. And he'll know that, Gregory, as he comes down to punch that fielder. He comes in from the boundary. Long on. Get this.
That was another one. Another wrong one. Becca was talking about Becca Garridon earlier on. Talked really well about Cam Steele. Was widely tipped as one of the people do this to young cricketers, young leg spinners, but widely tipped to be a leg spinning sensation. Bats more now than he bowls.
Aldridge just a little jump at the crease. Oh, they're going to come through for a quick single. Nice work from Lewis Gregory. He called him through.
I wonder if there's a foot mark outside the off stump. You can see the footmarks outside the leg side for those right-handers because he spelled 3 wrong uns in a row there.
Yeah, there is one. If you can get it on there, it'd be quite a wide Yorker. Push forwards and we'll come through for another single here. I definitely see at the. Yeah, there is a bit of rough actually. Yeah, there is a bit of rough just in front of the offside as the right-hander stands there. So perhaps that's what he's looking for the wrong one. Aldridge back on strike. Gregory on 48. Played pretty well here. 48 from 75 balls. Aldridge on 7. Got an hour left of the day here at Taunton under clear blue skies. Perfect cricket weather. Low, that one kept very low, and he's lucky there, is Aldridge, because he didn't counter in the fact that it would do it. Do you have another look at that one? It's a tricky one to play. I'm not sure Aldridge got that. Oh, look at that!
Still haven't seen the leggy. Maybe this time, just last ball the over, something different.
Fairly straight, and that one is just defended by Aldridge. He's on 7. We've got 2 overs until the new ball is available for Surrey. Chances are they may well take it, reduced to spin at both ends at the moment. And I've never seen Sam Dalling leave the commentary position so quickly. He has disappeared. Didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. And he's already a mouthful in, I should think, to that. Oh, look at that! He's already right in there. Don't worry, he's slicing a slice. Don't worry, Sam, you have the slice. You have the slice.
He had his rum and raisin. He's had his calories for the day.
I know.
He's not allowed anymore.
Big old raisins in there.
We're looking after Charlie Taylor's figure here.
Jack's clipped through mid-wicket by Lewis Gregory. And they're going to come back for an easy second, which will be Lewis Gregory's 50. Well played, Lewis Gregory. He's looked very good in that time, finding gaps. There's a 6 in there as well, 5 fours. Raises us back to this appreciative crowd. Not a massive crowd in at the moment.
Very well batted, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's great to see him back into a bit of nick.
Well paced as Jax is in again to him. And he's played it almost straight into the arms of Ryan Patel at the shortish mid-wicket. But bouncing just in front of him, so he's fine. 50 for Gregory, 70 for Aldridge. Nice to see Gregory in the runs, because as Sam was saying, he's struggled most of the time in this season. He's got one score of mid-80s, I think. And all the others have been pretty much single figures, to be honest. So Harry Everett is here. He can bring us the full report on the cake then. What was it like?
Oh, it was pretty good, Charlie. Pretty good. Victoria Sponge, one of my favourite cakes. It was quite cold as well.
Was it?
Must have been fridged.
Just turned around the corner. I'll come back again for 2 here, I should think. Yep, another 2 runs to Lewis Gregory. He's up to 52. The lead now is 77. Something to aim at least.
Well, yes, I guess. You could say that. But then it just seems a bit daft to... You either want to win or lose and save yourself the next game.
He's just defended there.
If someone's going to work really hard here and still lose the game, you just don't want to risk another injury or something daft happening. I don't know, it's a tricky one here, because you want to be positive and say Somerset score enough runs and win the game, but it's pretty unlikely, even if there's heroics here.
It's defended, yeah, but fans haven't come here, haven't paid money to watch a Somerset side decide that they're not going to even try.
No,
that's
exactly.
The problem, is that you can't pick and choose when you try. You've got to keep on going, even if it just adds a bit of confidence in. Gregory might get a feel for it with the bat, feeling good with it.
And we've got 1,000 watching us now on the YouTube stream. There's something, they're coming in for the test match. Polly Rhodes' daughter, Amy Matthews, says she feels slightly guilty that she had the sound up on the test match earlier, but she's back. Great to have the people. Even my sister's listening from Edinburgh. She's not normally a cricket fan, but she said straight away, have I got a cold? She wasn't listening earlier when I announced about my hay fever issues. She can tell from Edinburgh to Taunton that her brother's a bit blocked up.
Yeah.
She says she should be in the gym, so but instead she's staying to watch the Somerset live stream. Sam and I are going to go out to Edinburgh in a few weeks' time, hopefully. As we Cam Steele with a bit of a googly, I reckon that was, into Casey Aldridge. Yeah, going to go up and watch the New Zealand I should know they're playing Scotland, obviously, in Edinburgh. That makes sense.
Would make sense, Harry.
Scotland,
Would
New
make
Zealand,
sense there.
T20s.
I don't think it's New Zealand's home ground.
They might have home grounds. That's a more orthodox leg break, and that's really taken into by Casey Aldridge. Slog sweep. He opens the batting in the second team T20 side, and wow, we saw that slog sweep there. Showing why. On to 11 now, Casey Aldridge.
Whipped away that, wasn't it? Lovely shot.
Yeah. Yeah, looking forward to a little trip to Edinburgh for a bit of cricket. I've never watched cricket in Edinburgh before. The Grange is a squash club and a hockey club as well.
Never been to Scotland.
Have you not?
No, never been.
Wow, Charlie.
Despite the
That's
fact,
gotta change.
you know, there's a great cricket club in Edinburgh. I'm sure I'd love to have spend an afternoon at. But no, I've never been north of
Wow, we better change that. Well, come out. What are you doing in a couple of weeks? You'll probably be interviewing people for the BBC, won't you?
I expect so. That's my job. So yeah,
working.
Yeah, I mean, I'm.
You can get some Scottish interviews, can you?
Well, so what you're staying with your sister?
Well, my brother and sister both live up there.
Oh right. Okay.
And yes.
What was the draw for them to Scotland? Why
Brother
have
went
they
to
both gone up there?
university.
Yeah.
And my sister basically just followed a few years later.
Just followed him. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, he was studying 4 years up there doing a bit of PPE, and then my sister decided a couple of years later that she'd had enough of Devon countryside and thought she'd set up a new life and get cheap rent off her brother, basically.
Right,
Years
makes
ago now,
sense.
she's stuck with it.
Makes sense.
She says you've got to try some haggis.
I'd be up for that. Just anything food-based, essentially.
Anything food-based.
Steel is in. This one just pushed.
Nice Casey Aldridge, nice straight bat with that shot. He can bat properly, can't he?
Yeah, yeah. I was saying this earlier. He's scored runs at club level and with the twos. Definitely not a bunny.
I do like watching a leg spinner. Proper bowler. He's got 2 leg slips, which is interesting. Maybe just there for the one that goes the other way.
Well, he started off with a few wrong ones in the previous over.
Maybe the one that goes straight on as well, the arm ball. Ooh, that's an absolute beauty. Big appeal.
Good bowling.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this from Cameron Steele, actually. Thought he was a part-time spinner. Didn't really expect big things from him, but proper turn. Good areas. Lovely shot from Casey Aldridge and an unnecessary pick-up and pretend to throw.
Maybe a bit of frustration or something in there. 283 is the score for 7 wickets. 81 lead Somerset have here. And as we get towards the close of this 3rd day, more weather like this expected tomorrow. So the new ball is available now. There we go, umpire Debenham just letting us know that Surrey have made the call. They are going to take it. Who's going to open it up with it? Probably Worrell, I should think. Looks like he's ready to go. Rory Burns throws the new ball to him. Well, this will be a key 5-10 overs here. Seeing where this goes. If Somerset can get through it, well then, they might be able to score quite quickly. Quite often, if it doesn't work for the bowling side, you'll see runs fly off the bat with the new ball. 283 for 7. It's 13 overs left today. Lewis Gregory on 52. Casey Aldridge, who's worked his way up to 11. So it will be Worrell over the wicket. So Lewis Gregory getting a bit of shape there. Well, just moving it away from Lewis Gregory, who leaves it alone. Crane's been packed up for the day. Building the Digital Innovation Centre.
I didn't know that was a thing, that a crane would be packed up, actually. I never thought about that overnight, and then they redo it, wind it back up again.
Well, it's one of those ones on the back of a lorry, isn't it? So I guess they just press a button and it.
Not quite as exciting.
They're not dismantling it every day. It just is telescopic. Worrell in. Oh, there's an edge from Lewis Gregory, but he's safely found the fielder, the 3rd man boundary, Ryan Patel.
Thanks to our crane correspondent, Charlie Taylor.
Been enjoying it today. There's a little crane, might even be a cherry picker, just in front of it, little blue one.
That always made me chuckle as a kid. Well, not always. When I first found out what a cherry picker was, I just thought it was a great name. It feels very Australian now, the way they just name things as what they are, rather than these English names where we try and be fancy. In Australia, they just say it exactly as it is. There he is.
There we go. Just see it behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Little blue cherry picker at the big white crane behind it.
First name
Exciting
Mason?
stuff. Mason Cherry Picker.
Mason.
That sounds like a great name for a novel, actually. The name's Mason Cherry Picker.
Bowls a leg spin at Hampshire. Mason Cherry Picker.
Worrell over the wicket to Aldridge now. Getting behind it. Straight bat. No run. Tom Abel there, the captain alongside the head coach.
He still looks angry, doesn't he, Tom Abel? Angry at that run out, I think.
I think he'll be angry because both of his wickets were given away in this game. Reaching for a wide one and playing it straight to point in the first innings when he was on just one. Somerset had already lost a few wickets. And then running himself out today. Worrell in, left alone. Gull just flies over the slip cordon. No run added. Yeah, there they are, the two of them. In the sunshine. Nice and warm sunshine today. Yeah, if you've not been here, that's the Andy Caddick Pavilion there. Top floor is saved for the big brass, coaching staff, captain, that sort of stuff. Quite often see Matt Renshaw up there when he's around.
Oh, when he's not gallivanting off to Scotland on the...
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he?
He does. He likes a trip on the
country.
trains.
Worrell in. Oh, I tell you what, Aldridge left the bat in a little bit there.
I enjoyed Matt Renshaw wandering around with his Ron Weasley jumper on the other day.
Yeah, yeah. Big W on the front of it. He's a big Harry Potter fan, isn't he, Renshaw?
Yeah.
Loves it.
He wears it all the time now.
Does he?
It's funny watching. He's just wandering around as a fan the other day, just enjoying the T20s.
Oh, yeah, top place guy.
Loves his time down here.
Yeah, shame to be missing this match. Luckily, just the one championship match that clashed with his visit to Sri Lanka. Left alone again. Worrell with this first over finish now of the new ball.
Did we mention the other former Somerset left-hand, Eddie Byram's final score?
No, what did he make in the end?
176.
Good stuff, Eddie
Caught
Byram.
Haynes, bowled Lennon. Yeah.
But he wasn't even the top scorer.
178 by Colin Ingram. Yeah, what a partnership that was.
What was the final? What was the total?
Fall of wickets was 5 for 1, became 333 for 2. So triple Nelson did for him.
Yeah.
But 328 runs, I make that partnership.
It also became 333 for 3, 339 for 4, 348 for 5. So it all went a bit pear-shaped after that.
The Sam Northeast gets a first ball duck after having his pads on for so long. It's fair enough, isn't it?
Andy Harry, yeah. Joining them on the top deck there.
I might be seeing Andy Harry tomorrow. Like, he came and watched me play for Devon Dumplings the other day.
Did he now?
I say that in jest. He was watching his son. He's
I was going to say, I don't think he came to see you.
No, he's going to not after my batting performance. He's going to do a bit of an internship, bit of work experience. Should be great to see.
Good stuff.
And his son is a keeper bat. He's going to come and get some experience at some of the games. I saw him. He was at Gloucestershire. He was on the team bus. Sat with the guys at the Gloucestershire T20 the other day. Must be pretty cool having a dad as a Somerset, well, as a county cricket coach. Get to go some cool places, chat some cool people. You're probably going to have a net with players whenever you want, really, can't you? Just say, let me have a net with you, or my dad won't pick you.
Or just blackmail them. I mean. Yeah. I think we're getting a feeling of what you'd be like if you were the coach's son. 284 for 7. It's a shame it's the second innings because there'll be some batting points on offer here for Somerset.
Yes, that does really irk me, actually, the batting point situation. I feel like I mention it every county championship game.
They make a huge difference at the end of the season.
Yeah.
They really do.
You would think, oh, it's only 1 point at a time, but as Tesco say, every little helps. And the supermarkets are available, but, you know, just, they always seem to perform better second innings, having collapsed first innings, and then there's no bonus points up for grabs. Jordan Clark's got an interesting field to have 2 slips. I guess it's because of the new ball now, but it's not quite as attacking as the initial ball would be. I guess the ball's a little bit tired and Lewis Gregory's fairly set now, 53 not out. So we've got 12 more overs remaining, which normally takes about an hour, but we're not supposed to play after 6:30, are we? I believe it's 6, and you get the additional half an hour, which makes it 6:30.
We should get them in today, shouldn't we?
You reckon 12 overs in 45 minutes?
Be around that
Got more faith than I have.
Be
But
around there. He might miss one.
I just think the new ball doesn't help because there won't be much
Well,
spin.
yeah, it doesn't help, because you're right, it is just the seamers. Tired seamers as well now.
Yeah.
We'll be there or thereabouts, I reckon. There or there, maybe one or 2 minutes. Not as bad as Test cricket, where they miss out sort of 15 a day. And they're only aiming for 6 overs fewer, aren't they? Because they only do 90 in a Test match. All right, I think that's right. So.
Yeah, so 90 overs in a day in a Test match, 96 in the County Championship. Obviously the 4 or 5 day thing. Great shot, Lewis Gregory. He's picked that gap, hasn't he? There's a deep cow corner, sort of deep with wicket. And there's that mid-on, and he's just bisected them perfectly. Gus Atkinson diving. Yeah, Amy Matthews follows it up, saying how hard the players work to stay positive and energetic throughout the season and long days in the field. Yeah, it's only been 82. There's been instances of, 200 overs plus in some Test matches. That Rawalpindi Test match, wasn't it? Australia-Pakistan, when they're racking up 600. And you just got to keep on fielding in the baking heat. Take some strength, as that's a good run from Lewis Gregory. Just to the right of Atkinson at mid-on, and they're running through for 1.
Almost like he was swatting away a fly on that one. He sort of jabbed at it, bringing it across the line. A single, but also keeping the strike. He'll move up to 60 now. So Somerset's second highest scorer. Lewis Goldsworthy earlier on today making his first class high score of 67, including 8 fours and a 6. Before he was caught behind off the bowling of Will Jacks. 291 for 7. Impressed with Gregory, like the way he's come out, like his mentality given the situation. It's been just about right, I reckon, of aggression and defence. Another one there, kept out. Just see a few people walking across the bridge behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Start to see more and more people walking across it as people leave the office or the days at work. Commuting home now. Cyclist goes over as well. Beautiful day for cycling.
Are you cycling back afterwards?
I'm going to be cycling to the train, as this is a big drive. Got an edge, stopped on the boundary. And the reason I'm cycling back to the train because my girlfriend and I have been going out for 2 years today.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Shall I give you a little slither of Victoria sponge to celebrate?
Is there any left?
I believe Sam tried to be polite and cut you on, but it might be more of an insult. I was so excited for my piece.
A little taste of it. But she'd made plans tonight. She made plans to meet up with a friend, but her friend has said she can't now make it. So, impromptu, she said, let's do something. So I'd not sure where it's happening, but I can get anywhere on the main line on the railway.
Brentnall?
Has it got a station? Is that one's just left?
Up the hill, off the train.
I was only on Brentnall last night, mate. Oh, my legs are still aching after the 6-mile hike.
6 miles, is it?
Yeah, it's 3 miles from my house.
Oh, I didn't realise that. Fair enough.
And 3 miles back, so yeah.
More respect. Wellington Monument, Colstock Beacon, that's more my area.
Problem is, well, she works in Gloucestershire, so it needs to be between here and there. So we're going Bristol way, I think.
Sure, someone on the YouTube comments can suggest somewhere brilliant for Charlie to spend his anniversary tonight.
Well, what I might do is get the quick train up to Cheltenham Spa. Driven by Aldridge.
Yeah, okay.
Because then she works in Gloucester. Can drive to Cheltenham. We can do Cheltenham's lovely.
Very nice.
Lovely
Cheltenham's
spot.
Great. Yeah, bit early for the Cheltenham Festival.
Tis a bit. I drove past it the other day. I was there
Cheltenham
on
College, nice.
Sunday. Cheltenham College. Drove past it. It's beautiful. Nice place. Go for a meal and then get the train back down. So that would be my current way of thinking, but we'll see what happens. I'll update you tomorrow.
Yes, I look forward to hearing what you got up to.
Aldridge just leaves that one. 292 for 7, the score. A lead of 90 runs. I expect there'll be a little ripple of applause when that lead gets to 100.
Andy Hurd on Twitter says he spent most of the afternoon on a laboratory visit. Managed to catch the end of the England Test match win in the Fountains Abbey at Paddington. Is now watching the YouTube live stream, which is nice.
It's the Captain's Abbey at Paddington.
Yeah, I'm just going to copy and paste and Google
That sounds like a pub to me. Just by the
yes,
station. There
good
we
knowledge.
are. Need to
historic tavern built in 1823 next to Paddington.
Perfect. That sounds like one I need to seek out for when I'm early for a train.
Yes. Early for a train?
Whirl in again. Well, you missed earlier on. I was chatting to Sam about this. Is that yesterday I got to the station early, about 25 minutes early for my train. And so I had a look around I was quite hungry, so I had a look around the little sort of kiosk-y thing they've got there. And they were selling proper Somerset cider.
Were they now?
Yeah.
What Somerset cider? Are we allowed to mention it? Probably not.
You can do if you want.
Go on.
Harry's cider. Based at Long Sutton.
My own cider?
Not your cider. No.
I did get that.
If it's your cider, you can go and get us some and hand it out.
And out on commentary. That would make it exciting and lively. For my birthday, I've got loads of Harry cider. People just...
Good stuff.
Think it's works well.
Yeah, but it's on sale. I was very pleased to see it there.
Very good. Jordan Clark is still bowling. I feel like he's been bowling all day. Whenever I'm on commentary, he seems to be bowling from the just gone pavilion end.
Well, he's
only into his 16th over, not even that much. Just seems to be on my spells.
Worrell's bowled 20.
He's Australian,
bowled 19.
tough, isn't he?
Yeah, building tough.
More pub chat on the YouTube stream. Andrew Pullman is in the Sidmouth Arms in a pottery. That's a great pub.
Yeah, let's do this. Which pubs are you in watching the stream?
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
I wonder if he's outside on the benches outside the Sidmouth Arms. Lovely spot, that. Played one of my very first men's games at a pottery. 38 not out, top hedge to sweep for 6. I can believe it. Complete accident. It's one of those grounds where there's a tree in the boundary.
Oh yeah,
you can hit 5 or 3. It used to be. Well, they've now changed to a new
5
ground.
or 3, I love that.
Yeah, there's a little
because it's
circle.
not quite at the boundary, so you get one run less than you would have done.
It's the kind of place where you have a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a deep in between. There's no name for that position,
right.
is there?
No.
Whatever cricket club, I've never had an in between, but it's so short there. And now they haven't played there for 4 or 5 years now, but 10 years ago that was the home ground, right next to the Sidmouth Arms.
Yeah, it would almost be the opposite of an extra cover.
Yeah.
Cover, yeah. But on the other side.
Not a deep cover, deep leg.
Yeah. Yeah, deep, yeah. There must be a name. There must be a name for it.
Shouldn't there? We've got a gully coming into... Oh, well played. Okay, so I love that when they pull the bat inside the line, right out of the way of it.
A bit orchestra Gothic style.
Yeah.
Is it sort of extra cow corner? Like you got extra cover, extra cow, sort of, or
yeah, but it's the opposite, isn't it?
Fine.
If cover's there, extra cover's there, cow corner's there, we want one there.
Yeah, so what is it? It's like fine cow corner.
Yeah.
Square cow corner.
Yeah, the Somerset stand is perfectly placed currently.
Yeah.
On one side, or the Andy-Canning pavilion on the other, but yeah, we could call it a square cow corner if you like.
Makes me think of square cows, which is...
That's an odd thought.
Yeah.
Now that's a poor ball from Jordan Clark. Let's be honest, he's frustrated straight away. Lovely shot from close to origin. You've got to hit it still, but leg stump half volley, flick down to the corner Atkinson pavilion.
Yeah, that was the right shot for a poor ball. As you say, Clark probably fairly tired. I should think be happy to see the back of the day. Got left 9 overs after this one.
I've been asked last minute to help out with a little T20 friendly up at Studley. You'd love Studley Cricket Ground. I presume you've never been up there.
I've never been to Studley. Where is that?
I've got to show you a little picture.
I'd love to see a picture.
A mate of mine's actually just bought a house backing onto the ground as well. So I've been helping him do it up.
Very nice. Is it close enough that you need to have sort of reinforced windows?
No, probably perfect distance actually. Close enough to walk there, but
without
not quite within a Chris Gale's 6 hit. Try and get a lovely view over Tiverton. It's just on the North Devon Link Road, just up towards Barnstable.
Very nice.
Lovely view on a summer's evening. Haven't played there yet this year. Normally play there 4 or 5 times a year, but very short straight. The Google Maps doesn't really do it justice. Yeah, Studley Court. Plenty of lovely grounds in the southwest, particularly as Aldridge is leaving.
Oh yeah.
Just looks like a green field with a...
Yeah, they all look like that, to be honest. On
Google Map of cricket ground probably isn't the best.
That looks very green around it. Very nice.
Let's see if I got an actual picture. I might take a sunset picture at some point.
What are the ends called? I always like it when a club ground.
I don't know if they're even named, to be honest with you. Very much of a league. They do play league cricket in the West Somerset League, actually. It's very much Devon, but they're in the West Somerset League. As with the weird. There you go. There's a picture. That's not a bad picture.
Nice, yeah, lovely rolling hills around it. All the moon's up in that picture.
That was just after a game, I think, yeah.
Very nice.
299 for 7. A couple premature claps for the 300 there, I think. Some of the fans a bit excited, and there's also the 50 partnership. 249 Van der Merwe fell. They used to put on 50 with Aldridge only contributing 15 of them. Fair few extras actually. The extras counts down to 20. That 50 partnership between Abel and Banton was quite nice square maths, wasn't it? No extras whatsoever. 50 off the bat, and now the extras counts up to 20. And
yeah, well, it wasn't even just the fact there were no extras, the fact that Abel was on 0 when Banton came out, so the two of them added together made 50. 299 for 7. Worrell will continue then. Oh, nicely played. Square drive. It's picked up on the boundary. Gregory will feel like maybe he deserved a bit more, because that was a nicely timed shot. 300 up makes the next round of applause. And the lead goes to 98 runs. It's not enough for Somerset, but it keeps growing. And Aldridge here doing a very useful turn with the bat, considering he was not in the starting 11. Rushed in as a concussion replacement.
he did get 100, didn't he? It was 200 for Western-super-Mare the weekend.
He did. I spotted that. He's the professional for their club. He was just talking to Pete
So
Trigo about
140, 140, yeah. Switch hits he was hitting.
Was he really? I can't imagine he'll be bringing those out
No.
in this situation.
Mind
With more
you,
pressure on.
Bit of spin, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. I guess if the lead gets to a point where they think, ooh, may as well try and up the rate to give us some time to give us a go at bowling them out, but it's not going to be today that happens, I would doubt. Left by Aldridge this time. New ball not making the difference yet for Surrey, who have been sort of on the brink of breaking through this game and getting things done a few times, and then Somerset have just been wrestling it back today. I tell you what I've enjoyed, Somerset's attitude today with the bat. Disappointing the way some of the players have got out, definitely.
Yep.
But actually, the mentality has been really good. And if Somerset play with this mentality, obviously the pitch is pretty good, so that helps. But I have enjoyed it. I thought they've batted pretty well, generally speaking. Pretty well, with a few raw shots accepted. And that Tom Abel run out, which I know he'll be gutted about, as our Somerset fans and his teammates.
Bit ambitious. Gordon Avery, do we want to wash out tomorrow, or are we going for the win? I don't think there's a chance of wash out. This week's going to be very dry and pretty hot towards the end of the week, so there's no chance of that, I'm afraid. Got to back Somerset to keep scoring some more runs and make it a really exciting final day tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Better tell the Devon Dumpling skipper that I might not be in action at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So might be playing against Blundell School for the Dumplings. If this game was to finish today, we'll have to see how the last couple of overs go, and first thing tomorrow morning. 9 overs remaining here. We got John Hayes, who likes Josh Davey watch. He's on the Twitter. He's saying there's Lewis Gregory going to go into Bairstow mode.
Digging that one out.
It's a serious Yorker, isn't it?
Good play there from Aldridge, keeping it out.
Bairstow was in one-day mode and Dan Worrell's in one-day mode. A few people just tottering off for an early-ish train. 6 o'clock tends to be the benchmark. Maybe some people have to be home for dinner at 7 o'clock, or they've got clubs or coaching in the evenings perhaps. So what other stats shall I bring you from my notes that are relevant? We got Casey Aldridge and Lewis Gregory. Lewis Gregory, I think his best of the season was at Bristol, that 92 when he ran himself out. Currently on 63. We know Lewis Gregory scored a few hundreds in his Somerset career. A high score of 137, 3 first-class hundreds. Strike rate at 58 in county championship cricket. That's pretty decent going, isn't it?
Yeah, very good.
3,000 runs. Easily surpassed. Does like a red inker as well, not just the way he is, but when you bat him with the tail quite often.
I'm going to swap out for Sam Dalling, who alongside Harry Everett will take you through to the end of play today. I think they will get the full.
Yeah, they've not messed about. You're right. With the seamers are bowled quickly.
Yeah.
They're over 8, to be fair. Over 8 at 1 now. Well, enjoy your evening, Charlie.
Thank you very much.
As Lewis Gregory does play a miss at 1. That's an ambitious appeal. There's no way, Jamie Overton. There's no way that is out.
No, I don't know what he heard or thought he heard, but that definitely was not out. I shall see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the day. And,
yes.
Fingers crossed that we're back here talking about these two at the opening of the day tomorrow.
Jordan Clark with a slip and a gully, and that's defended by Lewis Gregory. They probably should have run 1, actually. Defend that into a vacant gap on the leg side. And it looks like it's been given us a no ball. Yes, it has been, my eagle eyes. Charlie's going to sprint to the train station. He can make it. 12 minutes to the train station. I'm backing him. Go on, get a sprint on, and we'll get on the live stream as you jog round through the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
He's got a GoPro on the top there, isn't he? He could do
Quick.
live. We could get live footage on the stream of Taylor getting to the station. That would be
Can we get
high drama.
If I ask Todd nicely, he might put the Benny Hill theme tune on to soundtrack. Charlie, come on, Charlie, stop. Leave your stuff here for tomorrow and just leg it. We've got to back in to get that. I'll slow down the train. If I commentate loudly enough, the train all the people on the train watching the stream will tell the conductor driver chap to slow the train down. Hold it there for a couple of minutes.
What have I walked into? Is it walked in some kind of warped universe?
You've been here all day, Sam. It's no different to the.
Right, it's true.
It's that very that tuna sandwich to set the day off. That's a decent ball from Jordan Clark. He's frustrated, exasperated, but he's swinging it, moving it around a bit. Not easy for Lewis Gregory on 63. And right, Charlie started his race. The clock is on. He's got 11 minutes to make his train.
I reckon he's got that.
I reckon he's got it in the bag. I will
pretty
tell you.
poor, to be honest, if Taylor doesn't make his train.
I've done it 7 minutes from here before. If you want my PB, my career best. Although it probably wasn't
on a bike.
Oh no, I was walking.
Yeah, shorter than that on a bike.
On a bike. I forgot he's cycling. It depends if he remembers his combination code for his lock.
He's got oodles. He doesn't just wear that helmet to walk.
I didn't realise he had a helmet. I forgot that. He might stop for a bottle of cider on the way, though, says Mike. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. I'm sure he can grab it. He might want to have one in his bottle holder.
Well, as he was telling us earlier on, there is in the train station, he can pick up his Somerset ciders. If he gets there quickly, he might have a bit of time.
After the teacher at Heathfield Community School, I did a bit of cycling with it last summer after teaching, and we'd do a 2-cider cycle and use the bottle holders for a bottle of cider in the. No, that's in the Somerset way. Maybe Charlie's going to try that. No risks, please, Luigi. Luigi says Bo Nash. I wonder if Bo Nash is related to some famous Somerset Nashes over the years. Andy Nash, of course. Oh, and Amy says, I hope he'll stop some flowers. Good point. Anniversary.
Is it today?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he kept it quiet, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. He's done well.
2-year anniversary. Done well for the last 2 years.
No, right, we're going to see Jamie Overton with the relatively new ball in hand. Haven't seen Jamie for a long time, though. I've seen him. He's been at first slip. But I haven't seen him with ball in hand. Oh, I'm just scrolling back through. When did we last see Jamie O? Started quite expensively. First 2 overs of this innings went for 18. Tom Abel tucked into him nicely. 51st over, I reckon. Since we last saw Jamie Overton, he tried to bowl short stuff at Lewis Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy was having none of it. But he's got Casey Aldridge now on strike. Good start. Good pace there from Jamie Overton. I love his follow through. Almost ends up level with Casey Aldridge, just saying hello. Couple of slips in. Ryan Patel in at second. 7 overs remaining on day 3 here. It's been a good fight back from Somerset. Bit of pride restored. 303 for 7. What they'd be missing is someone to push on and go past 3 figures. Lewis Gregory the most likely to do that from here, you'd think. Oh, serious pace. Jamie Overton is bending his back in this spell. That is roared through to Jamie Smith.
My sister's just commenting on our commentating sounds and says, I sound more Taunton and you sound more Exeter. Where on earth she's getting this from? I do not know.
Really? Because you're the, I mean, it would be the other way round, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I thought I was the West Country and you had your London Lilt. Now there's
Lilt, like the fizzy drink.
Yes, I used to like that fizzy drink. They slightly got rid of your
Big LBW shout, big LBW shout. Yeah, it looked good from here. Jamie Overton celebrates with a fist and a twist. It looked good from here.
I've never heard you say that. It was a good ball.
It was a good ball. I don't know if it quite got up. Casey Aldridge was just hanging on that back foot. Look, you see that there. You can see on the replay. He's a tall man, Aldridge, and he's expecting the bouncer from Jamie Overton. Harry Everett, I love the fact that you score. It's absolutely brilliant.
I got a bit complacent there. I was so excited to tell you I chatted rubbish. I missed the previous wicket.
I didn't listen to the last half hour. If it's been a good day, I think. It's been thoroughly enjoyable being here at work today. Somerset restored a bit of pride. 8 down now, though. Casey Aldridge has gone for 15. Jamie Overton picks up his second of the innings, so he's got 5 in the game. And I reckon that looks like Peter Siddle to me, I think, in the long sleeves. Yeah, 64 confirms it.
Got to be 11, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Well, you're not going to send March and Delanger out and say, March, can you just survive the next 7.5 overs, please? The best way, I love watching March and Delanger bat. But Peter Siddle, man with a first-class 100, which Delanger has too. If I was a gambling man, I'd say that Delanger's probably came a little bit more quickly in terms of balls faced.
So, March and Delanger at 11, Pete Siddle at 10. I guess it's not quite as strong as your usual tail with David and Overton, but Jack Leach, he's going to stick around. But still, they can bat. Pete Siddle scored a lot of runs for Australia. I remember him frustrating us. Him and Brad Haddon used to always frustrate.
Gritty cricketer, wasn't he, Brad Haddon?
37 now. Pete
That
Siddle,
Ashes series where didn't he get 50 every game over there, Haddon?
Oh, something daft like that, wasn't it? Yeah, he just knew he was going to get, sort of a 50 to 70 not out was kind of the standard, wasn't it?
Might have been the Collingwood. It was the series Collingwood and Peterson had that big stand. I think that might maybe had him probably a bit later. He was around when Gilchrist was there. It was understudy. Although Wade Seckham was understudy as well for a bit. Anyway, Peter Siddle on strike. Oh, he's off the mark with a 4. 2 straight from Overton. Double bluff, went for a fuller one. Tickled round the corner by Siddle.
Statistically, he did exactly the same thing against Kent in the T20 on Friday night. He came into bat with 2 balls left.
Is that a statistic?
First ball, it's a statistic. I've made it up. It's a true factual statistic. Quantitative data produced by Harry Everett.
Excellent.
Punch through the covers for 4, do you remember? First ball, Pete Siddle face, boom, 4 runs.
I remember.
Exactly the same thing today.
Lovely shot there, just tucked off the hit. I mean, raw pace. I mean, no one's comfortable against raw pace, but Siddle would have faced more of it than most, you'd imagine. In his Test match career, he certainly won't be getting engaged in any verbals with Jamie Overton.
I thought he was going to get engaged. I thought that was a bit harsh. I'm pretty sure he's married, isn't he? He's been married since 2017. Pete Siddle we're talking about here. Who's scored 2 Test 50s, but his highest score is 51. That's pretty good going to have 2 Test 50s and not got past 51.
Deep point goes out here, as does deep square leg, fine leg as well. 1 ball remaining in the 87th over. It's a short one, there's no surprises there, Siddle ducks underneath it.
That's sharp from Jamie Overton, but too high, isn't it? Too wide, too high. Not too handsome, you could say, but it's a dot ball. You're going to have one of them in the over in county championship cricket.
The wicket that Jamie Overton and Surrey needed then there. That partnership, Somerset's third 50 partnership in the innings. That's what they've been missing in recent weeks, in recent months, those partnerships, 54 between Gregory and Casey Aldridge. Gregory is still out there, and he's now got Peter Siddle. Let's have a look at that LBW there. You see just Aldridge hanging on the back foot, and he just can't jab that bat down quickly enough.
So it's going to be Dan Worrell running around the imaginary tree from the Triscothic Pavilion end. Nice curve on it. That's a good ball to Lewis Gregory first. Lewis Gregory's on 63 and plays some lovely shots, but he doesn't look fully in, does he? Shows there's a bit more in the pitch. The ball is only 7 overs old, so it's going to nibble around a little bit, but good bowling from the Aussie for Surrey, and not easy going for Somerset. Dan Worrell, who had another impressive Sheffield Shield season last year.
Both against India, Peter Siddle.
His 50s we're talking about here?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, 50 51. That's another massively swinging away. Dan Worrell swinging before it bounces and after it bounces.
Came in the same game too.
Frankie, nicknamed after the great West Indian captain Frank Worrell. 222 first-class wickets he had at the time of signing for Surrey on double Nelson. And yeah, he took a few county championship wickets for Gloucestershire, 2 spells down the West Country, the 2018 and the 2021 season. So
brilliant bowler.
Really Dan Worrell bowling against Middlesex. He's been playing in these T20s. He's played against Sussex, Kent, Hampshire, Gloucestershire. He's played pretty much all the T20s for Surrey, which I don't know. He's one of those. He's all right in all 3 formats, isn't he? I'm trying to work out what his specialist format was. We talk about him playing ODIs for Australia, but
Worrell.
Yeah,
he's done very well in the Big Bash League.
Yes, exactly. But that doesn't mean necessarily T20 is his best format. I mean, he's not cleaned up the T20 blast. The last 5 games he's played, he's only got 5 wickets. But then he's been fairly economical, which is probably what you have in the team for more.
Yeah, and
more containing than
the
a strike
Surrey's,
bowler.
but that doesn't tell you how many overs he's bowled, because Surrey have been absolutely fantastic in the blast. They are unstoppable.
I think they got a good chance of doing the double triple this year, really. Double or triple.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they don't win the county championship. And I think T20 is a bit more of a lottery. Yeah. I think they'll definitely be at finals day, and then who knows?
The One Day Cup could be a lottery too, really.
Yeah, you just don't know who's going to be available, who's going to run around. Somerset are going to have Peter Siddle and Matt Renshaw for that one, though. That's been confirmed.
Be very exciting. Yeah, I can't wait.
Looking forward to that.
Seriously, can't wait for the summer holidays. Some 50-over cricket down here with 2 Australian internationals doing their bit for Somerset. That's pretty good going.
Short pulled. Lovely shot.
Booming pull shot by Lewis Gregory for 4. In front of the dugouts, in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. In front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, really, actually. Further in front of the square than I realised. Nailed to the boundary. Talking of Australia, Sri Lanka have been playing Australia in another series.
So is Renshaw in that, or is he's in the A side?
He's in the A side, yeah.
Because he was a reserve for that Pakistan series just before the start of the season. That's what forced him to miss Somerset's opening county championship game. So much cricket at the moment. Yeah,
it's hard to keep up. Then there's India, South Africa, T20 going on.
I don't know how you do it, because you're on top of all of it. I do admire you. I know you literally never go anywhere without a couple of screens, mate.
I do get some stick for even I'm playing.
Oh, Overton, that's vicious. Siddle plays down the inside of it.
I'll be umpiring a T20 friendly tonight, and I'll have some screen half watching at Square Leg or something.
You're not playing, you're umpiring?
No,
oh, right, okay.
Well, I'll probably be late, so I basically said I'd help out. Sadly, village cricket is struggling a bit at the moment with so many other things going on, so, and I always want to help the game, so if anyone asks me to play, I don't like to say no, so I always kind of say yes, and I find myself being very busy and playing a lot of games and helping out.
Short fended by Siddle, not convincingly. Jamie Overton just draws his breath, thinks about saying something, doesn't. I wonder if they might think about a short leg. What have we got? Square leg is up. I do wonder if you're going to bowl short at Peter Siddle, which is obviously what he's going to do, I don't know why at this stage you wouldn't have a short leg. Yeah, confirmation from Harry Everett's sister that he's always got screens on. Oh, pushes one up there, and Siddle pushes at it, beats the outside of his bat, flies through to Jamie Smith as a seagull flies across the commentary box here.
Not across the commentary box, across the window outside, just to clarify. Don't want anyone thinking there's a seagull in the commentary box. I'm not being pedantic, I'm just... No, there's no seagull in it, in case anyone's worried. Charlie's made the train.
Has he?
Yes.
Confirmation.
Big news.
Has he had a cider? Let's find. Probably he's on the train already, so let's find out if he's got a cider in hand. Mike's called it. Or Fuller dug out well by Peter Siddle. Now, wouldn't Surrey love just to finish this Somerset innings off. 4 overs remaining after this one today, because the bowlers, actually what they won't want to do is get warmed up again and come out again tomorrow. So we can just hear the seagulls on the FX mic. They like just to finish this off. Lead is currently 109. It's Gregory unbeaten on 67, but he's down the other end. It's Peter Siddle facing up to fired up Jamie Overton. Doesn't quite get his radar right. Smith tips it round the post. Does well to stop it, really. Gus Atkinson finishes off the field. What are you laughing at?
I'm just being awkward and being really annoying here. Tempting me to say there's not actually a post in the middle of the outfield either, just to clarify. I'm just worried that my sister who knows nothing about cricket is now listening. So if you say things like tips it around the post, she'll be like, what, has the wicketkeeper got a post in front of them? And if you're saying there's a seagull going across the box, I just feel like I need to clarify for the non-regular cricket listeners that some of the daft things we say that make sense to cricket fans.
Noted. I will try to I'll try this ball, see what I can come up with. Peter Siddle keeps that one out. End of the over. 312 for 8. Somerset went to Dan Worrell at second slip on the bounce. Takes his cap straight off. Gives it to Will Jacks, who relays it to umpire Pratt.
On my scorecard, Neil Pratt's first name spelled N-I-E-L. I've never seen a Neil spell. Is that a typo or is that his actual name?
That's his actual name.
No, it's got to be N-E-I-L, surely. Neil Pratt. It has to be Neil Pratt, the former player. Neil Pratt, the umpire. I think it's got to be N-E-I-L.
Yeah, you're right. It's on this scorecard as well. I thought you went on. I thought it was on two places.
On the physical scorecard, Sam.
Physical scorecard, yeah.
Just checking if it's a typo or a weird spelling.
No, I think it is Neil Pratt.
So Dan Worrell's going to continue his lovely away swings. That's a beauty. Pete Siddle plays and misses. Good to see people appreciating the cricket lingo explanation. We've got to try and be as accommodating as possible. It's great. That's the great thing about YouTube, isn't it? People who wouldn't normally be searching out County Stream might just see it pop up. They might see it in the live section, might see it in the cricket section, yes, but it can pop up with your other things you might be interested in and your locals, whatever. So many different ways you can get with the algorithm I don't fully understand. Nice to hear people tuning in after work. Of course, people working in the evening, late shifts, been with us all day perhaps. But Charlie Taylor has made it onto the train.
No,
he didn't have a cider stop off.
He's already got some at home, he's confirmed. He's a man with a plan, isn't he?
Been on best behaviour. No cake in the back. Oh, there is a tiny slither that you were going to give to Charlie and Charlie didn't want it. You're being so polite.
I
but
know.
Charlie told me that is rum and raisin ice cream. He wasn't going to have it.
Well, and he also had to run for jump on that bike, didn't he?
Make it with him.
You'll have it at the end. I know you'll pick it up.
No, you have it, Sam. Oof, I'll have my pub grub after if I go to this T20 later on. Pete Siddle's not finding it easy, to be fair, against Dan Worrell with the 9 overs old ball, 9.3 overs old ball.
We'll know him quite well as well. Teammate of Peter Siddle's at Adelaide Strikers.
Skipper, wasn't he, Pete Siddle? Yeah, Dan Worrell's 30 now. Born in Melbourne. Watched a lot of him in the Big Bash. I just love it in the winter when you can wake up 8, half 8, start for the Big Bash, and just first thing I do is put BT Sport on and start watching the Big Bash before I do whatever work I'm doing at the time, and take it with me. And as Charlie was laughing at my layered cereal, I have my brown flakes and cornflakes, watching a bit of Big Bash cricket. The other side of the world, when the sunshine, when we're in cold and wet England.
Yeah, other than the Vitality Blast, it's my favourite of all the T20 tournaments. For that reason.
Yeah, okay. Gordon Avery wants an explanation of soft hands. It's not a washing up liquid advert. He makes a fair point. So soft hands is exactly what Pete Siddle did as I was about to say it. Well, mediumly soft hands, I'd say. So if you play with soft hands, you're not going to edge it. You're trying to let the ball come on, and you're trying to give a little bit. When I'm coaching kids to catch, I make them give with their hands. As the ball comes into the hands, they've got to bring the hands down to give and stop the ball bouncing out. If you bat with soft hands, you're less likely to get an edge to the slips or the wicket keeper. You can defend it down into the ground, or you might even get 4 runs for it because you're playing softly. If you're pushing hard, it's going to get caught. Is that an all right explanation?
No, I like it. I was just thinking we need to get you back giving your live demos. You did a few of those last season. Yeah, I think we'll have you in tomorrow doing soft hands.
Yeah, let's do that tomorrow actually, because Trigo wasn't impressed. I said, oh, Trigo, I'll bring him back tomorrow and do some demos. He said, no, we're not doing that or something. But if it's me, you and Charlie, then I think that's totally... I mean, I've got 4 bats in the car, so...
Of course you have.
Your
car is a sight to behold, I tell you what. Listeners, viewers, your sister will know this. If
Prepare.
Harry Everett ever offers you a lift, you consider it strongly, because you will probably be like crammed in around bags and bats. There we go. You'd be a good character in Faulty Towers, actually, H.
Well done,
I think.
thanks,
Yeah, the original dining experience here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, 22nd of October. Have a look on the website, or contact Agne or Fern. Events at somersetcountycc.co.uk. A bit of winter fun here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Bit of summer fun going on at the moment. 3 overs remaining in the day. Overton charging into Gregory, who's happy to push it to Burns and take the single. Lots of trust in Peter Siddle. Not going to hold up an end.
Yeah, I'll remind me then tomorrow. I'll bring my bat in, have a bit of practice in the commentary box, a bit of shadow batting.
Go on, you're a quick man. Go get it now. 3 overs left. No, don't do that. But tomorrow, definitely give us a shadow batting demo.
My car's just prepared for any possibility. I've got football kit in there in case I get asked for a 5-a-side game last minute. Extra pairs of trainers for each
Just
sport.
not prepared to have other passengers.
I don't often have. People don't normally trust my driving to be a passenger. To be fair, I think you're the only one.
Siddle waits, a couple of slips, wait too, as does Dan Warwick Gully. Oh, he almost ducks into that one. Siddle. A grin from Jamie Overton. Let's have a look at that one again if we can in a minute. It was outside off stump, and I think Siddle ducked initially. Thinks about hanging a bat out there at it, or in the end decides not to. So plays it quite well. It's not orthodox, but avoided the bat, avoided the helmet. Gordon Avery is all over the great idea to have a demo tomorrow, and your sister is very much confirming leg side there. Your sister wasn't confirming leg side, that's what happened on the pitch. You're confirming that you're a free cricket bags man. I tell you what, you must have so much kit. There must be so many white shirts from 10 years ago.
I've probably got 25 cricket tops. I worked out I got 22 caps. You sort of accumulate cricket gear. I've got boxes full of it. One of those things, and you get your caps for your different friendly touring sides you play for. Nice tradition.
Big shout, but it sounded like there was some bat in it from up here, maybe going down the leg side.
Bit of a stifled appeal. I love the BBC Sport page is still going, advertising this England win. Johnny Bairstow's songs are still ringing around Trent Bridge. There's still all the updates, which is great to see. The buzz of the England win.
What an atmosphere that must be. No boot or back seat.
They're folded down.
They're folded down. They're full of kit. Honestly, you cannot do not accept a lift with Harry Everett. You will be sat in the front with a couple of cricket bags on top of you as well.
You're very grateful for this, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Full of balls.
Gone out of my way.
Kept out by Siddle. Very great. Full of gratitude.
Early hours Saturday morning I was dropping you home. Gordon Avery. Nice to hear the different comments and people still with us on the YouTube live stream right to the final embers of day 3 of Somerset Surrey. Just 2 overs and a ball remaining. 13 balls if all legitimate.
Fancy a short one here from Overton. Goes full. Siddle keeps it out. Come through for a single. Burns thinks about trying at the stumps, but Siddle keeps the strike. He moves on to 5. 313 for 8 here. Somerset in the glorious West Country sunshine. The sun always shines down here. Somerset's lead is 112 in their second innings, but they've got just 2 wickets remaining. But they've shown some fight today, and they've taken it into a 4th day when they were 2 for 37. 37 for 2. I've gone Australian now. I've gone the other way around. 81 overs ago. There would have been plenty thinking this game might be done and dusted today, but Somerset have fought back valiantly.
I can have a chat with Henry's on the camera down below us. They want to Bo Nash wants some views of the churches. I'm sure we can arrange that on the live stream. Mike earlier was trying to get me to, I was talking to him about the museum. They've got a bit of, so I just stopped for Worrell to come in to speak. So that's off the pads. It's going to be a leg by, I think. Down to the leg side for 1 run. Yes, playing for Devon Dumplings against Somerset Stragglers, and Keith Templeman is a Stragglers man.
Still playing Keith Templeman. I
Well, I think he's in charge of the Stragglers, doesn't play. He's given a collection of club history on the wall in the museum. Well worth a visit to the Somerset Museum if there's an early finish tomorrow. Somerset and Surrey members should go and enjoy the Somerset Museum. Just over and over remaining, and we'll leave you in peace for the evening. Well played. Now that is soft hands from Lewis Gregory. He's been listening to my commentary, and he's run very hard for 2. He's not going to be run out like Tom Abel was. Perfect soft hands, gets 2 to wide, sort of backward point area. Good cricket.
Yeah, nudges past the 2 Louis G's today have been the run scorers of Somerset. Lewis Gregory nudges past Lewis Goldsworthy. Moves on to 68. Goldsworthy made 67 a little bit earlier on.
Lewis Gregory did bowl 10 no balls in 12 overs yesterday, so it's good to see him get a few of those runs back with the bat this afternoon. Big away swinger from Dan Worrell. Fair play the amount of swing he's getting. 11 overs old the ball now. George Bartlett has bowled 19 overs for the 2 today. Now that is a sight to behold. I hope we're going to get some footage of that we can show on the live stream tomorrow, because if you remember George Bartlett bowling in the Championship, was it last year? Interesting mix of blend of off spin, I suppose you'd call it. Batted superbly.
Like a whiskey blend.
Well, yes. Too many links to Scotland today. Batted superbly against Sri Lanka development side. Comms the other Friday night. Sam missed that one, but myself and Charlie had a good laugh. And very impressed with George Bartlett's striking. Another Bridgewater player. He scored a few hundreds for them this year. And
yeah, he'll be a little bit disappointed probably not to be in this side.
Yes, I would say.
Yep, I would say.
Him and Goldsworthy are probably in the same bracket. Just doesn't bowl as well, I guess. But
not for 80 off 19. I mean, it's been a day for Glamorgan runs, isn't it? The 2s have got 428 for 6 against Somerset. Callum Taylor, Aussie, Aussie / Englishman, 73. Yeah. Dan Dowthwaite, 72.
Big fan of Dan Dowthwaite.
Mr. Bevan, 122.
Not Michael Bevan. Good field in that. Short extra cover, diving one-handed stop. It does actually give Lewis Gregory a run, but it probably would have been 4 if he hadn't made the stop.
And the first team made 400 and
that was Eddie Byram, wasn't it?
Eddie Byram, 176. Colin Ingram, 178. Jack Brooks went wicketless. Tough couple of days for the bowlers there, though. For Sussex, what did they use? 6, 8 of them in the end.
Just got a few people bowing out of the commentary. Thanks to Gordon Avery for being with us today. He says, thank you very much to everyone. Not too bad a day. Huge thanks for the Somerset stream. You're certainly better with you all. Isn't that nice? We're making people's day.
That's better with the comments as well. It's great to have people like Gordon.
Yeah.
And Mike.
Big
Amy's a regular as well. Brilliant to have the regulars and the newbies. Surrey fans, very welcome. We had a Surrey fan on earlier.
Did indeed. We will definitely be here tomorrow now. 1 over remaining.
There we go. For one final time then, if you're not coming down tomorrow, fair enough. It'd be great to have you, but if not, come down on Friday. Somerset versus Gloucestershire, the West Country Derby. Standard ground tickets are long since sold out. You're way too slow if you want one of those, but there is an option. £43 will buy you a seat, an allocated seat in the Trade Nation stand or in the Somerset stand, and the delicious curry to go, well, to eat, basically. There's no other way to phrase it. I'm trying to think to eat before the game. £43, about 100 of those remaining. So similar to Somerset's lead, really. So act fast. It's going to be a glorious night as well. 27 degrees on Friday as Overton starts the final over the day with a bouncer that's not his best one. Siddle can duck that. I mean, even if Siddle has stood there and not moved, I don't think it would have been anywhere near him.
I feel like while we were shouting out second team scores, we got Surrey fans listening as well. So I should say that this day stumps on day 2 of the championship match at Rockhampton. Gloucestershire 2s finished on 157 for 7, trailing Surrey by 265 on first innings. It's nice when they're all playing second in games at the same time.
Yeah, Dan Moriarty and Amar Verdi playing in that one. That's a better short ball from Overton. But just slightly down the leg side, able to let that go through. Who's this youngster that's got 188 then? Jay Blake. I have to confess. Becca Garrett would know who he is.
We'll get her back on tomorrow, shall we?
Josh Blake, by the looks of things.
I've not heard of that name, to be honest with you.
Wicket keeper, young. Another. I was talking to Becca about how many wicket keepers they've got. There's another one, young Josh Blake, doing all right in the twos. Looking at his scores as well. Fuller, big appeal from Jamie Overton. Will the finger go up? No, it won't. Sounded like there may have been some bat in it from up here. Perhaps sliding down the leg side. Vociferous appeal. Umpire Debenham not interested in the slightest. There's that on the replay. Bowlers always look disappointed, don't they? I can hear that clap going. I'd imagine that is the gaggle of Surrey fans beneath us on the balcony on Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. They've been having a lovely couple of days in the sunshine. Left that alone. Peter Siddle. Jamie Overton finishes his follow through almost right next to Siddle. So just 2 balls remaining in the day. Good day's cricket, Harry.
Yeah,
10 wickets, 320 runs nearly.
It's nice to hear people signing off nicely. These fans, I know, were singing along earlier as I was walking by, having a wee in between commentary stints. They were having a good sing-song and yeah, good laugh, good crack.
For me, they found the best spot in the ground there.
Yes.
It's a hidden gem, isn't it, that terrace?
Fairly quiet, actually, today.
2 balls remaining in the day then for Overton to get the 9th wicket. Short outside off stump, left alone by Peter Siddle.
Four slips for the last ball of the day. Why not? They could put a few more in, really. Should have a fly slip, should have a backstop.
Everett next to me is like the school kid that knows the bell is coming. He's just starting to pack up. Get his stuff ready. Next to me. He's just in anticipation of that final ball. As soon as the bell goes, Everett is going to shoot out of here.
Got to beat the Taunton traffic. That Creech Castle can be a nightmare at the moment.
Final ball of the day, 3rd day of Somerset versus Surrey. Change in the field. An extra slip comes in then. Rory Burns. He's been at mid-off throughout. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips. Oh, it's like watching a Brendan McCullum team. 5 slips here. Patel first, Will Jack second, Dan Worrell third, Cameron Steele fourth, Rory Burns fifth. In comes JV Overton to Peter Siddle. Oh, directed bouncer. Siddle ducks underneath it. Overton takes his boot off straight away. No hesitation from Harry Everett, who's going to leave us. Thank you very much for your company today, Harry. So
look forward to it back on tomorrow. Speak to you all tomorrow morning.
Harry is dashing off to play and umpire in a game of T20 cricket. Another glorious day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, bathed in sunshine. We had Charlie Taylor, Harry Everett and myself, Sam Dalling, on the live stream. We had Becca Garrard from Surrey as well a little bit earlier on. Wonderful to have her on and her insights into both Surrey and Somerset. Quick recap. Took Somerset just 1 over to claim the final. It was just 2 wickets they needed to end the Surrey first innings. Surrey was 7 down overnight, but Hashim Amla has been unwell, so hasn't been here the last couple of days. He didn't bat, so 382 all out. Surrey made, and Somerset finished 319 for 8. That's a lead of 117 runs with 2 wickets remaining. A decent day with the bat, a much better fist of it second time around. Lost a couple of early wickets, Lammonby and Ben Green both falling early. But then there was a nice little partnership between Tom Abel and Tom Banton, worth 74 for the 3rd wicket. Banton made 31 off 74 balls, but just signs of Tom Banton starting to find his feet in red ball cricket. Tom Abel made 45. He was unfortunately run out. He'll be heartbroken by that. Tried to take 2 to Gus Atkinson at deep square leg. Probably won't do that again. It was a bullet throw, ran him out. Then there was a maiden first class 50, a high score for Lewis Goldsworthy. A lovely looking knock, 67 he made. They tried to bowl short at him, but as a diminutive man, he's used to that. All bar 18 of his runs became behind square. And of the 18 that came in front of the square, there was nothing further around the mid-wicket, really, nothing straight down the ground, which just indicates the length they bowled at Goldsworthy. And Lewis Gregory, the other Louis G, finished unbeaten on 71 from 113 balls. He makes it look so easy when he's in that kind of form. So 319 for 8. Good day for Somerset, a decent day for Surrey, still very much favourites to win this game. Couple of wickets for Gus Atkinson, a couple of wickets for Jamie Overton as well. 2 for 46 off 14, which are good figures, even better when you consider his first couple of overs cost 18. Will Jacks as well with his off-spin, he picked up a couple of wickets, including the big one of Lewis Goldsworthy, caught behind, also trapped Steve Davies for 29. There's the scorecard on screen. Plenty of starts, no one's made 3 figures for Somerset. There are the bowling figures that I was just talking about. 1 wicket for Dan Worrell. Jordan Clark, perhaps not been at his best in this game, but he's a fine bowler, and it's a sign of how strong Surrey are, that they can be in such a dominant position without him. Cameron Steele, we saw him bowl a few leggies, but I'm not sure he actually bowled a leggy. I think it was all wrong uns. It was lovely to see before that second new ball. We'll be back tomorrow for all of the finals day's action, however long that is. Somerset will be hoping to drag it out. We'll be hoping to bat as long as they can in the morning. You've had Charlie Taylor, myself, Sam Dalling, Harry Everett, Becca Garrett. Thank you very much, as ever, to our principal county championship sponsors, WPA Health Insurance. We wouldn't be here without them. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you all with us. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for engaging. We really enjoy that. It really helps us as well. It's good to know people are out there, and it's lovely to hear your thoughts, so keep that up. Enjoy your evenings in the sunshine, and we will be back with you shortly before 11 o'clock tomorrow.